This is the ultimate Eminem Iceberg. This specific iceberg chart has over 250 topics covering nearly every last thing that you could ever know about Eminem. From the most well-known things, all the way to some of the most obscure pieces of knowledge about Slim Shady. And in this video, we're gonna cover it all. From Shade 45 to Triumph the Comedy Dog, all the way to D12's current merch store and the fact that Eminem has beef with Poland. But before we get started, I have a few quick things I need to say. The Ultimate Iceberg chart is actually comprised of these two original charts, which I've already covered on my channels, with both Tier 1s combined, both Tier 2s combined, so on and so forth. Which also will explain why something might be higher on the list than you expect it to. Additionally, since some of these videos are a bit older at this point, there has been some new information which has come out in regards to some of the topics on this list. So to remedy that situation, I'll be breaking in periodically to give updates on some of the more important topics, and whenever you see this picture in the corner during a topic, it means I'm going to break in afterwards to give you some new information. Also, back when I made the original Iceberg, I used the word unaliving a lot, and that was because I was a brand new YouTuber and I needed to do everything I could to make sure my videos were recommended to people, so I apologize for that. And the last thing I want to say is that my recording equipment was updated between video 1 and 2, so there's going to be some differences in audio throughout. It's not bad or anything, I just wanted to explain that. But that's enough talking. I say we go ahead and get started since we have a lot to cover. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the ultimate Eminem Iceberg. Studio albums. As of the recording of this video, Eminem has sold over 200 million records worldwide. Eminem has 12 studio albums, and if you add his 2 albums with D12, his album with Royce da 5'9", and a handful of soundtracks and collaboration projects, you get 20 studio albums. This also includes 3 albums which were certified diamond: the Marshall Mathers LP, The Eminem Show, and Curtain Call: The Hits. Shady Records. Shady Records is a record label founded by Eminem alongside his manager Paul Rosenberg in 1999. The two serve as presidents and have included several notable acts such as 50 Cent, Yellow Wolf, and D12 amongst others. The label is owned by Universal Music Group. Slim Shady. Slim Shady is Eminem's alter ego. He's supposed to be the evil side of Eminem and was created very early in Eminem's career. Slim Shady is heard on most Eminem albums and is signified by his bleach blonde hair. Kim Mathers. Kimberly Ann Scott is Eminem's ex-wife and the mother of Eminem's only biological daughter, Haley. The pair got married in June of 1999 and divorced only a year and a half later in October of 2001. The two actually remarried in January of 2006, only to file for divorce one more time in April of the same year. Eminem has talked about Kim in plenty of songs, including the incredibly graphic Kim. I'm not going to delve deeper into her here because we are going to talk about her much more as we go deeper on this iceberg. MGK beef. Machine Gun Kelly is a rapper who Eminem found himself beefing with just a few years ago. This is arguably Eminem's most well-known beef and goes back 10 years. It's said to have started when MGK tweeted about Eminem's daughter in 2012, stating she's, quote, hot as fuck. This led to MGK feeling as if he was blacklisted from Shade 45, and eventually dropped a few bars seemingly aimed at Eminem on his track with Tech 9, No Reason. Eminem would then call out Kelly on his Kamikaze album on the track Not Alike, which led to MGK releasing Rap Devil, a nearly 5-minute-long diss track aimed at Eminem. Eminem would then address this diss in an interview with Sway Calloway, before releasing his official response track only 2 days later. Kill Shot was a 4-minute-long diss track responding to Kelly, and even broke the YouTube record for most hits in the first 24 hours of an upload, with over 38 million views. This beef has been one of the most debated beefs in recent history of rap, but since then, the beef has seemed to have settled, but you never know what the future could bring. D12. D12 is a rap group consisting of several Detroit local rappers: Eminem, Proof, Bizarre, Mr. Porter, Kaniva, and Swifty McFay. The group started with Proof, who was a highly respected Detroit MC, and it was actually at this time that Eminem was beginning to blow up himself. He was still affiliated with the group, but he was not an official member as of yet. Proof started to recruit new members, to which he recruited Bizarre, Denon, Kaniva, Swifty, and MC Bugs. The group found little bits of success, however in 1999, MC Bugs was unalived, which left a hole in the group. At this point, Eminem volunteered to join the group to fill the hole. Each member of D12 had an alter ego, ultimately meaning that the group had 12 members. The group then started to pop off, releasing their debut album Devil's Night in 2001 and their follow-up album D12 World in 2004. However, it's fair to say that Eminem's success began to outshine the group, leaving them touring and doing features without Slim Shady. Despite this, the group had notable tours and features despite Eminem's absence. Sadly though, the group as we know it would come to an end in 2006, following the unaliving of Proof, who was considered the true lead singer of the band. After this, D12 would release several mixtapes to try and recapture the spark they once had, but D12 would never reach the same place they once were at. Finally, in 2018, Eminem released the track Stepping Stone, which was included on the Kamikaze album, in which he addressed the members of D12, apologizing and ultimately announcing that D12 was officially over. Bad Meets Evil. Bad Meets Evil is the name given to the duo of Eminem and Royce da 5'9". The duo formed in 1998 and created only a handful of songs together before breaking up in 2002. This would lead to the two of them beefing with one another over the next few years. It wasn't until 2011 that the duo would squash their beef and reform Bad Meets Evil, releasing Hell the Sequel, the EP, which debuted at #1 on the Billboard 200 chart. Together, they've created plenty of hard tracks, with Royce da 5'9" matching Eminem's style almost to a T, and the two still create music together to this very day, and arguably, it's some of Eminem's best collaborative work. Haley. Haley Jade Scott Mathers is Eminem's only biological daughter. Born to Eminem and Kim Mathers on December 25, 1995, she was the topic of plenty of early Eminem songs. She's been referenced more times than you can count, and even featured on the track My Dad's Gone Crazy. She's relatively private, but she does have a public Instagram and TikTok account, and more recently, she hosts the Just a Little Shady podcast. On the podcast, she describes life as the daughter of one of the world's biggest rappers, and just like her mother, we will talk about her more as this list goes on. Debbie Nelson Mathers. Debbie Nelson Mathers is the mother of Eminem. After giving birth to Eminem in her teens, her husband abandoned them at a very early age. Debbie struggled to make ends meet for her family and suffered from both mental illness and drug issues throughout Eminem's childhood. She's been referenced in plenty of Eminem songs and was the topic of Cleaning Out My Closet. It seems though in recent years the two have been able to come to terms with their relationship, as addressed in his song Headlights from the Marshall Mathers LP2. While the two are still said to be estranged from one another, it's said that she's still alive and pushing.
With our very first bit of extra information, we have something that's pretty grim. Sadly, on December 2nd, 2024, Deborah Ray Nelson passed away at the age of 69, and the cause of death was determined to be lung cancer. As of me recording this right now, Eminem has not formally reacted in the public eye to the passing of his mother. However, his brother did post a short message stating hatred and mixed emotions on the day she passed. I assume we're going to hear Eminem talk about this in an upcoming project, so we're going to have to wait and see what he has to say about it. But ultimately, rest in peace, Debbie.
Mom Spaghetti. Mom Spaghetti is the most recognizable Eminem meme, and if you've ever looked into Eminem, you've most likely heard of Mom Spaghetti. It comes from the track Lose Yourself, where Eminem raps the infamous line, "There's vomit on his sweater already, Mom's spaghetti." This meme, like all others, started on 4chan. The meme has since spread online and is basically just a shitpost at this point. Eminem has since embraced the meme, and in 2021, he opened up an official restaurant named Mom's Spaghetti. The restaurant serves spaghetti and meatballs only and is actually said to be quite successful. Insane Clown Posse beef. Eminem's beef with the Detroit-based Insane Clown Posse is another one of his most well-known, starting way before Eminem found mainstream success. Eminem was actually a fan of the Insane Clowns, Violent J, and Shaggy 2 Dope, and included their name on a poster for the record release party for the Slim Shady EP. Later, while handing out flyers, Eminem saw ICP and approached them. He gave them a flyer, and once Violent J saw their name included, he basically said they shouldn't just put their name on the flyer like that without asking. He crumpled up the flyer and walked away. This would cause a many-year-long battle between Eminem and ICP. Eminem was obviously offended by them brushing him off and started to diss ICP in interviews, as well in songs such as Till Hell Freezes Over, with the line, "Fuck ICP, buy my CD." In response to this, ICP would create a parody of My Name Is, titled Slim Anus, which was rapper Jamie Madrox of Twisted doing an impression of Eminem, rapping bars which basically made Eminem out to be a homosexual. According to Violent J of ICP, a local radio station actually played Slim Anus for Eminem during one of his interviews. Eminem was pissed off, and upon the release of the Marshall Mathers LP, he would respond with 2 separate tracks to ICP. The first track was a skit of Ken Kniff receiving oral relief from both Violent J and Shaggy 2 Dope. The other was about half a verse on the track Marshall Mathers, where Eminem disses the duo really hard, and even claims to have chased them out of a club and even shot paintballs at their getaway vehicle. Later that year, Eminem pulled a gun on an ICP associate. Eminem continued bashing the clowns on the Up in Smoke tour, regularly bringing out 2 blow-up dolls dressed as ICP. ICP would finally respond that same year several times throughout their double album Bizarre Bizarre, with the tracks Cherry Pie, My Homie Baby Mama, and Please Don't Hate Me, the last of which is a 3-minute long track of Violent J confessing to his friend that he had sexual intercourse with their mother, when at the finale of the track, it's revealed that he was actually talking to Eminem the entire time. ICP and Eminem would diss each other a few more times before the feud was ended in 2005 by none other than Eminem's best friend Proof. According to ICP, Proof was on a mission to squash all of Eminem's past beefs, which ended with D12 and ICP bowling against one another. ICP stated that Eminem wasn't there, however it didn't matter since Proof squashing the beef was enough. Ever since, they both seem to have respect for one another, with Eminem shouting them out 3 times in the Marshall Mathers LP 2, and even ICP making an appearance on Shade 45 in 2017. It's good to see that rappers can move forward past some high school-esque level beef. Also, whoop whoop to my fellow Juggalo family. Steve Berman. Steve Berman is a real-world music executive high up at Interscope Records. Steve has made numerous appearances across Eminem projects. These appearances are skits simply titled Steve Berman, and are generally just Steve scolding Eminem in regards to the contents of his albums. Paul. Paul Rosenberg is another real-world person, this time Eminem's real-world manager, who's featured on all but 4 of Eminem's solo studio albums. His skits are usually voicemails to Eminem, instructing him on steps to take to stay out of trouble, and toning down the explicit materials on the albums. There are also a few skits of Eminem's voicemail responses to Paul. Paul was actually the former president of Def Jam before stepping down to form Goliath Records with Universal. Ja Rule beef. Eminem's beef with Ja Rule is another well-known beef, and is quite possibly his most popular beef, or at least it's tied with MGK. Ja Rule had a very publicized beef with 50 Cent, which saw both rappers even coming to blows a few times. Eminem inadvertently found himself in the middle of the beef when he signed 50 Cent to Shady Records. At this point, this made Ja decide to go after both Dre and M with the release of his diss track Loose Change. There's a lot more to this beef, however it gets much more in depth later on this iceberg, so stay tuned. The term stan. Stan is a term to describe the most dedicated fans to a certain artist or performer. So let's say I'm the world's most obsessed Billie Eilish fan. I would say, I stan Billie Eilish. Stan has become a well-recognized term which is commonly used, and the term originates from Eminem. Eminem's well-known track Stan tells the story of an obsessed fan who goes crazy while trying to get in contact with Eminem, until he eventually unalives his girlfriend. The term even started a vile section of Twitter known as Stan Twitter, and funny enough, not everyone on Stan Twitter realizes that the term originates from Eminem. Shade 45. Shade 45 is a hip-hop radio station on Sirius XM, which was founded by Eminem. The station is Channel 45, thus the number 45 in the name, and it plays raw, uncut rap and hip-hop. The channel also includes some very popular shows including Sway in the Morning and my personal favorite, The All Out Show with Rude Jude. The channel is highly successful and has been running since 2004. Proof. Deshaun Dupree Holton, aka Proof, was an American rapper and the best friend of Eminem. Originating from Detroit, Proof and Eminem were longtime friends from the early 90s. Outside of his friendship with M, Proof was a highly respected Detroit MC who seemed to be friends with everyone he came in contact with. Proof was the hype man for Eminem on plenty of his most famous tours, and even starred in the hit movie 8 Mile as one of the battlers who took on Eminem. He even landed a solo record deal, dropping Searching for Jerry Garcia, which featured tracks with 50 Cent, Method Man, and of course, Eminem, amongst others. However, on April 11th, 2006, Proof was shot 3 times during a dispute over a game of pool at the CCC Club on 8 Mile Road in Detroit. To say the least, reports of what happened that night are very contradictory, but the story, at least according to Wikipedia, so let's take it with a grain of salt, is that Proof got into a fight with a man named Keith Bender when Bender's cousin Mario Etheridge fired a warning shot into the air. Proof responded to the warning shot by firing at Bender, hitting him in the head, which resulted in Etheridge shooting Proof 3 times, hitting him once in the head and twice in the chest. Proof was unalived at the scene, while Bender would succumb to his injuries a week later. A service was held on April 19, 2006, and was attended by over 2,500 people, including Eminem and 50 Cent. The unaliving of Proof took a very heavy toll on Eminem, as evident through his music. Eminem has remembered his friend on plenty of tracks, and even has the same forearm tattoo that Proof had. The story of Proof is for sure a sad one, and only makes you wonder what Proof would have made if he was still around today. Rest in peace, Proof.
50 Cent. Curtis Jackson III, aka 50 Cent, is a New York-based rapper, actor, and businessman who is arguably just as famous as Eminem. 50 Cent started rapping in 1996 and was able to quickly gain some clout as a rapper, getting his first official record deal in 1999, signing to Columbia Records. He began working on his debut studio album, Power of the Dollar. However, on May 24, 2000, 50 was attacked outside of his grandmother's home and subsequently shot 9 times. He slowly but surely recovered from the attack. However, Columbia Records decided to drop 50 from the label. This left 50 without a label while recovering from the attack. However, during all this, 50 Cent's lawyer was able to get a copy of 50's debut mixtape to Eminem, and when he heard it, he was impressed. Eminem invited 50 Cent out to meet with him and Dr. Dre, and just a bit later, 50 signed an official deal with Shady Records. On February 6, 2003, Shady Records released Get Rich or Die Trying, which has gone down as one of the most hyped album releases in hip-hop and arguably music as a whole. The album has sold over 12 million copies as of the recording of this video and has become one of the highest-selling rap albums of all time. He's released 4 other albums since then and has become a household name after branching out into owning his own label, acting, and even owning part of Vitamin Water at one point. 50's maintained a close personal relationship with Eminem, and he hasn't shied away from his feelings on M, seeing as how 50 owes a lot of his career to Eminem. Pete Davidson's SNL parodies. Saturday Night Live is a popular live comedy sketch show which has been going since 1975. The show often parodies popular things in the world of pop culture, and as such, Eminem has been parodied several times. Comedian Pete Davidson has parodied Eminem music videos multiple times, with the first being Stew, a parody of Stan where Pete writes a letter to Santa to get himself a PS5. The next parody was a parody of Without Me, which was about NFTs, where Pete, comedian Chris Redd, and Jack Harlow describe what NFTs are. The final parody in the trilogy was Forgot About Lorne, and was also featured on Pete's final episode of SNL before leaving the show. The parody featured Pete doing a parody of Lorne Michaels, the director of SNL, and actually featured a surprise cameo from Eminem, who basically tells Pete to stop the parodies because they're cringe. Honestly, all of these parodies are pretty so-and-so considering SNL sucks nowadays, but still. It's also worth noting that Pete made an appearance in the Houdini video, so Eminem has some sort of respect for Pete. The NFL Draft 2024. The NFL is the National Football League and is one of the largest sports organizations in the world. Every year, there's an official draft where each team can draft rookies to their team, and every year, it's a pretty big deal. The event will often feature guests, and in 2024, one of these guests was Eminem. On night 1 of the draft, Eminem took the stage alongside NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell to welcome everyone to the draft. The event itself was also held in Detroit, which only made the crowd go crazier for their hometown hero. However, the Eminem fun didn't stop there, as not long into the draft, a commercial aired for Eminem's next studio album, The Death of Slim Shady. And this commercial was the official first announcement for the album. Eminem's a hardcore Detroit Lions fan and has been seen at games multiple times, as well as interacting with the team. He's also interacted with the NFL multiple times, including Super Bowl performance. So keeping up with the NFL entries, the Super Bowl is the biggest football game of the year, where the final 2 teams standing face off with one another. The event is one of the biggest television events every year, with over 100 million people tuning in. One of the biggest parts of every Super Bowl is the halftime show, which will always feature a popular artist performing a full-blown concert in the middle of the game. There have been tons of notable halftime performances over the years, but one of the best in a while came during Super Bowl 56, and included several legendary hip-hop artists. The full roster for the performance included Dr. Dre, Snoop Dogg, Mary J. Blige, Kendrick Lamar, 50 Cent, Anderson .Paak, and of course, Eminem. The 15-minute set included hits from all the artists, including Eminem performing Lose Yourself. This full concert performance can be found online. Tom Green. Tom Green is a comedian best known for his MTV show, The Tom Green Show. as well as his movie Freddy Got Fingered. Tom Green was this comedian whose comedy was mostly gross out humor, like sucking milk out of a cow udder or playing with deceased animals or, stuff like that. But despite his blue humor, Tom Green was a huge celebrity, and arguably the first real absurdist comedian to ever become a household name. Tom was also a musician, and on one episode of The Tom Green Show, he premiered a music video titled The Bum Bum Song. The song is literally Tom singing about things he would put his bum bum on. Now, that video was a huge success and became the #1 video on TRL for several days. Fast forward to the following year. On April 18th, 2000, Eminem dropped the music video for his hit track, The Real Slim Shady, which just so happened to feature these lyrics. These lyrics were comparing how Eminem wasn't allowed to be uncensored on MTV, despite Tom Green doing everything he did, and then literally mocks the Bum Bum song. Even better too, during this part of the video, Eminem cosplays as Green in the Bum Bum song video. Green has since reflected on the lyric and actually liked it, not taking it as a diss whatsoever. He was even able to get the song to play during the credits of his movie Freddy Got Fingered, which is this nice, wholesome family movie about a kid following his dream of being an artist. Freddy Got Fingered is the perfect movie for family movie night, and I'd highly suggest checking it out with your parents. Obi Trice. Obi Trice is an American rapper from Detroit, Michigan, who signed to Shady Records in 2000. Obi had multiple features across Eminem-related projects and released 2 albums on the label, one of which is Cheers and is one of my favorite Shady Records releases of all time. However, in 2008, Trice abruptly left Shady Records since he felt as if he wasn't being promoted properly. But he didn't have any beef with the label or Eminem after his departure. In fact, Eminem even featured on his follow-up album, despite his departure, so everything was okay between the two. Trice is still rapping today and even got involved in Eminem's beef with Nick Cannon, so it's safe to say he still has some sort of love for Eminem. Funny People. Funny People was a 2009 comedy film which follows a famous comedian, played by Adam Sandler, who was diagnosed with a terminal condition. Now, I don't like spoiling movies and TV shows on my iceberg, so I'll let you watch it for yourself if you're interested, but I can say there's this really funny scene where our comedian has dinner with Eminem. You can go watch the scene for yourself, but I highly suggest watching the movie in full as it's actually pretty good. The Kids. The Kids is a song which was featured on the Marshall Mathers LP, but is honestly probably the most forgotten song from the album. That's because you couldn't get the song on regular CD, and the only way you can get it was as follows. Either A, getting the special edition of the CD which featured the explicit version of the song, or B, buying the clean version of the album which featured the censored version. The censored version of Kids would replace the song Kim on the clean version of the Marshall Mathers LP, with Kim being far too dark and dirty to censor and still be listenable. This track features Eminem impersonating South Park characters and telling the kids of South Park not to do drugs. The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is a museum covering the history of music and some of the largest musicians to have ever lived. The museum itself has an annual event in which they induct new artists into the Hall of Fame. In 2022, on Eminem's very first year of being eligible to go into the Hall of Fame, he was nominated and ultimately won. Eminem's place in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame was well earned, as what he did for rap and hip-hop cannot be denied. Bootleg albums. Simply put, there's tons of different Eminem bootleg media out there that you could find. Whether that be bootlegs of already existing albums or fan-made bootlegs, there are way too many out there for me to start listing off. The fan-made bootlegs range from fan-made albums which look and feel like real albums, to plain old meme albums, and some of these bootlegs can have pretty interesting stories behind them, some of which we've covered on the previous iceberg, and some of which we're going to discuss on this iceberg too. Make-A-Wish. Make-A-Wish is a non-profit organization which helps sick children by giving them one wish and making it happen. A very common wish you'll see is for the children involved in the program to meet a celebrity they admire. And there are multiple cases you can find of kids using their wish to meet Eminem. Now, there's not an official count on how many wishes Eminem has fulfilled. However, you can find multiple pictures and stories about Eminem meeting young fans who use their wish to meet Slim Shady. Bizarre. Rufus Johnson, aka Bizarre, is a Detroit-based rapper best known as one of the guys in D12, as well as being a lifelong best friend of Eminem. Bizarre himself has been rapping since his childhood, and as such, was very involved in the Detroit music scene. According to him, he was really good friends with Proof, who was hosting open mic nights and battle rap contests at the Hip Hop Shop, a legendary clothing store in Detroit on 7 Mile Road. Proof had been telling Bizarre about this white dude who was the champion, and Bizarre was interested in checking him out. When Bizarre finally got a chance to see Eminem do his thing live, he was amazed. Eminem and Bizarre started talking, and Eminem liked what Bizarre was bringing to the table. So the duo made a few songs together, and Eminem more or less took in Bizarre like he was a younger brother. And basically, the rest is history. Bizarre and Eminem have always been side by side, and to this day are still very close. In fact, if you see any picture of Eminem out there, there's like a 10% chance you're going to see Bizarre with him. For example, Eminem brought Bizarre along to his recent appearance at a Kamala Harris rally, where he got a picture with Obama. I want to leave this picture on the screen for a second because the fact that Bizarre has a picture with Eminem and Obama is one of the funniest things I have ever seen. Bizarre has continued rapping and has plenty of music out there that you can listen to, with new music dropping consistently. The Bizarre Eminem friendship speaks to Eminem's loyalty, with Bizarre still collaborating with Eminem to this very day. Cannabis beef. With the final entry in Tier 1, we have Eminem's beef with Cannabis. Cannabis had some pretty good clout in 1998, following the release of his album Can I Bus? And his beef with Eminem began before Eminem was ever even signed in the first place. Cannabis was beefing with LL Cool J, and their beef started after a verbal altercation took place after LL wanted a certain lyric taken off a song, and Cannabis refused to do so. LL and Cannabis would subsequently release several disses at one another, one of which was the song The Ripper Strikes Back. So fast forward a few months, and Cannabis's manager at the time, Wyclef Jean, told Cannabis that Eminem had actually ghostwrote the track for LL. So Wyclef and Cannabis confronted Eminem and asked him if he ghostwrote the track, but Eminem denied it. Now they seem to have ended on decent terms, but Eminem mentioned Cannabis on the track Role Model, and when Cannabis heard the lyric, he was unsure if it was a diss track or not. And Cannabis carried a grudge all the way up until the release of the Marshall Mathers LP, where he decided to record a track titled You Didn't Care from the perspective of Stan. However, this time, he's writing Eminem to let him know he likes Cannabis now. Eminem then began dissing Cannabis more and more throughout several songs, including several on The Eminem Show. Cannabis finally released an official diss track on November 19, 2002, on the track titled Dr. C PhD. Cannabis took several shots at Eminem, as well as Proof, who was Eminem's hype man during that time. Now at that point, the beef quieted down with no movement for over a year, until a track leaked on Straight From The Lab titled Cannabis. The track featured Eminem dissing Cannabis pretty hard and is easily one of Eminem's best disses of his entire career. The beef settled down after this, mainly because around this time, Cannabis joined the army, saying he did it to get away from music for a while and wanted to do something else that, quote, gave him a separate definition from what he had done all through his teens and 20s. Eminem and Cannabis never really continued the beef after this, but Cannabis did try to re-spark it in late 2010. Cannabis teamed up with rapper DZK to diss Eminem, and DZK tricked D12 members Kaniva, Swifty, and Bizarre into featuring on the song, unaware that it was actually an Eminem diss. Swifty went on to say the following: he asked us to do a track with him when he already was teamed up with Cannabis without us knowing. They dissed him, took our verses, and added them to the song, so they could bring traffic and make it seem like we were turning on M, as a desperate attempt to be heard after ducking and dodging M for the last 7 years. It was a straight hoe move. Eminem never really responded, and it seems as if the entire beef is finally over, at least as of the recording of this video. The Cannabis beef, though not being as familiar to the new school fans, has and will go down as one of Eminem's most well-known beefs ever. And no, Eminem's never admitted to ghostwriting the track. And if that's the case, that would mean this entire beef happened over literally nothing.
Albums prior to fame. This entry simply refers to the fact that Eminem has several albums and mixtapes which were released prior to fame. Some of these tapes will be talked about throughout the iceberg, so I won't go into any more detail here. My 5 favorite rappers are. My favorite 5 rappers are is this joke you could find under most Eminem content on YouTube. It's this old copy pasta where people claim that their favorite 5 rappers are Eminem, Slim Shady, Marshall Mathers, B-Rabbit, and the white guy from D12. Ken Kaniff. Ken Kaniff is a character which can be heard on many Eminem albums, and he's supposed to be this over-the-top homosexual weirdo. Across his appearances, he's hit on Eminem, had oral relations with the Insane Clown Posse, and created gay parodies of Eminem songs. Perhaps we'll get another Ken Kaniff skit in the future. We could only be so lucky. Infinite. Infinite is Eminem's first official studio album, released in 1996 through the Web Entertainment label. The album was only released on vinyl and cassette and was a commercial failure, with only around 1,000 copies sold. However, Eminem stated in his autobiography that it only sold around 70 copies. After this, he would adopt the Slim Shady persona, which would help him become who he is today. A real, original copy of Infinite goes for an obscene amount of money, so if you want the full collection of Eminem releases, you better start saving. World record holder. Over the course of his career, Eminem has held numerous world records. Amongst these records include the fastest selling rap artist, most albums to debut at #1 by a solo act, and most words used in a hit song. Some of these records have since been broken, however, it's always difficult to find the most accurate information on world records. His mom sued him. Eminem's troubled relationship with his mother is well known to the average Eminem fan, with him speaking about her very often. However, in 1999, Debbie Mathers found her son's words so triggering that she attempted to sue her own son for $10 million. In response to this lawsuit, Paul Rosenberg said, "Everything he has said can be verified as true. Truth is an absolute defense to a claim of defamation. This lawsuit does not come as a surprise to Eminem. It is merely the result of a lifelong strained relationship between him and his mother. Regardless, it is still painful to be sued by your mother, and therefore the lawsuit will only be dealt with through legal channels." Debbie was eventually awarded a settlement. However, the original price of $10 million was lowered to a measly $25 grand. And after a final ruling, it was found she was entitled to only $1,600, with the other $23,400 going to her lawyer. Benzino beef. Benzino is quite possibly Eminem's most heated and longest lasting beef, dating back to around 2002. It seemingly started when the Source magazine, which was co-owned by Benzino, gave the Eminem show a 4 out of 5. Eminem thought he would never get a 5 out of 5 solely based on his race, and that would cause Eminem to diss the Source in several interviews, and even denied an interview from Benzino after a show. Benzino responded to this on 2 separate tracks, "I Don't Wanna" and "Pull Your Skirt Up." Eminem would respond to Benzino in several diss tracks, including Invasion, The Sauce, and most notably, Nail in the Coffin. These diss tracks, in short, were not nice, and called out Benzino on his age, his rap style, and how he ran the Source. Benzino would then take the beef a step further, responding with 2 more tracks, Die Another Day and Better Lose Yourself, the latter of which was a parody of Lose Yourself. However, these tracks took a much darker step forward by mentioning Eminem's daughter Haley, saying, "Tell Haley it ain't safe no more. Daddy better watch your back at the candy store. We fucked up, resort to plan B. Fuck around, she end up like John Benet Ramsey." It was around this point that Benzino started using the Source as a tool to attack Eminem, and in response, Eminem released Go to Sleep, which featured both Obi Trice and DMX, dissing not only Benzino, but also Ja Rule, who was going at it with his friend and fellow rapper 50 Cent. At this point, Ja Rule would release his own diss track, Loose Change, dissing Dr. Dre, 50 Cent, and most brutally, Eminem. The track is best known for the final bar in which Ja Rule says, "Em, you claim your mother's a crackhead and Kim is a known slut, so what's Haley gonna be when she grows up?" This would obviously get Eminem very heated, and the Shady Records camp would release a barrage of diss tracks, including Bump Heads with G-Unit, Do Re Mi with D12, and Hail Mary with 50 Cent and Busta Rhymes, which would once again cause a Benzino response on Fallin' Down and a few other diss tracks. But it was at this point that Benzino took the beef a step further when he came into possession of early Eminem songs titled Foolish Pride and So Many Styles, both of which we will discuss on this iceberg. Both of these songs showed Eminem saying some questionable and flat-out racist things. The Source held a press conference in November of 2003 in which they would play the 2 songs to a crowd of journalists. And then these 2 recordings would later be released on CD, which was included with the February 2004 Source magazine issue. Eminem addressed these lyrics almost immediately, basically stating that the Foolish Pride track was when Eminem was only 15 years old, and he was lashing out as a dumb kid would. However, the Foolish Pride thing will get much deeper as we go down on this iceberg. There were a few more diss tracks back and forth, including discussing the entire beef on the song Like Toy Soldiers, but in 2005, he released his final diss track, I'm Gone, alongside Obi Trice. A few years later, Benzino did seemingly apologize, at least in part, saying, "I can say it now, I was wrong for it, because at the end of the day, M is a great lyricist, and he should be able to express himself in hip-hop as anybody should." However, the hatchet between both men was never truly buried, as both still took small shots at each other until in March of 2022, when Benzino surprisingly tweeted out of nowhere to all Eminem fans and stans all over the world, "The beef is officially over. I'm letting y'all know I have no hate towards any of his fans and recognize his contributions to hip hop. He truly is a part of the culture and one of the best to rock the mic regardless of his color." As of right now, it seems the beef has finally been put to rest, and honestly, it's probably for the better. Benzino, you can rest now.
Alright, so after this, Benzino did not rest. As after that tweet praising Eminem, he 180'd and seemingly dissed Eminem's Hall of Fame induction and consistently mentioned Eminem's race as some sort of negative and to discredit Eminem. Eminem ultimately responded to Benzino's jabs at him on Doomsday Part 2, dissing Benzino, calling him gay, and even bringing his daughter Coi Leray into the beef. And she actually had a pretty funny response to being mentioned. Benzino then dropped a few diss tracks and spent tons of time talking about it on podcasts, and depending on whatever mood he's in, he will either play it off like it was nothing or call M out in an attempt to keep it going. Benzino was all over the place, and I guess I should have never assumed this beef would simply die out. That was my bad, y'all. Also, there's a pretty funny Benzino arrest video online that doesn't add to this story, but I wanted an excuse to include it here.
Michael Jackson owns his catalog. This entry refers to a famous story between Eminem and Michael Jackson. So Eminem famously made fun of Michael Jackson in the Just Lose It music video, dressing up as Michael and making references to his nose, the Pepsi hair fire incident, and the accusations of young boy stuff. As one would guess, Michael Jackson wasn't happy with how he was presented, commenting on Eminem in an interview with Geraldo Rivera.
I've never met Mr. Eminem, and to have him, I've always admired him, and to have him do something like that was pretty painful as an artist to another artist, and it's sad because, well, I think what Stevie Wonder said is true, and I just don't want to say too much more than that. But he should be ashamed of himself, what he's doing. Stevie said he's bull.
Later in 2007, Michael Jackson's Sony ATV Music Publishing, which he co-owned alongside Sony, purchased Famous Music for a total of $370 million. Now, to put it simply, Famous Music owned a lot of different music, including movie soundtracks, television music, and several well-known artist works, including Duke Ellington, Bjork, Shakira, and most notably, Eminem. Meaning that when Sony ATV bought Famous Music, they essentially bought the rights to Eminem's catalog, thus meaning that Michael Jackson essentially bought Eminem. Although Michael may have not done this specifically to get back at Eminem, we all know Michael probably did a small celebration dance as he handed Eminem a very rare L.
Okay guys, so this is the one topic that I got called out on more than any other topic. And it seems like I was a sucker who simply believed those weird Facebook posts that have been shared online forever, and I didn't do any additional research on the topic for that original video. So as it turns out, Michael Jackson didn't actually own the rights to Eminem's entire catalog, and instead only owned the rights to a few songs, including Without Me and The Real Slim Shady. You guys definitely let me know I messed up, so I apologize for getting this one wrong.
Snoop Dogg beef. Two of hip-hop's longest-running MCs, Eminem and Snoop Dogg, had a short-lived beef in recent years. This beef started when Snoop Dogg was interviewed by The Breakfast Club and suggested that Eminem wouldn't rank among the top 10 rappers of all time. Not only this, but he really did seem to be dogging Eminem extra hard for someone who was supposedly in the same camp. Eminem would respond to this interview on his track Zeus with the bars, "Last thing I need is Snoop Dogg and me. Man, dog, you was like a damn god to me. Nah, not really. I had dog backwards, but I'm starting to think all these rappers taking shots at me, it's no wonder I be on my own." Snoop Dogg made some subliminal Instagram comments, as well as teasing an unreleased track on an Instagram Live, which seemingly threw shade Eminem's way. Things between them ended up going silent for a while, until in 2021, when Snoop was again interviewed by The Breakfast Club. However, this time, he decided to put the beef to rest. Eminem would reciprocate squashing this beef with the release of From the D to the LBC, which featured Snoop. It seems as if the beef is officially squashed. And honestly, that's probably best for rap music. Drake beef. So, the Drake beef, or lack thereof, refers to some bars from Lucky You on the Kamikaze album. You got a couple of ghostwriters, but to these kids, it don't actually matter. Fans began to speculate that this line was actually aimed at Drake. However, in an interview with Sway, M put to rest the idea that he was dissing Drake. He also goes on to say that he was just dissing the idea of ghostwriters altogether. 2017 BET Cypher. Eminem's 2017 BET Cypher was the first time in 5 years that Eminem had a cypher spot at the BET Awards. He spent over 4 minutes dissing then-President Donald Trump, going pretty hard in an a cappella verse. He mentioned Colin Kaepernick and even told his fans to pick a side if they were on the fence. The verse had plenty of people talking, including Fox News debates and the likes of LeBron James, Ellen, and even a shout out from Kaepernick himself. Regardless of your political opinion, this freestyle was a big moment for politics and hip-hop and showed the power that musicians have with their opinions. And while we're talking about Eminem and Donald Trump, Secret Service visit. On the Kamikaze opening track The Ringer, Eminem dropped the line saying, "But I know at least he's heard it, 'cause Agent Orange just sent the Secret Service to meet in person to see if I really think of hurting him or asked if I'm linked to terrorists." In this bar, Eminem states he was visited by the Secret Service, and the next year, BuzzFeed confirmed this by obtaining 40 pages from a Secret Service report, showing that they did in fact interview him. BuzzFeed obtained this information through a FOIA request, otherwise known as the Freedom of Information Act, and showed that they were interested in some lyrics from the song Framed. The lyric in question is, "But dog, how the fuck is Ivanka Trump in the trunk of my car?" Even more interesting, it said a concerned citizen reported Eminem to the Secret Service for the lyric, and upon researching, it turned out that the concerned citizen was actually a TMZ
employee.
But upon reading it, it seems as if the employee was simply reaching out for comment from the Secret Service, as opposed to actually reporting Eminem for the line. The document also stated that Eminem made some very threatening comments towards the president and included the 2017 BET Cypher as well as his track Like Home. One of my favorite pieces of this document is that when the Secret Service agents began reading off the lyrics, Eminem started rapping along with them. After the interview, the Secret Service decided not to refer the case to a federal prosecutor, and you can find this full 40-page document online with a simple Google search. The Interview Cameo. The Interview is a 2014 film about fictional television interviewer Dave Skylark, a popular celebrity interviewer who hosts Skylark Tonight. Early on in the film, to establish the outlandish interviewing stylings of Dave Skylark, we get a hilarious scene of Dave, who is played by James Franco, interviewing Eminem. The scene starts with Dave questioning some of Eminem's lyrics, to which he states that he really just raps about stuff from his real life, and then nonchalantly explains how when he raps homophobic lyrics, it's because he's gay, and carries on like he said nothing. Dave and everyone else is obviously confused, and they ask him to rewind and explain what he meant by saying he's gay, to which Eminem reiterates that he is a homosexual man who likes other men. Dave tells Eminem that people might be shocked to hear he's gay, and Eminem responds by saying he's more shocked people haven't figured it out. The entire scene is really funny and sets the tone for the hilarious movie. And also, it's crazy I have to actually say this, but no, Eminem is not actually gay, at least according to all known information. There are actually people out there who saw this scene out of context and believe it was an actual coming out for Slim Shady. But no, movies aren't real. Christina Aguilera beef. Eminem and Christina Aguilera had a well-documented feud, which started with the 1999 MTV special titled What a Girl Wants. Christina watched several different music videos and gave her opinions on them, one of which was the My Name Is video. During a reaction, she states that Eminem had recently been married in secret, quote, to the lady he talks about unaliving on his record. Eminem didn't take too kindly to her airing a rumor that she heard, and in response, he aired a rumor that he heard. On The Real Slim Shady, he would go on to say, "Shit, Christina Aguilera better switch me chairs so I can sit next to Carson Daly and Fred Durst and hear them argue over who she gave head to first. Little bitch put me on blast on MTV. Yeah, he's cute, but I think he's married to Kim. I'm not gonna make that laughing noise. Oh, f it, I'll say it. Hee hee. I should download her audio on MP3 and show the whole world how you gave him an MVD." After that song was released, Christina released her own song, Can't Hold Us Down, a feminist anthem with some lyrics that were possibly aimed at Eminem. However, it's never formally been confirmed. Later during the 2002 VMAs, Christina was chosen to present the award for Best Male Video. It just so happened that the winner of that award was Eminem for his video Without Me. The two had a seemingly normal exchange, and it's even said they had a chance to talk to one another after Eminem gave a speech. It's even reported that the two hugged one another. This was seemingly the end of their beef until 2018 when Eminem mentioned her again on his kickoff freestyle. To which he later responded to mentions by saying, "Yeah, I mean, that's real thirsty. I don't know what's going on there. That's really in the past, and it was thirsty then, it's thirsty now. It's not nice to go after anybody, especially a female in the business. And now, what we're looking at and seeing come to the forefront, it's just get a new gig. Have something else to talk about." The beef seems to have subsided for the time being, and it's also worth noting that many people online have been shipping Em and Christina for a really, really long time. It's rumored the two even had some sort of feelings for one another at some point, but neither have confirmed this. Ariana Grande controversy. After the release of Eminem's 11th studio album, Music to Be Murdered By, a new controversy spawned based off one of the lyrics on the second track. The song Unaccommodating featured the lyric, "I'm contemplating yelling bombs away on the game like I'm outside of an Ariana Grande concert waiting." This lyric was a reference to the 2017 terrorist attack at an Ariana Grande concert, which saw a suicide bomber unalive 22 people in Manchester, England. Many people were upset by this lyric, with the mayor of Manchester, Annie Burnham, even saying that the lyric was unnecessarily hurtful and deeply disrespectful. However, one of the biggest criticisms for this bar was that it was low-hanging fruit, and was Eminem trying to be shocking solely for the sake of being shocking. Bornana. Bornana is the newest Eminem meme. During the song Tone Deaf, Eminem raps the line, "I can make an orange rhyme with banana." Bornana. Eating pork rhymes, sword fight. Eating pork rinds, sword fighting in pajamas, at the crib playing Fortnite with your grandma. In the following months of Tone Deaf, the internet latched onto this specific rhyme, creating memes and short videos about the specific lyric. For anyone who's also a fan of MF Doom, this is basically Eminem's equivalent of Doritos, Fritos, and Cheetos. Fac on Greatest Hits. I think I can safely assume that Fac is Eminem's most absurd song he's ever put out. The song consists of a turn-on man describing a sexual encounter which includes the insertion of a gerbil into the man's rectum. What makes this song even better is the fact that the song is the very first song on his Greatest Hits album, Curtain Call, The Hits. So imagine all of the people who purchased this album to hear songs like Stan and The Way I Am, only to have Fac be the first thing they hear when they turn on the album. That is actually one of the funniest things I've ever heard.
The Couch Potatoes Song. If you're not familiar, Weird Al is the king of parody songs with tons of hit parody tracks. Amongst his plethora of parodies, we have the track Couch Potato. Couch Potato is a song from 2003, which is a parody of the track Lose Yourself. The track features Weird Al detailing his obsession with television and going through all the different things he's watching on TV. The track was included on his album Poodle Hat as the opening track. The song was also set to have a music video, however, we're gonna wait to touch on that in the follow-up video because that's deserving of its own entry. The Slim Shady EP. The Slim Shady EP is Eminem's first and, as of the recording of this video, only EP, released December 10th, 1997. Following the commercial failure of his first album Infinite, Eminem adopted a more confrontational and edgy persona, which we all know today as Slim Shady. The Slim Shady EP was our first introduction to the character, and as opposed to Infinite, this project garnered much more attention, and this EP just so happens to be the EP that Dr. Dre and Jimmy Iovine first heard of Eminem's. Songs in the EP were later repurposed for the Slim Shady LP, these tracks being Just Don't Give a F and If I Had. The 10-track project was released on CD, cassette, and vinyl. Bad Meets Evil 1998 single. Royce da 5'9" is going to go down as one of Eminem's best collaborators of all time, and there's no question about it. However, a lot of people don't realize just how far back their working relationship goes. And I'm not even referring to Royce being featured as an artist on the Slim Shady LP in 1999. Because 1 year prior, Eminem and Royce teamed up on 2 tracks titled Nothing to Do and Scary Movies, which were officially released as a double single by Game Recordings. The cover itself features 2 scantily clad women, and since YouTube is kinda weird about it, I'm just gonna blur it to be safe. The singles were well received, with Scary Movies being the closing track to the original Scary Movie. However, their working relationship soured not long after this, and we're gonna discuss that in just a few tiers. Rap Genius. Rap Genius, otherwise known as Genius, is a website where lyrics to songs are not only available, but can also be annotated by users to give interpretations of the meaning behind the lyric. So basically, if you're confused what a line means, you can hop on Genius and it'll most likely have some sort of explanation Now, the website itself began as Rap Genius and was supported financially by multiple rappers, including Pharrell, Nas, and most importantly, Eminem. However, another interesting part of the Genius Eminem partnership is that Eminem took the time to annotate several of his own lyrics. These annotations are very interesting reads, and here's probably my favorite. Regarding his opening words on cleaning out my closet, where he's asking about the snare. This was true. I was recording and couldn't hear the snare. The engineer had it muted for some reason. I left it. Leaked alternative bang verse. Bang is a track from New York-based rapper Conway the Machine, which also features Eminem. The track came out in 2019 and was well received upon its release, with the artists' styles complementing each other's. However, in 2020, an alternate version of Bang leaked out on YouTube. Now, not only did this leak get plenty of attention for the simple fact it was new Eminem, but it also garnered attention due to some shots he took on the track. For starters, Eminem took shots at P. Diddy, as well as his media company and TV channel, Revolt. This resulted in Revolt responding to Eminem with a short, sweet little message. Eminem responded low-key apologizing for the bar and said it was never meant to be heard. Eminem also took a shot at rapper and podcast host Joe Budden, which gives me a great segue to talk about Joe Budden altogether. Joe Budden beef. Joe Budden is a New York-based rapper, radio show host, and podcast host who has some genuine clout to his name, and is easily one of the most underrated rappers of all time in my opinion. Budden's been doing music since the early 2000s, and in 2008, released his third studio album, Halfway House, and the track was the first domino to fall in his beef with Eminem. That album included a track named Slaughterhouse and featured 3 rappers, Joel Ortiz, Crooked I, and Royce da 5'9". This track received tons of positive feedback, so the 4 rappers decided to form a group together, with their official group name being Slaughterhouse. The group released their official debut album, again titled Slaughterhouse, on August 11th, 2009. The group then planned to release their follow-up album and wanted to do so on a major label. And it just so happens Shady Records was interested and signed the group to Shady Records in 2011. Slaughterhouse would release their second studio album, Welcome to Our House, on August 28, 2012. And while critics liked the album, there was a strong dislike of the album by fans who knew Slaughterhouse prior to the release. Many people thought the album was a betrayal of the underground style, with the album sounding very polished. Basically, they went from features with people like Fat Man Scoop to features with people like Skylar Grey. Many fans theorized that the polished sound was due to Eminem's influence on the project, seeing as how it was his label, but also he executively produced the project. So after this, Slaughterhouse set their sights on releasing a third album, which would be titled Glass House. The album had an original planned release of 2014, but was pushed back multiple times with little to no information on the album. However, on February 7th, 2017, Joe Budden announced on his podcast that the album would never be released. In the following year, Crooked I announced his departure from the group. And not too long after that, Royce confirmed Slaughterhouse was officially over. Now, the disbanding of Slaughterhouse has a lot of moving parts to it, but one of the main reasons was Budden's feelings about Eminem. Budden has went on to say that he felt as if the group didn't need Eminem, and he believed the style and promotion that worked for Eminem wasn't going to work for Slaughterhouse. Budden's never been shy about his feelings surrounding M, including trashing the track Untouchable and the entire Revival album. And not long after that, Eminem released the song Chloroseptic, the remix, and according to Bazaar, these bars were aimed at Joe Budden. This spawned several responses from Budden, who continually bashed Eminem, which prompted Eminem to take another shot at him on the track Fall. And again, this prompted Budden to take even more shots at Eminem. These responses then spawned a Joe Budden diss track from Bazaar of all things. However, this was really the last shot in this battle, and since then, the beef has died down on both sides. Nowadays, Budden is still a broadcaster and has even supported Eminem through various beefs and has said some positive things about Shady. As for Slaughterhouse, a reunion has little to no chance of ever happening, and the album really has no chance of ever releasing. Also, I know this topic is already long as hell, but you gotta check out the Bazaar diss. That Bazaar diss is wild. Triumph the Insult Comic Dog. Since I just took you step by step through a rather serious beef, let's go through another one of Eminem's beefs, which is pretty weird. So Triumph the Insult Comic Dog is a popular puppet character created by Robert Schmeigel, who, as you might have guessed, is an insult comic. Triumph is a very popular character and well known in the entertainment world. So it wasn't a shock that Triumph had his own bit at the 2002 MTV Music Awards. The bit started with Triumph making fun of musician Moby and mentioned the fact that Eminem dissed him on Without Me. After mentioning that, Triumph got up and walked right over to Eminem to try to roast him. However, Eminem wasn't having it and pushed away the puppet, saying that he's already had his TV time. The bit abruptly ended and the show carried on. However, plenty of entertainment news outlets wrote about the situation. Additionally, Conan O'Brien, who had been regularly featuring Triumph on his show, spoke about the bit and aired some footage from a press conference where Triumph spoke about the situation, stating that he hoped Eminem would lighten up and dropped one of my favorite Triumph quotes ever, saying, "He should lighten up. I mean, my mom was a bitch too, but I don't go writing songs about it." Eminem referenced the event on the 2003 track Lady with Obi Trice, but went even further by releasing an entire track about Triumph, which is the classic track Ass Like That. Ass Like That shows Eminem discussing various situations where he's been arrested for different sex crimes. However, the whole time he's impersonating Triumph, who even made an appearance in the video, although not officially puppeteered by Schmeigel. Schmeigel spoke about the entire thing on the Dan Patrick Show in 2015 and basically said that he didn't think Eminem was going to take it so seriously, and he truly thought Eminem was going to find the entire thing funny. Triumph remains Eminem's weirdest beef in my opinion, and since we're talking about beefs, we might as well go for the trifecta and discuss Moby beef. As stated in the previous entry, Eminem dissed Moby on the track Without Me. However, that diss came as a response to some comments Moby made about Eminem. After the 2001 Grammys, Moby said the following: "I support Eminem's free speech, and he's very good at what he does. But he's also a misogynist and a homophobe and a racist and anti-Semite. I'm 33 and can see through it, but I can't imagine that an 8-year-old in Idaho sees it as just a joke." In response, Eminem threw the Without Me diss at Moby, and then the 2002 MTV Music Awards happened. The entire situation with Triumph was planned from the start, so they sat Moby a few rows behind Eminem. When Eminem noticed Moby, for practically the rest of the night, he started staring him down, called him a pussy, and even handed him a drawing of Eminem choking out Moby. Once the Triumph situation happened, after the cameras cut away, Eminem flipped Moby off right to his face. After the awards, Moby would write a blog post about the situation, stating, "The truth is that I honestly and also thought the whole Eminem thing was done in some semblance of humor until Eminem called me a pussy. That was off camera. And then threatened to beat me up. Ah well. I think that Eminem is talented and interesting, but I'm kind of stunned at the anger he has for me, seeing as I'd never met him until last night. And I love Triumph the Insult Comic Dog, and I was more concerned for Triumph's well-being. If Eminem wants to pick on someone, fine, pick on me. But don't diss the dog puppet. Triumph the dog puppet is my hero." The entire beef died down after this, but one interesting fact is that Moby stated in an interview that he actually kept that drawing Eminem gave him. He even got it framed, and it hangs in his house to this very day. 8 Mile's Lost Battles. So if you're watching this video, you've probably seen the movie 8 Mile, so I'll skip the explanation of the movie itself. However, in the special features of the movie, you can find some bonus rap battles from B-Rabbit. Now, these battles are believed to have been from a deleted scene where we would have seen Rabbit battle multiple people in a montage to work his way up. However, that idea was ultimately scrapped. Now, I've seen some comments saying that the extras would have rap battles during lunch breaks, and the best battlers are the individuals you see battling Eminem in these scenes. Basically, between the cuts of them shooting fake movie battles, they were having real battles. You can also find these extra battles on YouTube with a simple search. Crank Yankers. Crank Yankers was a show featured on Comedy Central and would feature real prank phone calls from the show's writers and celebrity guests, with the prank calls being reenacted by puppets. The amount of celebrities that this show featured is way too long to name here, but amongst them was one Marshall Mathers on Season 3, Episode 9. I'll let you guys watch the episode for yourself, and I won't spoil it here, but it's important to note that his appearance on the show was to be expected by fans, as the team of Crank Yankers collaborated with Eminem prior to the start of the season, as some of the main characters from Crank Yankers appeared in the music video for Ass Like That. My Son Marshall, My Son Eminem. My Son Marshall, My Son Eminem is a 2008 autobiographical book written by Eminem's mother, Debbie Nelson. The book highlights Debbie's life, including raising Eminem and the fact she sued him in the year 2000. The book is practically Debbie's side of the story when it comes to Eminem and goes into explicit detail about what it's like to be the mother of Eminem. The book also features many family photos and other lyrics written by Eminem. The book sold very well and is a great read for anyone who wants to know what it's like to raise Slim Shady. The Bass Brothers. Mark and Jeff Bass, otherwise known as the Bass Brothers, are a production duo that are credited as being the ones who discovered Eminem, and have worked as some of his main producers. The Bass Brothers discovered Eminem after hearing him on a radio station, which I've talked about in length in my video discussing Eminem's first album. The brothers helped him produce his first official studio album, Infinite, as well as the Slim Shady EP. And even after getting discovered by Dre, he was still signed to the Bass Brothers label, Web Entertainment. In fact, every last album released by Eminem all the way up to the Marshall Mathers LP2 was also technically released by Web Entertainment. Additionally, they did a lot of production work for Eminem, including some of his biggest tracks, including Lose Yourself, which was produced by Jeff Bass. Straight from the Lab 1 and 2. Straight from the Lab 1 and 2 are two bootleg albums which featured plenty of leaked, previously unheard, and unreleased Eminem materials. The first album was released in 2003 and is believed to have been leaked by one of Eminem's brother's friends. Now, seeing as how the album's a bootleg, it was often re-released by many different bootleggers who oftentimes included extra songs. However, this original bootleg featured these 7 tracks. The songs on this original bootleg were intended for the Encore album, but since the songs leaked, Eminem had to make new songs, which is how songs like Big Weenie came to be. I discussed the cause and effects Straight from the Lab 1 had on Encore in my video about Eminem bootlegs, so make sure to watch that. Anyway, 8 years later, Eminem faced a second round of leaks with the release of Straight from the Lab 2. Straight from the Lab 2 is the spiritual successor to the original and featured 22 tracks, most of which are believed to have been meant for the scrapped King Mathers album. These 2 CDs are very interesting releases in the Eminem world, as both of them had huge impacts on Eminem albums and are very dark days in the world of Eminem. With arguably the biggest update on this entire list, Straight from the Lab received a spiritual third installment in January of 2025, titled Straight from the Lab 3, which brought with it dozens of leaked Eminem recordings. Now, I've covered Straight from the Lab 3 in depth on my channel, so if you're interested in hearing everything that there is to be known about that project, you can check it out with these videos on my channel. Suge Knight Altercation. With our final entry in Tier 2, we have Suge Knight. Suge Knight was a co-founder and CEO of Death Row. Knight was one of the most important figures in hip-hop in the 90s, and his label found quick success with their first 2 albums, The Chronic and Doggy Style. And both of these records credit Suge Knight as an executive producer. However, Suge wasn't an ethical businessman by any means, and there's too many stories to list to prove that, including how he apparently hung Vanilla Ice off a balcony until he agreed to sign over the royalties to Ice Ice Baby. Yeah, Suge brought his gangster ways to the CEO lifestyle. However, Dre eventually left the label due to Knight's thuggish behavior, and he would start Aftermath. Fast forward to 2003. Eminem had blown up, and the label had just signed 50 Cent, who was in the process of releasing the Get Rich or Die Tryin' album. However, during a music video shoot for In Da Club, Suge Knight made a random appearance with his entourage. So The Game and Bizarre have both spoke about the situation, as well as Tony Yayo, who said once Eminem heard Suge was there, he walked outside and stared him down. Suge basically stared down Eminem, 50, and whoever else was standing there, and then left the scene without incident. Now, this story's been told a few different ways by a few different people. However, this is the most accurate story I can tell after listening to the multiple different ways people have told it. I might be slightly off, but at its core, Eminem and Suge Knight had an intense stare down which, under different circumstances, could have ended very badly. Suge continued his thuggish ways until being sentenced to 28 years in prison in 2017 for involuntary manslaughter. I don't really know how to end this entry, so I'm going to end it with a completely unrelated belief that I have about Suge Knight. I wholeheartedly believe that Suge Knight was involved in the passing of Eazy-E. So the only thing I wanted to add to this is the fact that Suge Knight later appeared on an Eminem diss track from Nick Cannon, calling in from prison and addressing Eminem. The main reason I wanted to mention this is because Suge Knight addresses Eminem as Eminem or whatever your name is. You guys know damn well Suge Knight knows Eminem's name. But yeah, I'm doubling down. Suge Knight killed Eazy-E. That's my belief.
Mariah Carey. Eminem and Mariah Carey have been at odds as far back as Eminem's Superman video. According to Eminem, the duo had some sort of relationship at some point. However, Mariah Carey has always denied this. Both took small shots at one another, with the largest shot being Eminem playing alleged voicemails from Mariah during his set on the Anger Management Tour. Many years later, out of seemingly nowhere, on the 2009 track Bagpipes from Baghdad, Eminem spins the first verse brutally dissing Mariah as well as her then husband Nick Cannon. The very next month, Mariah released the music video for Obsessed, a song about an obsessed man who claims to have had a relationship with Mariah. The video featured a goateed, hoodie-donned man, which is believed to be Eminem. Though she's never formally confirmed it, it's safe to say that the video is aimed at Slim Shady. In response to this, the next month, Eminem released what could be his most brutal diss track ever, The Warning. The Warning is a 3-minute track aimed at Mariah and Nick, and Eminem spared no expense on this song, airing all different kinds of dirty laundry. The song really speaks for itself and even debuted at number 23 on the Billboard US Rap Songs chart of 2009. After this, Mariah would never respond, but that doesn't go for Nick Cannon. Speaking of, Nick Cannon. As I stated previously, Nick Cannon was involved in the Eminem beef alongside Mariah. After the release of Bagpipes from Baghdad, Nick Cannon posted a lengthy internet blog addressing Eminem, saying some pretty brutal things you'd never expect someone like Nick Cannon to say, at least at that time. After The Warning, Nick would respond on the track I'm a Slick Rick. However, the track it's not good. And listen, I'm not just saying that because I'm an obvious Eminem fan. The track is really bad. Go listen to it yourself and try to defend it. I literally dare you. Nick also tried to set up a charity boxing match between him and M, but it never came to be. Nearly 10 years later, Nick Cannon talked about the Eminem beef on the T.I. podcast. Basically, Nick just talks about how the song came out dissing his wife, so he did what any super dope rap star would do. He wrote him a letter. He spent about 6 minutes discussing everything, and that was that. But Eminem wouldn't let that slide, as he would take another shot at Mariah and Nick on the Fat Joe track Lord Above, practically saying that Mariah took Nick's balls. This would cause Nick to fire several shots back at Eminem, including a scathing rant on his Instagram, and several diss tracks including The Invitation Canceled, and Pray For Him. Nick even tried to get Eminem to come on Wild 'N Out, and even accused him of having a video of Eminem stimulating male genitalia with his mouth. However, the only response we ever got from M was 2 simple tweets. The feud seems to have subsided for the time being, but we never know when and if it'll randomly restart. Super Bowl commercials. Slim Shady has done 2 separate Super Bowl commercials in his day, the first of which was for Lipton Brisk. We see a claymated Eminem going through his demands for doing a commercial. These demands include he needs hot chicks, to do it at his own home, and to record his own song. But he says he always hates the product in the end, so he ends up not doing it. However, he takes a sip of some brisk iced tea and says it's pretty good. The other commercial is for Chrysler, which was actually founded in Detroit, Michigan. The commercial shows a Chrysler 200 being driven around Detroit, showing off the people as well as the city. The narrator has a pretty uplifting speech about the city, and then it's revealed that Eminem is actually driving the vehicle. He parks the car and walks into the Fox Theater where the Selected of God choir is singing. Eminem walks on stage in front of the choir, looks into the camera, and finishes the commercial with the line, "This is the Motor City, and this is what we do." The commercial has been called one of the greatest commercials of all time, and is actually one of the longest Super Bowl commercials to ever air, at nearly 2 minutes long. My Name Is was created the first day he met Dre. So, in the HBO docuseries The Defiant Ones, Dr. Dre tells the story of meeting Eminem for the first time. According to Dre, Eminem came into the Interscope offices in a bright yellow jumpsuit, and they went into his personal home studio. In the first few minutes of being there, Dre put on the My Name Is instrumental, and within just a few seconds, Eminem blurted out, "Hi, my name is..." According to Dre, the entirety of the song was recorded in that session and was the very first thing the duo ever worked on in the very first day that they were together. Whitney and Elena. Elena Marie Mathers and Stevie Lane Mathers, formerly named Whitney, are Eminem's other children. Unlike Haley, the two are actually adopted children. There's very little known about the two of them, but of what we do know, Elena Marie Mathers was adopted by Eminem sometime in the 2000s, and is the daughter of Kim Mathers' twin sister, Dawn. It's said that Dawn had many personal issues, so Eminem and Kim adopted her to give her a better life. Elena was raised alongside Haley, and the song Mockingbird is even dedicated to both Haley and Elena. She lives her life separately from Eminem's fame, but is still very active on her Instagram page. Stevie Lane Mathers was adopted by Eminem, yet it's unclear when exactly this happened. They are the offspring of Kim Mathers and her ex, Eric Carter. However, he adopted them at a young age due to issues surrounding Kim and Eric's personal lives. Stevie is non-binary and no longer goes by the name Whitney. You can also find them on Instagram, however they don't nearly post as much as their sisters. Uncle Ronnie. Ronald Dean Polkinghorne was Eminem's uncle. He's referred to as Uncle Ronnie by Eminem, and even though Ronnie was his uncle, the two were practically the same age, with Ronnie being only 2 months older than Em. It's said Ronnie got Eminem into rap music, and in fact, Eminem's very first songs from when he was just a child were actually with Ronnie, as confirmed by Ronnie's brother Tom Polkinghorne. Sadly, on December 13th, 1991, at only age 19, Ronnie unalived himself in the backyard of his home. It's unknown why exactly Ronnie did this. However, Eminem gave some slight insight on his song Stan. I read about your Uncle Ronnie too, I'm sorry. I had a friend unalive himself over some who didn't want him. Eminem has never commented otherwise on Ronnie, however he does have a Rip Ronnie tattoo on his arm. Clone theory. Okay, so here's a wild one, but a well-known one. According to this conspiracy theory, Eminem was unalived in 2006 in a car accident and was then replaced by either an android or body double. The theory's evidence includes significant changes to his lyrics and the shape of his jawline seemingly changing post-2006. Other pieces of so-called evidence include his appearance on ESPN and, oddly enough, the Tom MacDonald song Cloned Rappers, in which he states that rappers have been getting clones such as Eminem, Gucci Mane, and Kodak Black. Listen, I'm not going to judge people based on what they believe in, but the idea that rappers of all people are the ones that are being cloned is pretty idiotic to me. I mean, sure, look, anything is possible, but I also think people need to come back to planet Earth. Biterphobia. Biterphobia is generally referred to as Eminem's very first song. And while it isn't, which we will discuss further on this iceberg, it's a very early Eminem song, which was actually the B-side of Soul Intent's first single, Fucking Backstabber. The song shows off a juvenile Eminem still figuring out his rap style, but does show off his ability to rap fast. Though the audio quality is pretty bad, it's a great listen as you can hear what would eventually become Eminem. Bad Guy is Stan 2. Quite simply, the opening track Bad Guy from the Marshall Mathers LP2 is the sequel to the well-known Eminem track Stan. I know this is obvious to some, however many casual fans have this fact go right over their head. Kim and 97 Bonnie and Clyde. Another pretty obvious yet easy to miss fact is that the song Kim and 97 Bonnie and Clyde are actually related. Kim is a track which tells the story of a brutal domestic situation of Eminem and Kim, which ends with Eminem unaliving Kim, which is then followed by sounds of Eminem dragging the body, crickets, and a trunk closing. But if you then listen to the song 97 Bonnie and Clyde, you'll hear the same exact outro from Kim at the beginning of that record. 97 Bonnie and Clyde is a song which Eminem runs off with Haley and ends up ditching the unalived body of Kim, and together tell a pretty dark story. And only played together do you get the entire story. Difficult. Difficult is a leaked track from 2007 which was among plenty of other leaked tracks from that time. The song is entirely dedicated to the memory of his fallen friend Proof. There's 2 separate versions of this track you can find, one that features a chorus from Obi Trice and one that doesn't. However, the track is a very personal telling of Eminem and Proof's relationship, in which Eminem discusses their childhood friendship, the details surrounding his unaliving, and the aftermath of his unaliving. The track was leaked by the infamous Kulo, who we'll discuss more in this iceberg. However, it's said that Difficult is the one track he regrets leaking due to the emotional content. Doesn't remember Lose Yourself demo. This entry refers to a popular story surrounding the original Lose Yourself demo, which was featured on Shady XV. The demo features completely different lyrics, including a completely new hook. But the true wonder of this song is that Eminem states he doesn't remember when or where he recorded the song. There is a video on the Eminem Music YouTube channel that you can find that's about 30 seconds long, and features Eminem talking about how he doesn't remember the track. Symphony in H. Symphony in H is a 2013 track from Eminem which was included on the Tony Touch release Peacemaker 3 Return of the 50 MCs. Tony Touch is a legend in his own right as a New York City-based DJ who's been able to pull off a wide range of features throughout his mixtapes, one of which was Eminem. Eminem raps his usual fast-paced, hard-hitting, loud style over a 95-second Tony Touch beat. The song officially debuted on Shade 45 in June of 2013, and was actually a pretty big deal since Eminem hadn't released an album since 2010 at that point. Awfully Hot Coffee Pot. Awfully Hot Coffee Pot is an infamous Eminem lyric from his 2017 BET Cypher. But it does start off with the line, "That's an awfully hot coffee pot, should I drop it on Donald Trump?" And ever since, that opening bar has become another Eminem meme. You can find a ton of meme videos about this, and it even became my Instagram bio for a while. Shameless plug at Kobe Sucks. My Salsa. My Salsa is another Eminem meme, which references the ending verse of the D12 hit My Band, where Eminem raps about his salsa while the entire band dances as mariachis. The community has basically adopted the My Salsa part and made it another copy-pasta joke you will see on Eminem-related media. Yeah, that's it. Christopher Reeves. Christopher Reeve is an actor best known for playing Superman in the 1978 film Superman. In 1985, Reeve began horse riding and quickly became a fan of the sport and kept riding for the next 10 years. However, on May 27, 1995, Reeve was riding when his horse suddenly stopped mid-jump, throwing him forward and causing him to hit the ground head first, which would shatter his first and second vertebrae, ultimately paralyzing him from the neck down. After that, Reeve was now unable to breathe without the aid of a ventilator and would spend the rest of his life in this state, but still stayed positive in his new life, becoming an activist for stem cell research until he was unalived in 2004. So to anyone unfamiliar, you're probably wondering where Eminem comes into all of this. Well, simply put, Eminem has made tons of references to Christopher Reeve throughout his career, most of which were making jokes towards his paralyzation. Some of the songs he's mentioned Christopher in are Rain Man, Medicine Ball, I'm Back, Underground, Purple Pills, My First Single, and Who Knew, amongst plenty of others. It's not really clear why Eminem has made that many references to the paralyzation, but he's continued the mentions well past his unaliving, with the latest reference coming in Campaign Speech. I would really enjoy Eminem to address this someday, but as with plenty of other items on this list, that'll probably never happen.
The NFT. Okay, I'm gonna start with this one just to get it over with. I'm not even gonna pretend to act like I understand what an NFT is, but here's what I do know. These digital images were selling for literal millions of dollars. And for a while, tons of celebrities and organizations were joining the craze. Well, Eminem was no different, as in 2022, Eminem purchased an NFT for around $450,000, nearly $500,000 for this. That's insanity. Additionally, the music video for From the D to the LBC was themed around NFTs, with Eminem being animated as his Bored Ape or whatever the hell. They also had this weird performance of the song at the MTV Awards where they performed live as their NFT guys, but did it like the Gorillaz would have done it, but like a lot worse and more cringy. Yeah, the Eminem NFT experiment was strange, and I'm ready to stop talking about it. Mommy. Mommy is a skit which featured on the Slim Shady EP, and when you listen to it, you might recognize what you hear. That's because this skit is the same exact skit you'll hear at the beginning of 97 Bonnie and Clyde, and at the end of Kim. We discussed how this skit was used on these songs to signify that these songs are meant to tell one coherent story. However, the fact that the skit is used on this EP might confuse someone. It might also confuse somebody that the skit is named Mommy, but it's never actually been said why. Ultimately, I think it boils down to Eminem creating the skit with whatever storyline in mind and then later repurposed it for the Kim story. Outsiders. The Outsiders were a New Jersey-based rap crew who saw many members throughout the career. However, the most important members to know for this iceberg are Young Z and Pace One. Despite never truly reaching their full potential as a group, they still made waves in the rap game, most notably for their affiliation with D12 and Eminem. Eminem worked with the Outsiders several times early on in his career. Appearing on the Outsiders EP Nightlife, Eminem's also shouted out the Outsiders numerous times throughout his songs. Hell, Eminem was even technically a member of the Outsiders at one point, so yeah, these dudes were pretty close. However, Pace One and Young Z have had a falling out with Eminem, as the two are said to have recorded verses for the track Amityville from the Marshall Mathers LP. However, their verses, for whatever reason, were cut from the album. Z and Pace were upset by this, and nothing else was ever really said about the Outsiders again, at least from the Eminem perspective. However, in 2015, Eminem talked about the Outsiders on the track Fine Line, showing appreciation to Z and Pace, and saying he'll always consider himself an outsider. However, in the eyes of Young Z, that was too little too late. But we're going to discuss that in the next Iceberg video. I'll Hurt You. I'll Hurt You is a 2006 track from New York MC Busta Rhymes, featuring Eminem. The track is another great early Eminem leak, which is yet another track to fall victim to the period of Eminem's career where music was leaking like crazy. Now, this song is actually believed to have been a Busta Rhymes track as opposed to it being Eminem's, and it would have been featured on the album The Big Bang, but was scrapped after it leaked. This track featured one of my favorite Eminem verses from this era, and it's sad that this song never got a proper release because it never got the attention it rightfully deserved. Throw It Up. Throw It Up is a track off of the 2011 album Radioactive from Tennessee-based rapper Yelawolf. The track features not only Eminem, but also Gangsta Boo, who is a legend in her own right. Seriously, Gangsta Boo joined 3 6 Mafia when she was 14, so make sure to get familiar with her when you're done with this video. Anyway, the track is your standard Eminem feature, but stands out to me because a good amount of people simply missed this feature when it came out, and the 2011 Eminem feature is something that shouldn't have gone as unnoticed as it did. So if you were like me and missed this one, make sure to go check it out. Marvel Comic Books. Anybody who's listened to Eminem as much as I have is probably well aware of Eminem's lifelong interest in comic books, more specifically, the Marvel superhero franchise. However, even if you're aware of this, you might be surprised to learn that Eminem is actually an official character in the Marvel universe, at least in the comic books. You see, back in 2009, Eminem was doing plenty of promo for Relapse, and one of those pieces of promo was an official Punisher comic book featuring Eminem. Now, without spoiling the comic book, the story revolves around the Punisher coming after Shady and attacking his posse. From there, Shady tries his best to stay alive throughout the comic book, and yeah, I'm not a comic book guy, but the scans I found make this seem like it's pretty good. I wasn't able to find exactly how it was sold, but one Reddit commenter claimed that they were made by XXL magazine with only 10,000 copies pressed. And that's not even his only Marvel comic book collaboration, as Eminem has also graced the cover of The Amazing Spider-Man #1, printed in 2022 and featuring M rap battling Spidey himself on the cover. Now, the comic book itself only features Eminem on this alternative cover, and he doesn't actually appear in the story. But who cares? It's Eminem battling Spider-Man with Miles Morales and Daredevil in the crowd. The comic book was available on M's merch store and thehall.com with around 6,000 copies being made. Both of these comic books have become highly valuable collector's pieces and will cost any collectors thousands if they really wanted one. Everlast Beef. Everlast, aka Whitey Ford, is a Los Angeles-based artist best known for his work with House of Pain, and then found solo success following the breakup of the group. Everlast had a pretty heated beef with Eminem and D12 in the late 90s to early 2000s, which all started with a miscommunication between the pair before a concert. Everlast's version of what happened was that he approached Eminem in an attempt to congratulate him on his newfound success, however Eminem ignored him. However, Eminem's version is that he simply didn't recognize Everlast, and Everlast never approached him. This simple misunderstanding blew up into a full-blown beef, starting with Everlast dropping a verse about the interaction on the track Eardrums Pop remix, which all in all recounted the interaction and told Eminem he might catch a beatdown. In response to this, Eminem regularly dissed Everlast in public and dropped an official response track titled I Remember, which is this acoustic rap diss that's pretty unique for Eminem's disses but is still pretty good. However, Everlast would respond with the track Whitey's Revenge, which in my opinion is the hardest diss track to ever drop aimed at M. The track makes references to Kim, as well as Haley, amongst plenty of other things, and again, it might be the hardest diss Eminem has ever faced. Eminem and D12 then responded with the track Quitter, which originally was supposed to feature Limp Bizkit. And remember that fact for the next entry. Anyway, after Quitter came out, both sides of the beef made statements that they were done with the beef, and outside of a few other slight disses, and another track aimed at Eminem from an Everlast collaborator, the beef was pretty much over. However, the beef did pick back up again not long after, and that's where the Limp Bizkit stuff comes into play. Limp Bizkit beef. Okay, so at this point, the Everlast beef seemed to have been settled, and that was that. But seemingly out of nowhere, during an interview with Limp Bizkit member DJ Lethal, he was asked who would win in a fight, Eminem or Everlast. Lethal responded by saying that Everlast would kick Eminem's ass.
So then, like, not even 2 weeks later, these motherfuckers are on MTV talking about, they asked him about the Everlast thing. They asked Lethal about the Everlast thing, right? Lethal said, I think personally that M is a good rapper. He's a better MC, but I think that in a fight, Everlast will whip his ass. Now, come on, dog. He's supposed to be doing that song. Yeah, what the f?
Now, this statement is interesting when you remember from the last entry, Limp Bizkit was literally supposed to be on the Everlast diss track Quitter. And yet, Lethal did a complete 180 and decided to back Everlast. This irked Eminem big time, and in response, he made yet another diss, this time aimed at DJ Lethal, Fred Durst, and the entirety of Limp Bizkit. This track was titled Girls and was the hidden track featured at the end of D12's first album, Devil's Night, and explains the entire situation from his perspective. Now, Fred Durst had never really talked about what happened with Eminem until a Reddit AMA of all things in 2013, where he said the following: "I haven't heard anything from Eminem since he turned on Limp Bizkit. I don't speak much about it, but it really hurt my feelings at the time because I thought we were better friends than I suppose we were. I understand why he was upset, mainly with Lethal, but over time, I've learned there are better ways to deal with things that upset us. I've remained a loyal fan of his and choose to remember the good times we shared. He is definitely one of the very few best rappers of all time." The Hip Hop Witch. So, The Hip Hop Witch is a comedy film released in 2000, which is this movie which is a low-budget spoof of the Blair Witch Project. So, in The Hip Hop Witch, there's this powerful being which attacks wannabe rappers, and due to the attack, the victim's record sales go up. Basically, if the Hip Hop Witch attacks you, you become a famous rapper. And the main characters try to find and get attacked by the Hip Hop Witch. In the process of their hunt, they encounter tons of artists who are also attacked by the Hip Hop Witch, including Vanilla Ice, Royce da 5'9", Ja Rule, and a good amount of others. However, the main cameo in the movie was from none other than Eminem, who in a scene recounts his experiences with the Hip Hop Witch. Prior to the release of the movie, Eminem attempted to have his scenes removed, with MTV News reporting that his lawyers made a formal request to remove his scenes from the film. That didn't happen though, and the film was released as originally intended. Later in 2003, a re-release of the movie was announced. However, this time the artwork was changed to literally feature Eminem on the cover. And it's said that the new edit of the movie would showcase the rapper even more, basically trying to cash in on the footage they had of Eminem. However, the re-released version was abruptly recalled without explanation, although you gotta believe it had something to do with Eminem's lawyers. I mean, come on, they literally had his face plastered on the cover. Some copies still found their ways into consumer hands, with some stores refusing to send back their copies, and you can find the movie for pretty cheap on eBay. King Mathers. King Mathers is the name of the scrapped album which would eventually become Relapse. Now, take this entire entry with a grain of salt, as there aren't many strong sources, and instead all the information based around this album comes from other rappers' interviews and some educated guesses. Following the release of Encore in 2004, Eminem went on an extended hiatus with many different setbacks, including divorce, addiction, exhaustion, and the unfortunate passing of Proof. However, in 2007, talks of a new album began making their rounds when rapper Cassius mentioned Eminem was working on a new album in an interview and referred to that project as King Mathers. It's believed the project had a good amount of work done on it, yet it never came to fruition. Now, it's never been formally addressed why the album was shelved. However, the most believed theory is that it had to do with the struggle of his personal life finally taking a toll. All of this came to a head when in December of 2007, Eminem overdosed in the bathroom of his home, and he was very close to passing away as a result of this overdose. So, for whatever reason, the album was scrapped as a result. However, again, this is all purely speculation as to why the album was scrapped. The ghost of King Mathers lived on though, as in 2011, Straight from the Lab Part 2 dropped, and most of these tracks are believed to have been originally intended for the King Mathers album. Other supposed tracks from the album are still leaking to this very day, as well as supposed track lists from the album. Syllables. Syllables is the fan name given to a leaked song from around 2010. And this song featured multiple rappers. Amongst the rappers on this track, we have Eminem, Stat Quo, Cassius, Dr. Dre, 50 Cent, and Jay-Z. This song, like many others, was leaked on Straight from the Lab Volume 2 and has since become a fan favorite amongst leaked Eminem tracks. The song focuses on today's children being more receptive towards simple music as opposed to bars. The track is great, and it's worth noting that the official name for this track was going to be My Salibable, as stated by Stat Quo in an interview. Scribble Jam. Scribble Jam was an old-school hip-hop festival held in Cincinnati, Ohio from '96 to 2009. The festival featured multiple competitions including breakdancing, beatboxing, graffiti, and multiple other contests which highlighted other aspects of hip-hop culture. However, the most remembered competition is the MC Battle, aka the Battle Rap Competition. And while the event itself is legendary, the main reason it's remembered is that in 1997, Eminem partook in the competition before he found mainstream success. The contest saw Eminem in the final battle against rapper MC Juice, a Los Angeles-based rapper who had some legitimate street credit and was actually more popular than Eminem was at this time. The battle itself lasted multiple rounds and is considered by many as one of the most famous battles in hip-hop history, with Eminem ultimately coming up short in the battle. However, Eminem gained significant clout from this event, which helped him get to the place he is today. As for MC Juice, he's still rapping and can be easily found on Instagram. And despite never getting to the same level of Eminem, it has to be cool as hell to be able to say you beat B-Rabbit himself in a rap battle. Hey guys, I'm just breaking in with a quick 15-second self-promo. If you like this video so far, please like the video and make sure to subscribe because it helps me grow my channel, which will get me to where I can make more of these long-ass videos for you guys. Okay, shameless self-promo over. Let's get back to some entries. Royce da 5'9" beef. Royce da 5'9" is a Detroit-based rapper who's been in the game longer than I've been alive, and is a regular collaborator of Eminem's, who is a fan favorite. Eminem and Royce formed the rap duo Bad Meets Evil and have had plenty of classic tracks together. So it might come as a surprise to learn that they haven't always seen eye to eye, and in fact, were considered to have been beefing throughout the 2000s. Eminem and Royce met in 1997 and became fast friends and collaborators, releasing several tracks together. Now, the duo had a decent working relationship, with Royce even being on the original version of the classic track Renegade, but we're going to discuss that in the follow-up Iceberg video. Anyway, Eminem was able to secure a ghostwriting position for Royce, writing for Dr. Dre's 2001 album, with Royce writing the track The Message from the album. However, Royce's manager at the time made comments about Dr. Dre, saying that Eminem had to coach him through how to rhyme. Dre heard about this and was upset by it, so he approached Royce about the situation and basically told Royce to fire his manager. However, Royce decided to defend his manager and stood by him, which ultimately ended the relationship between Dre and Royce. After that, Eminem offered Royce a position on the Anger Management Tour as his hype man, and it's universally believed that Royce declined the offer. However, Royce has stated he never turned it down. Ultimately, Proof took his spot as hype man on the tour, and Royce started focusing on his own career. Royce continued trying to work with Eminem, however, Eminem was busy working on his project with D12, which led to Royce believing that D12 was hurting his relationship with Slim. Sometime later, D12 was working on a mixtape with DJ Green Lantern, and Royce submitted a freestyle for the project. However, after hearing the freestyle he submitted, D12, including Eminem, took the track as a diss. This led to Eminem ghosting Royce, and Royce deepening his feelings that D12 was against him. So Royce started taking jabs at the group, including some very harsh words he had for D12 during an interview.
Who would you say is ruining rap right now? Like, who do you think's whack, or who would you want to start a beef with anytime soon? D12. D12? The worst one. Rap group ever.
This interview led D12 to drop an official Royce da 5'9" diss track titled Smackdown. And in response, Royce released a diss track which he had already recorded years prior, which focused mainly on Bizarre but also mentioned former D12 member Bugs, who had been unalived some years prior. So this led to D12, Eminem included, jumping one of Royce's people, escalating the beef even further. This caused Royce to drop another diss track, Malcolm X, taking on every single member of D12. Proof came back with another diss track to which Royce responded to, and with both rappers being from Detroit, the chance of real-world violence started getting more and more possible. This fact came to fruition in 2003 when Proof and Royce got into a scuffle outside of a Detroit nightclub where both rappers pulled weapons on each other, and both were subsequently arrested. However, Proof and Royce were placed in cells right next to each other and took the opportunity to talk it out and ultimately reconciled the beef. At this point, the beef was squashed for the most part, with Royce appearing on a D12 mixtape in 2008. Despite this though, Eminem and Royce still didn't have any sort of relationship, at least in the public eye. Now, it's important to understand that Eminem stayed out of the beef between Royce and D12 lyrically, outside of one small jab he threw on a freestyle, but he still chose D12 over Royce, so it's safe to say that there was some sort of bad blood there. However, in 2011, it was announced that the rap group Slaughterhouse was signed to Shady Records, and it just so happened that Royce was a member of that group. This ultimately reunited Bad Meets Evil, and the rest is history. This entire situation was covered in part in the legendary Beef documentary series, but it's shocking to see how many current Eminem fans are unaware all of this went down. I'm just glad that Bad Meets Evil was able to finally reunite and release Hell the sequel, because that album was gas.
Will Smith beef. At the 1999 VMAs, Will Smith won in the Best Male Video category, beating out Ricky Martin, Lenny Kravitz, and Eminem. During his acceptance speech, Will Smith mentioned that he never had to cuss in any songs to win awards. Eminem took this as a dig at him, since Kravitz and Martin didn't use cuss words in the songs that they were nominated for, while Eminem's nominated song My Name Is did. Eminem also felt as if Will Smith was dissing rap as a whole, so he would later fire back in the song The Real Slim Shady, saying, Will Smith don't gotta cuss in his raps to sell records. Well, I do, so fuck him and fuck you too. Surprisingly, or not if you're aware of Will Smith's music career, he actually responded to the bar on his 2005 track, Mr. Nice Guy, saying, dissed by Eminem but didn't bother him. Yep, well he classy. Big Will just get another 20 mil, walk right past E. This is where the beef between the duo ended, and nothing else has happened since. It wouldn't shock me though if Eminem eventually mentions the Will Smith-Chris Rock thing, because it just seems like something Eminem would mention. Remember I said this too. Nathan Mathers. Nathan Kane Samora Mathers is Eminem's half-brother. Nathan, who goes by Nate, is 14 years younger than Eminem, and is actually a semi-popular DJ. Not too much is known about his personal life, however he has appeared in plenty of Eminem-related media, such as the Up in Smoke tour, the Anger Management tour, and even playing Matthew in the Stan music video. He's also been mentioned in plenty of songs including Cleaning Out My Closet and Headlights. Also, it's been said that the Encore leak was partially Nathan's fault, as it's believed that a friend of Nathan's found an Eminem CD of unreleased songs and ultimately leaked them. It's not necessarily his fault if that's the case, but the true story of how it happened has never been confirmed. Soul Intent. Soul Intent was Eminem's first known rap group. Originally known as Basement Productions, the group consisted of rappers Eminem, then known as M&M, Mannix, Chaos Kid, DJ Butterfingers, and later included Champtown. The group was active from 1990 to 1995, and released several projects before the group disbanded in 95. Obviously, Eminem would go on to superstardom, while the other members took several varying paths, most of which we talk about later on this iceberg.
Airplanes Part 2.
One of the biggest songs of 2010 was Airplanes by B.O.B. and Hayley Williams of Paramore. The song was virtually everywhere, but some are surprised to learn of a remix of this song titled Airplanes Part 2, which features Eminem on the final verse. B.O.B. also completely changes his verses, and the pair talk about how life would have been if neither ended up rapping. The track really is a great listen, and in my opinion, is on par with the original. Elton John. Eminem and Elton John are really good friends. This may be surprising to some due to early Eminem lyrics. However, it's said Elton John has had Eminem's back from very early in his career. It's said the friendship began when Eminem performed Stand Live at the 2001 Grammys, with the chorus being performed by Elton John. The performance is easily one of Eminem's most popular, and even ended up with Eminem and Elton John hugging and holding hands. Following this, Elton John was quoted as saying that they became amazing friends, and that he adored Eminem. Many years later, during Eminem's well-documented drug addiction, Elton John was actually Eminem's AA sponsor, as revealed in his memoir, Me. Eminem later confirmed this to The Guardian by saying, "When I first wanted to get sober, I called Elton and spoke to him about it. He's somebody who's in the business and can identify and relate to the lifestyle and how hectic things can be. He understands the pressure and any other reason that you want to come up with for doing drugs." Eminem also revealed that Elton would call him every day during the early days of his recovery. Bruno. Comedian Sacha Baron Cohen is no stranger to public pranks, as he is best known for his Borat character. However, Sacha Baron Cohen actually has an entire wardrobe of characters, one of which is the notorious Bruno. Bruno plays a shallow gay Austrian fashionista who pranked unsuspecting people in the same vein of Borat. And to promote the 2009 film Bruno, Bruno was set to deliver the Best Male Performer award at the 2009 MTV Movie Awards. He flew in on wires, dressed in wings, go-go boots, and donning a jockstrap which revealed his hindquarters. After flying over the crowd, he starts falling, ultimately landing headfirst in Eminem's lap, with his exposed buttocks in Eminem's face. Eminem started shouting expletives as him and the rest of D12 started throwing Bruno around, and then walked out of the show, leaving Bruno dangling in the air. The entire prank is pretty funny to watch back, but it was later revealed that Slim Shady was actually in on the joke. Sacha Baron Cohen reached out to Eminem to explain what he wanted to do, and Eminem found the entire prank pretty funny and ultimately agreed to participate. All She Wrote. That's All She Wrote is a 2010 track featured on T.I.'s album No Mercy. The song features a verse from Eminem as well as M taking a chorus. The song itself is pretty good as both rappers' styles complement each other very well, with T.I. taking a more laid-back approach to his verse, while Eminem brings a more mean style. Eminem also recorded a solo version of this track featuring some new verses, but as far as I can tell, this solo version was never officially released, and instead leaked. However, that's not too clear, and if you know where this track originates, please comment below. Foolish Pride. Foolish Pride is a song recorded by Eminem back in 1990. The song features a young Eminem talking about a black woman who broke his heart and basically states that you should never date a black girl, saying that they're dumb and that white women are much better. Obviously, this song topic is very controversial and features some very off-color lines, no pun intended, but Eminem was literally a kid when he made it. So in some sense, we can justify it as he was just being a dumb kid. Eminem originally commented on the song saying, "The tape they played today was something I made out of anger, stupidity, and frustration when I was a teenager. I'd just broken up with my girlfriend, who was African American, and I reacted like the angry, stupid kid I was. I hope people will take it for the foolishness that it was, not for what somebody is trying to make it into today." He also talked about the song in the final verse of the 2004 track Yellow Brick Road, where he basically apologizes for singling out black women because no matter what color a girl is, she's still a hoe. Scary Movies. Scary Movies is the B-side to the 1998 single Nothing to Do from Bad Meets Evil. The track starts with M asking, I'm gonna try to do my best here, "What's your favorite scary movie?" That was cringe, before he and Royce da 5'9" absolutely demolished the track. This song was also used during the credits of Scary Movie, the classic film which parodies some of the most famous scary movies. Sadly, a year after the release of this project, Bad Meets Evil broke up, leading Eminem and Royce to beef for several years. Luckily, the two have since buried the hatchet and have released plenty of pretty hype tracks since, including the 2011 Health sequel EP. Lose Yourself was one take. Lose Yourself is quite possibly Eminem's most popular song, or you could at least argue that it is. So the story goes that during a lunch break from filming 8 Mile, Eminem recorded each verse to Lose Yourself in one take. It's said that these verses are the ones that are used in the final version of Lose Yourself that we know today. Briefcase Joe. Briefcase Joe is a 2009 sketch from Jimmy Kimmel Live featuring Eminem. The sketch features Eminem in the studio teaching Kimmel how to rap, and is a pretty funny sketch. Eminem asked Kimmel what the worst thing that happened to him as a kid was, to which Kimmel tells a story about how he brought a briefcase to school on his first day of junior year in high school. Upon walking into school, a group of kids yelled out, "Hey Briefcase Joe!" to which Eminem says he should use that as his rap name. The rest of the sketch shows the two writing a rap and recording it, and finishes with the official Briefcase Joe music video. This sketch is available on YouTube and is worth watching for any fans of Kimmel, and for any fan of Slim Shady. A stalker tried to unalive him. On April 5th, 2020, at around 4 a.m., Eminem woke up to find a man breaking into his house through a window in his kitchen. Eminem asked the man why he was there, to which the man responded that he was there to unalive him. Eminem shouted for security, who then apprehended the man until the police arrived. Matthew David Hughes would spend the next 524 days in jail on charges of home invasion as well as malicious destruction of a building. He was finally sentenced to 5 years of probation and released in September of 2021. This story is crazy because the man was able to break into one of the biggest rappers in the world's house, despite him having 24/7 security. TMZ reported that this happened due to a sleeping security guard, so it's safe to say that there were new security measures put in place after this incident. The 1997 Rap Olympics. The Rap Olympics were events which showcased different rappers in the 90s. The event is mostly remembered due to the 1997 edition of the Rap Olympics, in which Eminem was a participant. The event featured rap battles, with the winner going home with $500 and a Rolex. Eminem made it to the finals against rapper Otherwise, and actually came in second place, with Otherwise taking home the prize. Despite losing, after the event, an Interscope Records intern bought a tape from Eminem of the Slim Shady EP, which was then given to CEO Jimmy Iovine, who loved the tape. Iovine then played the tape for Dr. Dre, which would ultimately lead to Eminem being signed to Aftermath in 1998. Basically, the 1997 Rap Olympics led to the collaborative duo of Eminem and Dr. Dre. Osama bin Laden diss. So there's this song that's been attributed to Eminem over the years, which is supposed to be Osama bin Laden rapping over the Watcher beat and dissing Dr. Dre. The track sounds like Eminem doing one of his impressions. However, it was confirmed on Twitter by Kaniva that this track was not made by Eminem. People have debated who has actually created this track, with the majority saying it was rapper Dennis, who is known for sounding very similar to Eminem. However, I personally messaged Dennis on Instagram, to which he confirmed he did not create this track. The creator of this track is currently unknown, with it most likely spawning from the days of LimeWire and coming from some random dude in a bedroom. If you have any leads at all as to who actually made this Osama bin Laden diss, please reach out to me or leave a comment below.
So this little piece of lost wave music was officially solved a few years back by none other than the guy you're listening to right now. I created a 40-minute video about this mystery and in the process solved the story of the Dre diss track once and for all. I'll talk about the person behind this track later on this iceberg, but I highly suggest watching my video about the mystery as it's easily one of the best videos I have ever made.
Overdose. In 2007, Eminem overdosed in a bathroom of his home. It's no secret that Eminem had a pill problem way back when. However, one night he had taken some random pills which ultimately ended up being methadone, a pill used to keep heroin addicts away from heroin. Eminem stated that a doctor told him that the amount of pills he took was equivalent to that of 4 bags of heroin. Eminem has only ever opened up about the actual overdose through his music, most notably in the song Deja Vu from Relapse, and more recently with his back-to-back tracks Castle and A Rose from Revival. At the end of Castle, Eminem reenacts his overdose, which transitions to A Rose, which practically examines his overdose and his final thoughts before potentially unaliving. However, at the end of the song, it rewinds back to the Castle beat, and he gets a second chance at the verse, similar to how he got a second chance at life upon not unaliving from his overdose. Eminem shows that he isn't taking the second chance for granted, and tells the listener to consider the prior 4 minutes as the song he would have made for his daughters, had he actually been unalived from the overdose. The 2 songs are some of Eminem's most intimate works, and serve as possibly the most personal songs he has ever made.
Zoe Winkler. Starting off strong, Zoe Winkler is the daughter of legendary actor Henry Winkler, aka The Fonz. So while Eminem was working on the Slim Shady LP, Zoe listened to some of Eminem's music in her friend's car. And not only was she not a fan, but she was disgusted at what she heard. So disgusted that she took the time to call an Eminem associate and leave a scathing review of Eminem. This voicemail was then recorded and repurposed as track 8 on the Slim Shady LP. As the story goes, Eminem originally offered Zoe $300 to use the voicemail. However, seeing as how she didn't need the money, she instead told M that if he wanted to use it, he had to take her out to dinner. And even more surprising, it's said that they actually got along really well when they did meet. Eminem was quoted as saying the following after meeting with Zoe. The whole way down to the restaurant, I was thinking, yo, I'm gonna have to smack this girl. There I was, all ready to defend myself. And then when I got there, she was like, oh, hi Eminem, it's so nice to meet you. The whole thing just flipped on me. Booyah Tribe. This entry is one of those stories which sounds like it came straight out of Grand Theft Auto. So Booyah Tribe is an American rap group consisting of 5 brothers, all of which were of Samoan descent. They had an interesting story involving Eminem which was revealed by a nephew who goes by Monsta Gunja. As the story goes, in the early 2000s, the Los Angeles Crips were attempting to extort Eminem. So Eminem, or Eminem's team rather, reached out to the Booyah Tribe for protection. Now, all the members of the Booyah Tribe were all previously gang-related, but following the unaliving of their brother, they all left that lifestyle. However, you gotta believe they could still get down with the get down if needed. So after handling the business for M, they were asked what they wanted in return, to which they said they wanted an Eminem feature. And Eminem paid up, with his feature on the track 911 from the Booyah Tribe album West Coastra Nostra. The track itself is really good and well worth the listen, and knowing the story behind the track makes it that much better. I mean, tell me this doesn't sound like something you would have done with Franklin and Grand Theft Auto 5. The Wash. The Wash was a 2001 comedy movie written and directed by DJ Pooh, and starring Dr. Dre and Snoop Doggy Dogg. However, the reason this movie is on this list is because it features a cameo from Eminem. Again, I'm not going to spoil it because it's worth a watch, so let's just go ahead and move on. Stat Quo. Stat Quo is an Atlanta-based rapper who was signed to Aftermath Entertainment in the early 2000s. Stat Quo was featured on multiple Shady projects, including Encore and The Re-Up. but still never did much on the label outside of a few mixtapes and some features, but never really did much on the label outside of these features and a few mixtapes. And in 2008, he ultimately left the label as a result of his displeasure in how his debut album release was being handled. However, StatQuo has since given some new information regarding the departure from the label, and said it had to do with the fact he made Eminem mad. As the story goes, Eminem wrote a chorus for the song Dance on it, and M wanted Stat to perform it himself. However, Stat wasn't feeling the hook and straight up told Eminem he wasn't going to do it. He continued on, literally telling Eminem he'd need to pay him $1 million to do the verse. And when he said that, Eminem was done. Stat went on to apologize and added that he realized how stupid it was of him to tell Eminem he wasn't rocking with his verse like that, and that harshly nonetheless. Stat believes this is why he never got an album on the label and seems to regret how the entire thing was handled. Wherever you are, StatQuo, Godspeed. Roots. Okay, so this one's weird, but in 2015, the website hiphopvibe.com posted an article stating that Eminem was setting up to release an album titled Roots in 2015. The article had some information about the supposed album, and fans began eagerly awaiting the possible announcement. However, the excitement was short-lived as Eminem.News was able to contact Eminem's publicist, who flat out said the article was not true. That's it. Some obscure website posted a story without sources and people took it as fact. Where have I heard that one before? The leaked Rihanna lyric. Eminem and Rihanna have collaborated plenty of times throughout their careers and have created some of the biggest tracks from both of their catalogs. However, in 2019, it was revealed that Eminem said some really wild things about Rihanna in an unheard verse from around 2009. The verse came from the leaked track Things Get Worse, where Eminem basically takes Chris Brown's side in the situation between Brown and Rihanna. And if you're unaware, Brown and Rihanna got into an altercation in February of 2009, which left Rihanna with several serious injuries. So yeah, taking Chris Brown's side is a very controversial stance to say the least. The lyrics made their rounds online, with many being disgusted by the verse, and Eminem finally addressing the lyrics on the track Zeus, formally apologizing to Rihanna for what he said. Touch It Live. At the 2006 BET Awards, there was a performance from Busta Rhymes, which was a remix of the track Touch It and featured multiple artists including Missy Elliott, DMX, Mary J. Blige, and a surprise final verse performance from Eminem. While Eminem's appearance during this track is pretty hype, as you can tell by the crowd's reaction, the main reason the performance is so important is because this was Eminem's first live performance following the unaliving of his best friend Proof, which had only occurred just a few months prior. The performance is more or less Eminem's return to the music game following his bereavement, and as such is a pretty bittersweet performance to watch, as even though he kills it, the official act of Eminem finally returning to music without his friend by his side is a very sad thing indeed. The song's a banger though. Mannix. So before we start this entry, I want to apologize because in my first Iceberg video, we discussed every last member of Soul Intent and Basement Productions, besides one person, Mannix. Mannix was a member of these groups in a production capacity while also doing some artwork here and there. Mannix is the older brother of DJ Butterfingers, who was also a member of these groups, and outside of that, Mannix is hard to find any information on. There's a Discogs page and some people in forums taking educated guesses as to whatever happened to him. Chemical Warfare. Chemical Warfare is a track featured on the album of the same name, released by DJ, producer, and rapper The Alchemist. The Alchemist was a well-respected artist and friend of Eminem, so his contribution on the album came as no surprise. With Eminem taking the entirety of track 4 to drop this pretty horrorcore-esque verse with one of those relapse-era accents, The Alchemist has since talked about the feature, stating that he was a big fan of the verse despite Eminem's personal feelings towards the use of accents on the track, which he personally hated. He even said Eminem has apologized for giving him a verse with an accent, which Alchemist brushed off by saying he's lucky to get anything from Eminem, which is very true. Basically, Eminem featuring on your work in any capacity is a huge honor, accent or not. Invasion. So staying on the topic of DJs, back in 2002, New York-based DJ and producer DJ Green Lantern released Invasion Shady Records mixtape, which was the Shady Records mixtape featuring plenty of freestyles throughout, but most notably featured several original diss tracks from Eminem. These tracks included The Sauce and Nail in the Coffin, which have gone on to become fan favorite tracks from the Eminem diss track repertoire, whatever. There were also 2 follow-up Invasion mixtapes, with Part 2 and Part 3 coming out in 2003 and 2004, which too featured new, original Shady Records content. These tapes are a pretty cool listen and worth looking into for the Eminem historians. Eminem by Tom MacDonald. So back in 2021, during the NFT craze, Eminem teamed up with Nifty Gateway to release several NFTs. Amongst this was an original instrumental beat made by Eminem. When bidding opened, tons of people were making bids of thousands of dollars, and when the bidding finally closed, the man who won was a rapper named Tom MacDonald. Now, if you don't know this name, first off, you're really lucky. But secondly, Tom is a rapper who is similar to Eminem in style. However, his raps are typically covering very right-wing ideas and themes. Fans started talking about how Tom won the auction, and Tom addressed the purchase in a Twitter video, although he didn't outright confirm he purchased the beat. However, in May of 2021, all the rumors were confirmed to be true when Tom released the song and music video, Dear Slim, produced by Eminem. The song is practically a fan fiction which picks up where the Stan music video left off, but doubles as Tom taking an opportunity to address Eminem for what he means to Tom, basically saying their careers share plenty of parallels. The song is worth a listen even if you don't like Tom, and even with how I personally feel about him, the idea that he purchased this NFT to make the song is pretty awesome. And I want to clarify something, I don't dislike Tom because of his politics. But to listen to a dude rap MAGA and whiteness and all this is just not fun to listen to. I respect his hustle and his freedom of speech, but if you're asking me how I feel about the music, I think it's trash. Lies and Rumors. Lies and Rumors is a D12 track which has largely been forgotten about, despite the fact it was literally featured as the credits track to the legendary 2004 movie Shark Tale. The song was only ever officially released on the Shark Tale soundtrack CD. Now, full disclosure, Eminem is absent from the song, but it still feels like it deserves a place on this iceberg for being so random. I also wanted to use this entry to take a second and talk about Bizarre, as Busy has had 2 other surprising movie soundtrack appearances which I know you've probably never heard of. The first one comes from the movie Kangaroo Jack, Good Day USA, as Bizarre is credited as a performer on the song Mama Said Knock You Out. I couldn't hear Bizarre on the actual song itself, but he probably just helped out with the original scratch track. However, his other credit is even more random. Bizarre has a credit in the 2007 movie Nancy Drew. And even better, he actually performed on an original track, Party Tonight. Now listen, I know you might not like that I'm talking about someone else for a moment on this iceberg, but you can't tell me Bizarre being in Nancy Drew isn't hilarious. John Guerrera. Side note, I'm not sure if it's Guerrera or Guerra, so I'm just going to say Guerrera, because that's how Eminem pronounced it, but people have said he pronounced it wrong on the song, so I don't know, I'm just going with Guerrera. So there's this famous story which took place on June 4th, 2000, where Eminem found his ex-wife Kim kissing a club bouncer in the parking lot of some nightclub type beat. Eminem proceeded to confront the bouncer and hit him with a weapon before being arrested. Eminem was ultimately given probation for the incident. Well, that bouncer on the receiving end of that assault was a man named John Guerrera. John went on to sue for the incident, and according to one article I found, Guerrera received $100,000 in a settlement. Eminem has made multiple references to the incident throughout his music, most notably throughout The Eminem Show. Guerrera isn't really online, at least that I could find, so I can't give you a current day update, but you can find some interviews he's done telling his story.
The kamikaze song that went too far. During an interview with Sway, Eminem said that Dr. Dre had to dial Eminem back on a song where he went too far, to which Eminem agreed that the song did indeed go too far. People have discussed what this song could have been, but as of right now, it hasn't been revealed what topic was even too much for Eminem.
The mystery of the kamikaze song that went too far was a point of speculation for fans, but with the leaking of Straight from the Lab 3, the debate around this song has only gotten worse, as many people believe that the song that went too far is the leaked track Marshall Powers, which acted as the album opening for Straight from the Lab 3. The song is a fast-paced 2-minute track, talking about his past self and the way his past self acted and rapped. But there are a lot of people who don't believe that this is the kamikaze song that went too far, and as far as I can tell, there really isn't any evidence that this is in fact that track. We do know that this song did come from the kamikaze era, but other than that, at least that I can find, nothing really shows that this would be the song. If you do have any more information about this, let me know in the comments below.
M&M. Simply being a reference to his initials, this was the name he used on the early Soul Intent mixtapes. I also wanted to mention this picture in this topic, just because it came up when I googled it. I Got The is a 1975 song that was sampled for Eminem's breakout hit, My Name Is. This item is so low because many fans are unaware that this beat uses a sample at all. Where I'm At is a lesser-known Eminem feature with rapper Lloyd Banks. The song was featured on Banks' third studio album, The Hunger for More 2, as an iTunes-exclusive bonus track. Personally, Lloyd's verse is on par with Eminem's, and he seems to be able to keep up with the veteran rapper's pace. D'Angelo Bailey lawsuit. In the song Brain Damage, Eminem raps the bar, "Way before my baby daughter Haley, I was harassed daily by a fat kid named D'Angelo Bailey," and continues the rest of the verse with a hyperbolic story of being bullied. But while the verse isn't necessarily true, what is true is the fact that Eminem was brutally bullied all throughout his school life, and even more so is the fact that D'Angelo Bailey was the name of Eminem's real bully. Eminem confirmed this in a Rolling Stone interview, saying, "Motherfucker used to beat the shit out of me. I was in 4th grade and he was in 6th. D'Angelo Bailey. I'll never forget that kid." As a result of that verse, D'Angelo Bailey sued Eminem for $1 million, stating that the lyrics were slanderous. However, Eminem maintained that Bailey was in fact a bully, and even his own mother publicly supported her son's account of the bullying. Bailey himself had admitted that he was a bully in his youth, but his lawyer tried to paint Eminem as the real bully, going as far to say Eminem was racist, which I think most sane people would agree that he's not. Ultimately, Judge Deborah Servito dismissed the ruling, which included a paper explaining her ruling, which oddly enough ended with a 10-stanza rap to convey the court's opinion to fans of rap. The verse includes the lyrics, "Eminem maintains that the story is true and that Bailey beat him black and blue. In the alternative, he states that the story is phony and a reasonable person would think it's baloney." The full rap was recorded for the Eminem AKA documentary and can be found online. Funny to think that the case started with a rap and ended with a rap. Paintball drive-by. As the story goes, when Eminem was 20 years old, he was arrested for a drive-by shooting in which he was the driver. The drive-by shooting didn't feature any real hot metal slugs, and instead the weapon used was a paintball gun. The case was eventually dismissed though, as the victim didn't show up to court. Eminem talked about the drive-by on the leaked track Difficult. A similar incident was seen in the movie 8 Mile, which could very well be a reference to this drive-by shooting. Fan album community. This entry simply refers to the massive community of people creating and sharing fan-made albums of Eminem, which range from what scrapped albums may have sounded like, his official albums with alternate track listings, all the way to some weirdly interesting ones which we will touch on later. Syllables. Syllables is a 2010 leaked song which was recorded around 2007. The song features Eminem, Stat Quo, Cassius, 50 Cent, Dr. Dre, and Jay-Z. The song focuses on how today's kids prefer simple rap music over the complexity of lyrics. This song never received an official release, as with most of the leaked songs of Eminem. According to Stat Quo, the official name for the track was My Salibable, and was meant for an Eminem release, possibly the cancelled King Mathers. The Slim Shady Show. The Slim Shady Show is an animated series from 2001, based on Eminem and his separate alter egos. The official IMDb description of this show simply states, Slim Shady along with his friends Ken Kniff, Marshall, Big D, and others go through wicked adventures across Detroit. Each episode runs about 5 minutes in length and features additional voices from Paul Rosenberg, Exhibit, and comic book artist Mark Brooks. The show is pretty lowbrow, but still an interesting watch for Eminem fans, and you could still find the DVD for pretty cheap on eBay. ESPN Glitch. Back in 2013, Eminem would join the announcers during a Notre Dame-Michigan football game for a short interview. At the start of the interview, Eminem seemingly stared blankly into an abyss while the host talked to him. After nearly 20 seconds, he snapped back to reality to chat with the announcers. This moment, along with some pretty awkward back and forths, live on as a pretty funny encounter. However, many conspiracy theorists and idiots say that this moment was a glitch, or even proof that Eminem was cloned. This is really dumb, as this stare is very similar to the stare he did in the Berserk video, which just so happened to be what he was promoting during the interview. New Zealand National Party lawsuit. In 2014, Eminem's publishers filed a lawsuit against the New Zealand National Party after they used a sound-alike version of Lose Yourself during a campaign ad for their election. The Wellington High Court originally ruled in favor of 8 Mile Style, Eminem's publisher. However, the Court of Appeal of New Zealand would reduce the damages down to $225,000. Eminem commented on the lawsuit in an interview with Variety, where he said he wasn't consulted, but if he's ever paid, he would donate the money to charity. Hellbound. Hellbound is a 2002 track that Eminem features on, alongside Jay Black and Master Ace. The beat samples the theme of Soul Calibur and is another track that Eminem fans debate on being amongst the rapper's most underrated tracks. His opening verse shows off the classic old-school Eminem style. He was offered See You Again. According to 50 Cent, Eminem was originally offered the song See You Again, which would later be recorded by Wiz Khalifa and Charlie Puth. Eminem turned down the song to focus on the film Southpaw, and even though I'm curious how the song would have came out, I think the Wiz Khalifa Charlie Puth version is too iconic to change. Like, imagine Vin Diesel and Paul Walker's final shot with Eminem playing to it. Don't Front with Buckshot. Don't Front was a bonus track for the Marshall Mathers LP2, which only came with the Eminem Call of Duty Ghost bundle. Basically, the only way to get this song was to have the specific CD that came with the bundle, or at least this was the case until it was released as a bonus track on the Best Buy Deluxe edition of Shady XV. Eminem's flow on this track is really one of his best in a while, which makes me wonder why this song was only designated to being a bonus track.
Alright, so Don't Front was indeed a rarer Eminem track as it was only ever on that specific release. But with the 10th anniversary of the Marshall Mathers LP2, they released an expanded edition of the album to celebrate, and that expanded edition included Don't Front. This edition was not only sold on physical media, but was also put on streaming services, and as a result, effectively put Don't Front on streaming for the first time ever. And honestly, well deserved. The track's a banger.
King Mathers. King Mathers is an unreleased album from 2007, which is believed to have been the rapper's planned final album. It's said that most of the songs on this album have either been leaked or been officially released as part of other projects. Eminem himself has never mentioned the album besides one small reference on the song Castle when he said, "I'll put out this last album, then I'm done with it. 100% finished, fed up with it, I'm hanging it up, fuck it." Coma at 9 years old. During a school day in 1982, a 9-year-old Marshall was cornered in a bathroom by a much larger student who hit him with a snowball which hit a heavy object inside. Marshall fell to the floor bleeding and was not found for several hours. This would result in Marshall falling into a coma for 10 days. Not much else is really known about this topic other than the fact that his mother would go on to sue the school. Marshall Bruce Mathers Jr. Marshall Bruce Mathers Jr. is the name of Eminem's biological father. Born on June 30th, 1951, he met Eminem's mom when she was only 15, and some websites say he was 22 when they started dating. After only 2 years of dating, they had a child, Marshall Bruce Mathers III. Even though they just previously had a child, he would leave Debbie and baby Eminem after only 11 months of his life. After this, he would move to California and have 2 more children with a different mother, completely abandoning his family in Detroit. Eminem tried to contact his father as a teenager, but he was never able to. Some years later, his father would make several attempts of contacting him, but this was only after Eminem became famous. The two never spoke to one another, and on June 26, 2019, he unalived of a heart attack. Eminem responded to this event in his song Leaving Heaven, in which he said, "I couldn't see your ass going to heaven, so I'm asking for a pass to go to hell, so I can whip your fucking ass. I hate that I'll never get to say I hate you to your face."
Goofy Gary. Gary Kozlowski, aka Goofy Gary, is an old friend of Eminem who has been mentioned by Eminem in his music, most notably the skit The Kiss from The Eminem Show. The Kiss is a skit which is a reenactment and a retelling of the story from Eminem's perspective of the event we discussed in the last entry. Now you might be wondering, what the hell does that have to do with this Goofy Gary guy? Well, Gary was actually present during the altercation. Gary drove Eminem to the club that night, and because of that, he lent his voice to the skit. Nowadays, Gary has his own guitar company with the biography explaining not only how he founded the company, but how he met Eminem. I also found a forum from 2016 where someone claiming to be Gary talked about his life and friendship with Eminem. Gary's a pretty interesting person as even though he's in the music world, he's never seemed to try to leech off of M and instead has made a path for himself. And he even got a feature on the Eminem Show out of it. Godspeed, Goofy Gary. Bobby Creekwater. Bobby Creekwater is an American rapper originating from Atlanta who at one point was on the Shady Records roster. Bobby started rapping in the mid-2000s and in 2004 was noticed by Shady Records, which led to Eminem signing him to the label. Bobby sat in the label for a bit before making his official Shady debut on the re-up. Creekwater featured across 5 tracks, including a remix of Smack That. Bobby then went back into not really doing anything on the label, outside of a few mixtapes, a bit of production work, and a feature here and there. He was said to be working on his first official album, with Eminem acting as executive producer. However, this album never came out, and in 2009, it was announced that he would be leaving the label. Creekwater left the label on his own as opposed to being dropped, and has stated it was strictly a business decision. And he still has all the love in the world for the Shady team. He has this track, The Day I Got Dropped, where he addresses what happened, and he's still rapping to this very day. Our House. Our House is a leaked song from the year 2000, believed to have been recorded in 1999. The song is an interpolation of the 1982 track Our House by Madness, and is a humorous story of Eminem being kicked out of the house by his mom. It's believed this song was originally intended for the Marshall Mathers LP, as stated by Paul Rosenberg in an interview, but ultimately it didn't make the cut, which I assume had something to do with the sampling, but that's just me speculating. The other interesting part about this song, though, is that the chorus is sung by none other than Fred Durst of Limp Bizkit, and DJ Lethal made the beat. The song's creation was covered in an archived blog post, but it's important to note that Eminem ended up beefing with Fred and Lethal within a few years of this creation, so perhaps Eminem's happier that the song never released. Pimp Likeness. Sticking with songs, Pimp Likeness is a D12 track which featured on Proof's 2005 album Searching for Jerry Garcia. The track sounds like it came right off any D12 album and is a really good hidden gem for anyone who enjoyed the D12 days. The song remains as one of the only few mainstream D12 tracks outside of the D12 albums themselves, and is worth listening to for anyone who wants to get as much Eminem and D12 as they can. Dean Geislinger. So back on the original Iceberg, we discussed how Eminem was discovered by Dre, which I'll remind you of real quick. Basically, after Eminem released the Slim Shady EP, he participated in the 1997 Rap Olympics. Even though he placed second at the event, a random guy approached Eminem to buy a copy of the tape. That guy just so happened to be a temporary assistant of Jimmy Iovine, who gave Iovine the tape. Iovine gave the tape to Dre, and the rest is history. Well, that assistant was a man by the name of Dean Geislinger. Basically, if it wasn't for Dean attending the 1997 Rap Olympics, there's a really good chance Eminem would have never become what he is today, and this video wouldn't exist. Everyone, go type "Thank you, Dean" in the comments below. Now, Dean Geislinger was always said to be the guy who, quote-unquote, got Eminem discovered. But there's been a lot of discourse that has been had about this topic online, and there's actually a pretty good video which covers this topic in depth, and trust me, it's a topic that deserves to be told in full. So instead of me explaining what happened here, I highly suggest checking out that video, as it tells the full story of how Eminem was discovered. Relapse 2. Relapse was the 6th studio album released by Eminem in 2009, and it's my personal favorite album from Eminem. And it was heavily implied and even reported by Rolling Stone that what was to follow was the album Relapse 2. However, in April of 2010, Eminem tweeted out, "There is no Relapse 2. So, what happened? Well, it's never been officially addressed by M for the most part, with most information coming from other artists. Although Eminem's made it very well known through his music that he doesn't care for Relapse. Eminem finally addressed what happened to Relapse 2 in an interview during the build-up to Curtain Call 2. Basically, it all boiled down to Eminem not being a fan of the accents on the album, as well as how demented he sounded. He also clarified once more that there is not going to be a Relapse 2. But he did say there are probably enough scratch songs to make the album if he wanted to. Thing is, he doesn't want to. The Marshall Mathers LP Snippet Tape. Stretch Armstrong Presents the Marshall Mathers LP Snippet Tape was a 2000s promotional cassette tape made to promote the Marshall Mathers LP. Now, snippet tapes are a pretty foreign idea to a viewer in 2024, but back in the day, before everyone was using the internet, one way to promote yourself was by giving these promo tapes to radio stations, music shops, and DJs as a way to get the word out. This tape featured a few snippets of tracks as well as the entirety of The Real Slim Shady, alongside freestyles and other random skits. And since we're talking about snippet tapes, the Slim Shady LP Snippet Tape. Just like our previous entry, Stretch Armstrong Presents the Slim Shady LP Snippet Tape was a promotional tape from 1998. To promote the Slim Shady LP. Just like the other snippet tape, This cassette featured snippets of tracks as well as prank calls and other skits and freestyles. This sampler is a bit more rare, but isn't hard to find either. However, it's going to cost you a bit more than the Marshall Mathers LP snippet tape did, so start saving some money. Unmastered Sequence. Sticking in the same vein as the snippet tapes, Unmastered is a 1999 promotional CD for the Slim Shady LP. The CD featured unmastered tracks which were gonna possibly be used for the Slim Shady LP, with most tracks having some differences in them. Some of the differences are as little as songs taking longer to fade out, but some of the songs have drastic changes, such as completely new instrumentals. It's said that this CD was given to a handful of media partners, most likely as a way to show what they had cooking up, as well as seeing as how people felt about each track. The CD itself has become one of the hardest CDs to find for a collector, with tons of bootlegs of this floating around. I can't find much on how to tell the real thing apart from a bootleg, so keep that in mind if you decide to try and seek this one out. Good Morning Remix. Okay, so this entry is probably my favorite entry in this entire video. So, the controversial P. Diddy released the song Hello Good Morning as part of his musical trio Diddy Dirty Money in 2010. However, when Straight from the Lab Volume 2 released in 2011, the bootleg album featured a remix of Hello Good Morning, which featured a new verse from Eminem. While the verse itself isn't all that good, the fact that this collaboration happened is very interesting for the story of Diddy and Eminem. Now, Diddy and Eminem never really got along to begin with their issues being brought front and center in the MGK beef, since Diddy had signed MGK to his label, Bad Boy Records, and gave MGK the green light to diss Eminem. Now, Diddy has since been arrested on several serious charges, which I can't describe in detail for the sake of YouTube guidelines, and tons of stans have posted about the situation, saying Eminem always knew Diddy was bad. And while yes, Eminem has spent a majority of his career dissing Diddy, this song still kind of sticks out like a sore thumb when you realize Eminem did in fact intend to collaborate with Diddy, even though it was never officially released. If those weird alt-right Twitter accounts get a hold of this information, I bet they're gonna have a field day. And if that happens, sorry Eminem, it happens. DJ Butter is a legendary Detroit-based producer and DJ who has worked with plenty of rappers from Detroit, including D12 and Eminem. So in 2001, DJ Butter released an album titled It Happens, which featured plenty of Detroit talent. And on the intro to that mixtape, titled Get Buzzed, we are treated to Eminem telling us how to prepare for the album. However, he drops a certain gay slur multiple times and says to bash them. However, the main reason this album is known isn't because of the poorly aged intro, but it's due to the highly graphic album artwork. The front cover of this album literally features human waste leaving what appears to be a butt, although it might be a woman's chest now that I'm looking at it. The album cover is a pretty bold choice for someone trying to get their CD to sell, but to each their own. Still, the intro track at the beginning might go down as one of Eminem's least known features. And considering what he says on the track, he's probably happy about that. And finally, Detroit basketball. So, it's well known that Eminem took an extended hiatus in 2005 before returning in 2009. This hiatus was due largely because of his well-documented addiction issues and near unaliving in 2007. After getting sober, Eminem had to practically relearn how to rap again. And one of the first songs, if not the very first song he recorded after getting sober, was a song named Detroit Basketball. The track itself was about the Detroit Pistons, as made evident through several references he made to former Pistons players. But the real reason this track is interesting is because there are over 20 versions of the song. Basically, this song was M relearning how to rap, and as such, he continuously made changes to the song before scrapping the track altogether. The song eventually leaked in 2011, and while talking on Paul Rosenberg's podcast, he stated he's not sure exactly which version leaked. However, fans were able to find the original file was dated to May 13th, 2008. And if that's accurate, the leaked version was recorded only a few weeks after Eminem sobered up. Now that you know the story, it's a pretty good listen, as you can definitely tell Eminem wasn't on his A-game. And it's even better to know that there's about 20 other versions of this song which have never leaked. Maybe one day we'll hear all the other versions of Detroit Basketball to hear the progression. However, once you know the story, you can make the argument that this was the official death of Slim Shady, as this was officially Eminem relearning how to rap and practically reinventing his entire persona.
He didn't create Kin Kniff. In Tier 2, we covered the character of Kin Kniff, who is this hyperbolic stereotype of a homosexual which can be heard across several Eminem albums. However, one lesser-known fact is that Eminem did not actually create the Kin Kniff character. Kin Kniff was originally voiced by a man named Aristotle, who voiced Kin the first time he appeared on an Eminem album. The Slim Shady LP featured Kin, who was played by Aristotle, calling Eminem and making a sexual advance towards him. But sometime between the Slim Shady LP and the Marshall Mathers LP, Eminem and Aristotle had a falling out, so Eminem took the Kin character for himself and would play him on all future albums. Aristotle was upset by this, and in response, he created The Kin Kniff Show. This album is a rare full-length mixtape from Kin Kniff. However, what it actually is Aristotle rapping as his version of Kin Kniff. The mixtape features 14 tracks, with the final track titled Without You being a diss towards Eminem, Dr. Dre, and plenty of others in the Shady camp. It's a pretty fun listen when you know the whole story, but you probably won't be able to make it through the whole mixtape. Cocaine. Cocaine is a leaked song from 2011, which is believed to have been recorded for either Relapse 2 or even Recovery. Eminem describes his career and how he can't possibly leave the limelight, and likening his addiction to fame to an addiction to cocaine. Some of the earliest leaks credited the female hook as Alicia Keys, however it's now believed that the hook is actually R&B singer Jasmine Sullivan. Neither Eminem or Jasmine have ever acknowledged the track as far as I could find, so I guess it's not 100% that it's Jasmine, but it's a pretty safe bet. Jason from Miami. In 2008, LL Cool J appeared on the SiriusXM radio show Toka Tuesday, hosted by Tony Touch. The show began to take callers, with the most notable caller being Jason from Miami. Jason began rapping different lyrics of LL's songs and challenged him to name what song they were from. After a handful of songs, LL commented back to the caller and said he sounded really good rapping and told Jason he needed to write some bars. Jason responded by saying he had actually written some lyrics and asked if he could rap for LL. After LL agreed, Jason began rapping the lyrics to Lose Yourself and ultimately revealed that Jason was actually Eminem. M began praising LL, and the entire segment is a fun listen for anyone who's never heard it. Keisha Alvarez. So, Keisha Alvarez is a woman who had some sort of relationship with Eminem in his mid-20s. Some people say they were dating, while some say she was just a groupie. Keisha claimed that Eminem was bad in bed, and that's really all that's known about her. You can find an article on Facebook with a supposed interview with Keisha, but since it's Facebook, I wouldn't believe it. Marissa Cirillo, or Carrillo. Marissa is another past love of Eminem who is said to have worked in the music industry and helped Eminem become the success he is today. Hardcore Eminem fans will say that the verse on Spend Some Time is actually about Marissa, but finding information on any of Eminem's relationships is next to impossible, and mostly consists of forum rumors. So who knows if Eminem actually dated these women? Eminem and Kanye collabed in 1999. Eminem and Kanye West are two of the most successful rappers to have ever graced the genre, so it's crazy to think that the two of them actually collaborated by sheer coincidence in 1999. Tell 'Em Why You Mad is a 1999 debut album for the Mad Rapper. Track 9, titled Stir Crazy, features Eminem rapping alongside the Mad Rapper about how crazy the two of them are. But the track becomes even more intriguing once you realize that it was produced by a young Kanye West. So technically, Eminem and Kanye West had collaborated over 20 years ago. 365. 365 is an early Eminem feature from 1998 with fellow rapper Scam. The track was referenced on the classic song Stan with the lyric, "I even got the underground shit that you did with Scam." This lyric flies over most casual listeners' head, with only hardcore fans knowing of the track's existence. Trife Thieves. Trife Thieves is another 1998 feature of Eminem, this time off the debut EP of Bizarre titled Attack of the Weirdos. Bizarre is a lifelong friend of Eminem and a member of D12, so his feature on the track isn't surprising, but it's still interesting to see that he was rapping with Bizarre way before his fame. Booed off stage. This entry refers to several different occasions where Eminem was booed off stage in his early career. The most well-known is this early video of Eminem being booed off stage, with
Alright, everybody in the crowd. Fuck that honky, fuck that honky, fuck that honky, let's fuck that honky, come on, fuck that honky, let's fuck that honky, fuck that honky, let's fuck that honky. There ain't idiots, battle the saddest, idiots, we consider rapping enough to battle, fiddle, put on the pad of the prettiest, the fuck, look a cricket hat, don't slip and do fuck, second G, seats are hanging nuts up, and talking about the cheap, I look a bit, I'm beautiful, that's the moment, seven, the booty, full of confidence to the shit. Singing just pull out the wrong tree, cause I got diarrhea, Maya Mia, I am Mia, funky honkies. So now I'm making it significant.
Korn music video.
Eminem's first major music video appearance came from Korn in 1998 with the song Got the Life. At the very end of the music video, you can see a blink and you miss it cameo from Eminem partying in the crowd. Many people believe that this was Eminem's first music video appearance. However, there is one that came before this.
Doodah Dippity.
Doodah Dippity is a song from the Detroit-based rapper Champtown, which according to IMDb came out in 1993. The video features several shots of a young Eminem just kind of standing around and cheesing for the camera. You can find the official video on YouTube still, however it's very low quality and hasn't even passed 100,000 views. And speaking of Champtown is a Detroit-based rapper with some legitimate bragging rights, as he's been associated with plenty of famous Detroit-based acts. One of the acts he worked with was Eminem in the early 90s. The two were friendly, but for an unknown reason had a falling out. It's rumored this falling out came from Champtown trying to make out with Kim, which was all recorded. However, this hasn't been confirmed. It's believed that in response to this, the Soul Intent group created Fucking Backstabber, which is said to be about Champtown. Champtown is still around today and has posted plenty of early footage of Eminem with the rest of Soul Intent.
Rough Demos 97.
Rough Demos 97 is a 1997 Eminem demo tape which is said to contain leftover tracks from the Slim Shady EP. According to Discogs, this tape was extremely limited with only 5 copies being made, all handwritten by Eminem himself. It goes without saying that this tape is highly valuable and could easily fetch some serious coin from a collector.
Slim Shady Demo 97.
The Slim Shady Demo 97 is another 1997 demo tape from Eminem. It's said that this tape featured early versions of tracks which ended up on the Slim Shady LP. The tracks include I'm Shady, Come On Everybody, Any Man, and Rock Bottom. It's also rumored that the version of Rock Bottom on this tape is a demo version, which was actually recorded on the day of Eminem's unaliving attempt. So following me talking about it on my Iceberg, the Slim Shady Demo 97 tape was finally posted in full online, and was said to have been found, quote, on some really sketchy website that's probably gonna give me a virus. Apparently the audio had been floating around for some time and no one, at least the kind of people who post stuff like it publicly, had ever came across it. The demo was well worth listening to, especially Rock Bottom, and can be found on YouTube.
Fuck off.
Kid Rock is a well-known Detroit-raised country artist, but one thing that people are unaware of is that he got his start doing hip-hop. In fact, his official record label debut, Devil Without a Cause, was a hip-hop nu metal fusion, and it just so happens that track 12 of the explicit version of this album features Eminem. That's right, Eminem has done nu metal. All jokes aside, Eminem and Kid Rock knew each other during both of their come-ups, and have remained somewhat friendly with one another over the last few years. Kid Rock was even featured in the music video for Berserk, showing that there is some sort of respect between the two. However, his recent political stances may have thrown a monkey wrench into this friendship. House of Wax. Starting off, House of Wax is a company which is infamous in the Eminem world, as the company specializes in bootleg Eminem media. House of Wax has released tons of different bootleg content, ranging from CDs, vinyls, cassettes, and DVDs. And on the surface, their products are good quality and seem like genuine, professional Eminem releases. The company itself has been releasing products since the mid-2010s, and they aren't hiding what they're doing by any means, as you can easily find them online, but remember, this is a bootleg company, so be cautious. I've ordered from House of Wax in a few past videos, and I've received some quality products. However, you can find stories online of people receiving empty CD cases and empty cassette cases. House of Wax is currently the biggest Eminem bootlegger in the game, and were also responsible for the leaking of tons of early Eminem songs. The story goes that DJ Butterfingers gave some guy some CDs of unreleased songs, not knowing that the person he was giving those CDs to was the guy behind House of Wax. And of course, they turned around and made those songs public. Even worse, House of Wax made these fake cassette tapes with the songs and tricked unsuspecting collectors into believing that they were genuine tapes. House of Wax is a company you should be wary of when collecting Eminem, and honestly, you should probably just stay away from the company altogether. Wendy Day. Wendy Day is a woman who founded the non-profit organization, the Rap Coalition. The Rap Coalition helps young, inexperienced artists by educating them and helping them navigate the beast that is the music industry, and ultimately helps them get the best deals possible. Founded in March of 1992, Wendy and the Rap Coalition have helped tons of young artists, a lot of which have blown up into some of the biggest artists in the game. And one of the rappers that Wendy helped out was a young Eminem. Wendy met Eminem at some music industry event, and after hearing him rap, she recognized his talents and wanted to help him get on a label. However, the fact that Eminem was white made it pretty difficult, so Wendy decided to put on an event which could help promote his rhyming abilities. And that event was the 1997 Rap Olympics, aka the event that led to Eminem being discovered by Dr. Dre. And outside of just Eminem, Wendy Day is connected to plenty of other rappers, making her one of the unsung heroes of the hip-hop industry. Donkey Kong. Simply put, Eminem is really good at the old Donkey Kong arcade game. And on March 29th, 2010, he posted a picture on Twitter of his score of 465,000. And assuming this score is legit, Eminem would have been in the top 30 players in the entire world. Now, the Donkey Kong speedrunning community is highly competitive and even received its own documentary in 2007, The King of Kong, which is one of my favorite documentaries ever. The main character of the King of Kong documentary and former world record holder, Steve Wiebe, has stated in a Reddit AMA that Eminem's manager contacted him. He went on to say that they sent him 2 bezels which Wiebe signed and sent back. Basically, Eminem asked Wiebe for his autograph, which is some pretty cool bragging rights. Eminem is currently not on the Donkey Kong leaderboard as he's never formally submitted a score, but he could still probably kick your ass in some Donkey Kong. Zucker am Kaffee. During the promo tour for the release of Relapse, Eminem appeared on the German television series TV Total, which was this late-night TV talk show hosted by Stefan Raab. At the end of the interview, the host drove the stage near the in-house band and asked Eminem to perform a song with him over the old German song, Zucker ein Kaffee. Again, I don't know how to pronounce that. With very little preparation, the band started playing and Eminem started freestyling, with Raab doing the hook of the song. The entire performance is a pretty good watch, as is the entire interview, and it can be found on YouTube with a simple search. Uncensored version of I'm Back. So, on the Marshall Mathers LP track I'm Back, there's a certain line at the start of verse 3 which was censored even on the explicit version of the album. This line makes reference to a certain mass tragedy from 1999 where 13 innocent students lost their lives. This song came out just 1 year after the tragedy, and due to some severe pressure from his label, the line was ultimately censored. Eminem referenced the fact that he had to censor the line on Rap God, and as of the recording of this video, the uncensored version of I'm Back with that line uncensored has never been heard. People have theorized online if the uncensored version even exists and have gone as far as to recreate the uncensored line with AI. Absolute Zero, Eminem. Mondo Media is an animation company best known for their highly graphic series Happy Tree Friends. However, the company was behind many different animated series, one of which was the animated series Absolute Zero. Absolute Zero was this outlandish parody show of music interview shows where the host would interview a musician, and that musician would often be voiced by an impersonator. One episode of the show is said to have parodied Eminem, however, this episode is considered lost media. And actually, only 11 of the 32 episodes of the show have ever been archived, with the remaining 21 episodes being considered lost media as well. You can find a page about the show on the Lost Media Wiki and a few screenshots of episodes. So, if you're up for a challenge, go find that lost Eminem episode and send it to me. And if you do that, I'll PayPal you $25. Well guys, it's my pleasure to announce that the lost Absolute Zero skit was found not long after my Iceberg. The entire animated short can be found on YouTube and features Eminem getting kissed by his hand. Okay. The person who found it claims to have simply contacted the character designer who sent him the video file. But what's more interesting is that the uploader never came forward to claim the bounty I put on it, even despite me commenting. So SillyBunny06, hit me up so I can follow through on my promise. Cleaning Out My Closet was a bizarre track. Cleaning Out My Closet is a classic Eminem track from The Eminem Show. Eminem also made the beat for the song, however, when he was originally making it, it was intended to go to Bizarre. During a 2015 interview, Kaniva expanded on this idea and stated that the track was actually intended for D12's Devil's Night album, saying, "We had the song first, and actually, Bizarre was on the song first, and he was talking some crazy shit. And the whole group was like, yo, you can't say this shit. It's too much. So he got a call from Dr. Dre, and Dre was like, say that shit, man. You gotta say it. Blah, blah, blah. But after a while, he ultimately gave in to the group and was like, you know what? F it, man. Eminem went on to confirm this during his interview on Crook's Corner. However, he didn't recall the exact circumstances behind him taking the song for himself. Fame. Since we're talking about D12, we might as well take some time to talk about Fame. Fame is an underground D12 track included on the Return of the Dozen Volume 2 mixtape in 2011. And this song is notable for actually featuring Eminem. This track was Eminem's first interaction with D12 since D12's second studio album, D12 World, and was a welcomed reunion by those who knew about the track. This track was originally leaked on the Straight from the Lab Part 2 bootleg, but later included on this D12 mixtape, making the song officially released. The thing is, though, not too many people seem to know about the song, and those that do seem to be unaware that it's an officially released D12 track. Couch Potato music video. Back on part 1 of this iceberg, we discussed the Weird Al parody track Couch Potato, which parodied the classic track Lose Yourself. The Couch Potato song was the lead single from the Poodle Hat album and was originally intended to have a music video to accompany the song. The music video production was underway when, seemingly out of nowhere, word got back that Eminem was not going to allow the video to be made. Weird Al spoke on the canceled video in an interview, saying, Eminem was fine with me having the parody on my album, but said he was afraid that a Weird Al video might detract from his legacy, that it would somehow make people take him less seriously as an important hip-hop artist. Weird Al was disappointed by the video's cancellation, and in response to the situation, he included a mock interview with Eminem as part of one of his TV specials. Weird Al took footage from a real Eminem interview, but cut in clips of him asking funny questions, including a jab at the fact that Eminem canceled the video. Eminem later wrote about the mock interview in The Way I Am, and actually took it pretty well, saying, Weird Al also got me. He made a video, did a fake interview with me, spliced it with clips from my old interviews, and put it up on the internet. He's a very funny motherfucker. When something like that happens, you have to sit back and say, oh, he got me. It's something you pick up from battles. You learn to be a good sport about a lot of stuff. If you want to dish it out, you gotta be able to take it. It was said that the music video would have seen Al parodying some of the most famous scenes from all of Eminem's music videos, and I can't help but loathe Eminem for not allowing the video to be made because Weird Al is God. Lost Relapse Sessions. Relapse was the 6th studio album for Eminem, released in May of 2009. It's said that Eminem had around 300 unreleased and unmastered songs, all in various stages of production created for the album. However, it's important to state that this number was just an estimate given by some guy who was going off of what he was told, so truly, he wouldn't know. And even if he was accurate, some of these songs could have been separate versions of the same song, similar to the Detroit basketball thing we discussed in the previous iceberg. However, a significant number of tracks have leaked from this era, all of which sound pretty close to a finished product, so that proves that Eminem does have some completed songs in the vault. However, it is unknown just how many of these recordings there are, and if we're ever going to hear them. So the Lost Relapse Sessions is something that I don't think we will ever see in full. However, following Straight from the Lab 3, we got multiple songs from the Relapse era, Love Drunk, Sociopath, and Key to My Room, just to name a few. These songs can all be found on YouTube. Angry Blonde. Angry Blonde is a book written by Eminem, released in 2000. The book is kinda like an autobiography and is M commenting on songs and lyrics from his career, mostly songs which have received controversy. Eminem uses the book as his way to express his outlook on these tracks, as well as a chance to tell the reader exactly what he meant by what he said in his music. Some of the songs you'll find commentary on are The Way I Am, The Real Slim Shady, and the infamous track Kim. Despite mixed reviews, the book has some great insight into his thought process on the lyrics and is worth checking out for any fan. The Singles Box Set. Back in 2003, Eminem released an 11-disc CD box set, with each disc being a CD single of some of his biggest tracks. Rapid fire, the CD singles included in this set are Business, Stan, Sing for the Moment, The Way I Am, Lose Yourself, The Real Slim Shady, Cleaning Out My Closet, Guilty Conscience, Without Me, My Name Is, and Eminem's remix of 50 Cent's Wanksta. The set also included a poster, and yeah, it's just a bunch of Eminem singles all in one set. It'll cost you a couple $100 to add this to your collection, but it's a must-have for any CD collector. Bugs. Finishing Tier 6, we have Detroit rapper and early D12 member Carnell Pitts, aka Bugs. In 1996, when Proof set out to create D12 with other underground Detroit MCs, one of the rappers he asked to join the group was Bugs. Bugs was close friends with everyone in D12 and a solid addition to the group. It's even said Bugs would often act as the group leader, so yeah, Bugs was the man. Bugs made his official debut as a member of the crew on the 1997 debut EP, The Underground EP, featuring on 6 of the 10 tracks. Bugs also had a pretty good little solo career going for himself, releasing an EP in 1999. And he seemed to be going in the right direction with his career. However, on May 21st, 1999, before an appearance with Eminem, Bugs was involved in a heated argument at a park, which ended with Bugs being shot 3 times. On top of that, Bugs was then hit by a car, which ultimately ended his life before he ever even arrived at the hospital. Everyone in the group was crushed by this and were left devastated by the news, as were plenty in the Detroit music scene. As for D12, one of Bugs' final requests prior to his passing was to include rapper Swifty McFay in D12. And in honor of their fallen friend, they did exactly that. On top of that, Bugs' passing would lead Eminem to formally asking to join D12 to fill in the hole that Bugs left when he passed away. And obviously, D12 said yes. All of this led to the D12 we know today, and they've gone on to address Bugs and his passing in the track Good Die Young, as well as including a Bugs verse on the skit prior to the track. Eminem dedicated the Marshall Mathers LP to Bugs and also went on to memorialize Bugs at the end of the Like Toy Soldiers music video. With it being said that the hospital scenes throughout the video are referencing the passing of Bugs, all in all, Bugs could have and would have gone on to make a name for himself as he had some legitimate bars. It's a shame we never got a chance to see him reach his full potential.
My Balls. My Balls is a lesser-known D12 song made for the Longest Yard soundtrack. Eminem and the rest of D12 rap about being in a football game, chock full of references to the male genitalia. The song is another great comedic song from D12 and encompasses basically everything D12 is. D12 would also have a small appearance in The Longest Yard during the basketball court scene. King Gordy promo. King Gordy is a Detroit-based horrorcore rapper who's been rapping since the early 2000s. Gordy was signed to Eminem's first major label, Web Entertainment, and for that reason, he was given a small role in the movie 8 Mile. He played the role of Big O, who is seen being interviewed during the scene where Eminem finds his best friend getting it with his girl. Eminem also produced several tracks off of King Gordy's first album, The Entity, and is seen very briefly in an early promo for King Gordy.
Who the fuck is King Gordy anyway?
King Gordy, hands down, is the fattest burger killer in all of the world.
Well, fat ass eat some?
King Gordy is known for saying some really off-the-wall shit, and is still rapping to this day. Honestly, I really only included this because I'm a big fan of King Gordy. The Devil's Night mixtape. In 2015, it was announced that D12 would be releasing a new mixtape, The Devil's Night mixtape. The mixtape was also said to feature Eminem. Fans were excited for the reunion of Eminem and D12, but upon release, Eminem was notably absent from the project. Fans were disappointed in the lack of Shady, but just a few hours later, the mixtape was re-uploaded and featured a brand new intro, which was a 2-minute acapella track of Eminem barraging the listener with devilish acts. Eminem would even tweet out the mixtape after adding his verse. He produced a Tupac album. Loyalty to the Game is a 2004 posthumous album of the legendary Tupac, produced by Eminem. During an MTV interview, Eminem stated that he was so moved by Tupac's life that he wrote a letter to Tupac's mother asking her to produce his new Tupac album. She agreed and allowed Eminem to produce 3 songs for Tupac Resurrection and the entirety of Loyalty to the Game. The Anthem. The Anthem is a 1999 track from Sway and King Tech. Some of you may be familiar with Sway from Sway in the Morning on Shade 4-5, and in 1999, he and King Tech were able to create this track which features several notable MCs. Besides Eminem, the Audible Onslaught also features RZA, Exhibit, KRS-One, Tech-9, and several other highly respected artists. Prank Call Record. Eminem is known for being a prank caller and has made use of prank calling on several occasions. And if you go down the rabbit hole of Eminem prank calls, you'll find this Prank Call Record, which is a vinyl record of nothing but prank calls. This album is really obscure with hardly anything known about it, and Discogs even lists it as an unofficial release. Shady National Convention. The Shady National Convention was a 2004 MTV special made to promote Eminem and Shade 45. The event was a mock campaign rally which saw Eminem performances and skits along with celebrity cameos. The main thing people remember about this special is the appearance of one Donald Trump, who gave the opening speech and introduced Slim Shady to the people. In the speech, Trump endorsed Eminem and even said that Slim Shady is a winner. Eminem has gone on to say he regrets the appearance, knowing what Donald Trump would become. The Lost Britney Spears Notebook. Back in 2000, Eminem lost a Britney Spears notebook which was said to be filled with lyrics. The said Britney Spears notebook is possibly the same notebook shown during a segment on the Up in Smoke tour documentary. Eminem wanted this notebook back so bad, he set up a toll-free number and an email address for anyone to freely contact with information on the notebook. Unfortunately, the notebook was never found. The Anime Album. In 2008, an unofficial remix album was uploaded online, taking classic verses from Eminem's songs and putting them to popular anime music. The official name of the mixtape is Hellbound Presents Eminem The Anime Album. Honestly, it's pretty good for what it is. Anime fans should definitely check it out because it'll make you smile or laugh at the very least. And what's crazy about this album is that it's actually received some pretty good reviews. Performing Kim live. During the 2020 interview with Eminem's ex-wife Kim, Kim talks about the night she tried to unalive herself and what led up to the attempt. She stated that while in attendance at an Eminem concert, he announced to the crowd that she was in attendance. He then brought out a blow-up sex doll and began to do offensive acts on the doll, with the crowd cheering and laughing the entire time. And after this skit, he would perform Kim live. She says that made her leave the concert, go home, and yell at her wrists. This part of the interview has spawned a debate online as to whether this actually happened or not. Some people say that she confused this with the classic Eminem segment of him bringing out sex dolls of ICP. However, I personally find it hard to believe that she would confuse ICP dolls with a doll of her. Additionally, no video of this sex doll sketch of Kim has ever appeared online, but there is audio of what sounds like Eminem performing this exact skit.
I want to talk to y'all for 1 second. Listen. I know that a lot of you probably have heard or read in the papers that I've been having some little marital problems or whatever with my wife, Kim. But I'm here to tell you tonight that shit is all good between me and my wife. Matter of fact, we got my wife. Yo, bring my wife out. Where's Kim? We got Kim here tonight. We got Kim right here. Oh, shit. Meaning me, what the fuck is going on, dog?
Dude, you know why you're in marriage problems? Because I'm fucking your biatch.
Hey, yo, give me my bitch, dog. God damn. Kill that bitch.
Still, it's never been proven he's ever performed the song live, and this one is open for debate.
Kim's unaliving attempt.
Apart from the unaliving attempt mentioned on the prior entry, Kim again attempted to unalive herself in 2021. It's reported that the day after her mother unalived, that Kim was found at her home in a distraught state. And who could blame her? Officials restrained her and took her to a local hospital. The entire situation is heartbreaking to say the least. Dear Marshall. Dear Marshall is one of 2 tracks on the 2000 CD Set the Record Straight from obscure rap group IDX. The track features Eminem's mother reading off a letter for her son over a beat. The letter is her response to Eminem and basically is her response to all the criticism she got from her son up until that point. It's not really clear why or how IDX got a hold of this song. However, Eminem would later mention the CD on the song Cleaning Out My Closet with the lyric, "Wasn't it the reason you made that CD for me, Ma? So you could try to justify the way you treated me, Ma?" MCMM. MCMM is the earliest known rap name for Eminem. Early songs with the Soul Intent group show Eminem credited as MCMM. Shady XX. Shady XX was a rumored album which was supposed to be the 20th anniversary celebration of Shady Records. In 2020, a graphic designer named Mike Saputo posted unused logos for Shady XX, which he said he made for the upcoming album. However, Paul Rosenberg would respond to these posts on Twitter, saying that the logos were created for a vinyl box set, which was eventually scrapped. Paul would have no reason to lie about this, so I think it's safe to say that there was never a planned Shady XX compilation album. The Funeral. The Funeral is another rumored album from 2005. A lot of the information I could find online should be taken with a grain of salt since there was no sources. However, Eminem.net stated that The Funeral was meant to be a double album, which featured all three of Eminem's characters: Slim Shady, Marshall Mathers, and Eminem. The album would ultimately be the death of each character, which would allow Eminem to reinvent himself. Other than some supposed tracks, not much else is known about this album. Relapse iPhone game. Relapse Resistance was a 2009 game for iPhone and iPod meant to promote the album Relapse. The game was a scroller which saw you play as Eminem, where you had to escape a rehab center while fighting off zombie-esque creatures. The game was on the App Store for 99 cents, and other than a handful of YouTube videos, not much is known about the game. It is believed that it was removed from the App Store due to a gory nature. This game could rightfully be considered lost media, as there's no way to play it and virtually zero information about it online. We need to get Nick Robinson on this one.
This is probably my favorite entry on this entire iceberg, as Relapse Resistance has officially been found. And the person who found it was none other than Kobe Sucks. However, I didn't work alone, and I worked with a small army of internet strangers who, over the course of a month, helped me recover the game and show off high-quality footage of it for the first time ever. I created a full video about the recovery process, and I truly believe it's the best video I've ever made, so make sure to go check it out. Once you're done with this video, of course.
Giraffes. So, it's said that Eminem is afraid of giraffes. This stems from a behind-the-scenes interview from the Not Afraid music video. He's asked if there's anything he is afraid of, to which he responds,
Giraffes.
And says he just doesn't like their necks.
Alright, so I don't have anything to actually add to this, but seeing as how we're a few hours into this video, I'm curious if anyone watching this has fallen asleep with this on in the background. Wake the fuck up!
His dad's letter. In 2001, Bruce Mathers, otherwise known as Eminem's father, attempted to contact his son through a public letter. This letter was published in an issue of The Mirror. The letter's a great read as Bruce describes how much he loved being the father of Eminem. He stated that Eminem's mother abandoned him and took baby Marshall with her, amongst tons of other stuff. It's worth a read for anyone who wants to go down the rabbit hole, but ultimately Eminem would never respond. Kulo. Kulo is the man responsible for most of the Eminem leaks that happened in the late 2000s to early 2010s. Kulo ran a leak website which posted tons of Eminem songs before anyone else. You can find a lot of people talking about the legendary Kulo online, and I even found a Reddit AMA with someone who claimed to be Kulo. The individual claimed to have had conversations with Paul Rosenberg and even had the opportunity to speak with Eminem. Eminem also spoke about the leaker in a phone call which was believed to be aimed at Kulo.
But I always bought the artists that you know what I'm saying? I always supported the artists that I liked. I always bought a Tupac CD, a Biggie CD, a Jay-Z CD. You know what I'm saying? I always did that shit. I'm sorry, but if you can afford a computer, you can afford to pay $16 for my fucking CD. And whoever put my shit on the internet, I want to meet that motherfucker and beat the shit out of him. Because I picture this scrawny little fucking dickhead going, oh, I got Eminem's new CD. I got Eminem's new CD. And I'm gonna put it on the internet. And I think that anybody who tries to make excuses for that shit is a fucking bitch.
Since then, Kulo has disappeared and hasn't been heard from since.
Green and Gold. Okay, so starting off tier 7, we have this pretty mysterious Eminem feature from a song titled Green and Gold, from a rap group ironically named The Anonymous. The song itself is actually fully archived and it's pretty good quality, but that isn't why I find the song so mysterious. The reason the song is so mysterious is because I can't find much of anything about the song's creation. The Anonymous seem to have been a relatively small rap group, and the members themselves don't seem to have any prior connections to the Detroit hip-hop scene, as they were a group based in LA. The only reason this entry isn't any lower on the iceberg is because the song and the EP it's on are both fully available on Spotify and Apple Music, and the record is still readily available to buy on eBay and Discogs. The Shadiest. The Shadiest is a 1999 bootleg mixtape consisting of tons of early, rare Eminem materials. The cassette mixtape was somewhat popular back in the 90s and early 2000s, with the mixes finding their way online and gaining some decent exposure in the process. In the mid-2010s, some people began looking for the lost mixtape again and contacted its creator, a man named DJ Risky Business. Risky Business posted the full mixtape on SoundCloud, and he took the upload as an opportunity to explain the mixtape, saying, So recently I've had some people ask me about the Eminem mixtape The Shadiest that I released back in '98 with some help from my buddy DJ Q. So here's the story. Back in '98, I was going to Detroit to meet up with DJ Head, trading dope local Michigan stuff, and I would bring him local Chicago artists. Now, Head was Eminem's DJ and had produced most of the Slim Shady EP. M had already made his buzz in the underground and was recording a new album. When I got to Detroit, me and Head were in his basement talking about Eminem's buzz and what was going down, and he said M was about to be signed, and I was like, word. I was like, cool. I was like, I just got this new gear and wanted to do a mix of some of the underground M stuff. So I drove home with a bunch of demos and figured I would throw them together in a mixtape release and then give it out to my homies. I never imagined Eminem or the mix would get big. LOL. Keys to the City. Keys to the City is an unreleased song from Eminem and DJ Premier, which is said to have been meant for the King Mathers album. DJ Premier is a producer that Eminem has worked with before, and the first thing they worked on together was Keys to the City. Primo discussed the track in an archived interview with Hip Hop DX, saying that Eminem had actually made the entire Keys to the City track on his own, but he wasn't thrilled with it. So he contacted DJ Premier, who took the song and remixed it. But alas, the song never came out, and remains one of the holy grails of Eminem lost media to this very day. Primo commented on the song a few years back on a Discord Q&A and basically said he has no idea what the song's status is. So who knows if we'll ever get to hear it. And if two versions of one lost song isn't enough for you, it's also been said that there's a third version of the song featuring rapper Stat Quo. There's even been a supposed leak of a couple of seconds of the Stat Quo version that you can find online. And while we're speaking of Eminem lost media, Dear Ronnie. Dear Ronnie is a lost song which was originally meant for the Marshall Mathers LP, but was ultimately scrapped. Back on the first Eminem Iceberg, we discussed Eminem's Uncle Ronnie, who introduced Eminem to rap music and recorded Eminem's first rap songs ever with him when they were literal children. Eminem and Ronnie were best friends growing up. However, in 1991, at only 19 years old, Ronnie took his own life. Fast forward to 2000. Eminem is preparing to release the Marshall Mathers LP, and during the recording process, created a song titled Dear Ronnie. The song was about his uncle and even included samples of their recordings from their childhood. However, when Eminem asked his aunt, aka Ronnie's mother, for her permission to use the song, for whatever reason, she said no. Eminem's mother even stated in her book that she threatened to sue Eminem if he ever used those recordings. Eminem obliged and scrapped the song from the album. And as of the recording of this video, that song has never been released. Dear Ronnie is one of those songs that really makes you wonder, as I'm very curious how a 2000s Eminem would have responded to the loss of one of his closest friends and family members. Hush. MC Hush is a Detroit-based rapper who was good friends with Eminem during their come-ups. Now, Hush had met Eminem in passing once or twice, but his first real interaction with Eminem was during Eminem's beef with Champtown. The story goes that Eminem's ex-wife Kim secretly recorded a phone call with Champtown where Champ was making advances at her, despite knowing she was with Eminem. Now, Champ and Hush were best friends and roommates at this time, and following the voicemail, they had a few run-ins with Eminem. This ultimately led to Eminem and Hush getting into a brutal fistfight with one another outside of Eminem's home, with both parties doing some pretty good damage to one another. Hush and Champtown left without further incident, but as fate would have it, Hush attended a show at St. Andrews Hall later that week. And of course, Eminem was also there. However, instead of another fight popping off, Eminem and Hush talked to one another where Eminem told Hush that he understands he was just sticking up for his friend. However, he needed Hush to realize that Champ was legitimately trying to get with Kim. Eminem even told Hush that he could play the voicemail for him, which Hush was interested in hearing. So they went to his car where Eminem played him the tape. Now, Hush said he wasn't sure about how authentic the voicemail was and is still somewhat skeptical of its authenticity, but he has said that from what Eminem played him, it did indeed sound like Champ was trying to holler at Kim. Anyways, this led to Hush and Eminem squashing their beef, and after that, they actually became pretty good friends, with Eminem featuring on multiple Hush tracks during that period, and Hush being around for a lot of Eminem's early come-up. A few years later, even after Eminem had become a household name, he still had some sort of friendship with Hush, appearing on Hush's 2005 album Bulletproof, as well as producing 2 tracks from that album. One of those tracks was Hush Is Coming, which also had its own music video, which also just so happened to feature a prominent cameo from Eminem. Eminem and Hush's friendship is a pretty large rabbit hole to go down, as Hush has plenty of stories about his experiences with Slim Shady, which are too many to cover here because we'd be here all day. There's also an extended interview you can find where Hush talks about the Champtown stuff and other Eminem-related stories, as well as his own personal career. It's also worth noting that the alleged Champtown voicemail was later included on the fucking Backstabber cassette tape as the opening track for the EP. So, if you're curious to hear what Eminem played for Hush, you can go listen to it right now. Makusa. So we've discussed the Outsiders multiple times throughout these icebergs, and yet another piece of the Eminem Outsiders lore is the song Makusa. Makusa is a rare Outsiders track featuring Eminem, which was never included on any of their EPs or albums, and was only ever released on vinyl 2 separate times in 1999. And neither of these vinyls were ever made for sale. These records were instead given out as promotional materials for the Outsiders, and despite never being originally for sale, you could still find the records pretty easily. And since we're speaking on the Outsiders, Dear Shady by Young Z. Back on the first iceberg, we discussed how Eminem addressed his strained relationship with Outsider members Young Z and Pace One on the track Fine Line. Well, in response to Eminem's verse about the Outsiders, Young Z released a track titled Dear Shady, which was accompanied by a music video. The song addresses Eminem by name and tells Eminem about how he's been since they last spoke. Throughout the track, it's made clear that Z seems to have a bit of resentment towards Shady. Z holds nothing back, and it doesn't feel like a diss, but more of like an old friend who's disappointed at the choices Eminem made, while still respecting his rhyming ability. The track is a great listen, as it really is an open letter from an old friend to Shady, and the full video can be found on YouTube. It's also worth noting that Pace One, the other main member of the Outsiders we discussed previously, also released a track addressing Eminem after Fine Line dropped. However, Pace seemed to hold no grudges or resentment, and instead took the chance to reminisce about his time with Shady, ultimately saying he just hopes to speak with him again one day. That track is titled He Said It, and can be found on YouTube. Now, just a few years ago, another member of the Outsiders, As Is, released multiple diss tracks at Eminem, accusing him of stealing his style and ditching all of his old friends once he found fame. Young Z commented on these disses, hardcore disagreeing with As Is and saying the following: I don't feel that way, because Eminem put me on mad. As Is never did a tour with Eminem. I did 8 tours. He put me on 8 Mile soundtracks, D12. I made millions of dollars with Eminem. Literally millions of dollars. He don't owe me nothing else. I don't owe him nothing. We are just 2 people who rhymed. We know each other. We respect good rapping. That's it. He don't owe me nothing. I don't owe him nothing. Renegade by Bad Meets Evil. So Renegade is the legendary track featuring both Eminem and Jay-Z, which was featured on Jigga's 6th studio album, The Blueprint. The track has gone down as one of Eminem's best guest verses, but one fact about the song that not too many people seem to know is that the track was originally intended to be a Bad Meets Evil song. You see, Royce da 5'9" was working on his debut album Rock City and recorded 2 separate tracks with Eminem intended for the album, which were Renegade and another song titled after the album named Rock City. However, Royce was told by higher-ups that he could only have one Eminem feature on his album. So Royce chose to keep the Rock City track, leaving their version of Renegade in the vault for the time being. Eminem was later contacted by Jigga, who wanted Eminem to produce and feature on one of his tracks. Now, Eminem actually created an entirely separate track that he intended to give Jay. However, Eminem was unable to get said track, since it was in a totally different city at the time. Remember, this was early internet days, so Eminem was still recording on physical reels instead, with the reel he needed literally being across the country. Jay-Z had a deadline, so Eminem had to think of something quick, and ultimately asked Royce if he would be okay with Eminem giving the Renegade track to Jay. Royce was okay with it, so Eminem removed Royce's verses, tweaked his verse slightly, and then sent it over to Jay-Z. Jay recorded his verse, sent it back to Eminem to produce it, and that's the song we know today. However, that original Bad Meets Evil version ended up leaking a few years later and was included on the Lyrical Smackdown mixtape from DJ Butter, the same DJ who put out that Poop mixtape we discussed in the last video. Ultimately, it's probably better Jay-Z got the track because the track's fire. XTC. Ecstasy is this song which a user on the forum section80.com said exists in some capacity. However, there has never been any evidence that this song actually existed. The song was said to be Eminem and fellow rapper Exhibit. However, that is literally all that's known about the supposed track. I couldn't even find the supposed Section 80 post, so the odds that this one is real is slim to none. I don't want to end this topic on a boring note, so I'll add this unrelated tidbit. You can find footage on YouTube of Eminem taking some of the name of this song with proof during a concert on YouTube. Make sure to go archive that video before it inevitably gets taken down. Steppin' on the Scene EP. Steppin' on the Scene is an EP released by Basement Productions in 1990. The tape featured 6 tracks, 3 from Eminem and 3 from Chaos Kid, with both getting their own side of the tape. Stepping on the Scene is only one of 2 releases from Basement Productions, with the other release being included on the next tier. And since we're talking about these early tapes, we might as well also discuss Soul Intent EP. The Soul Intent EP is a cassette EP released in 1992 from Soul Intent. The cassette tape is often referred to as the Eminem solo tape, as this cassette only features songs from Eminem as the main rapper. According to DJ Butterfingers, this was Eminem's first official solo release. This cassette has become one of the rarest official Eminem physical media releases, so much so that I couldn't even find an official picture of the cassette tape online. There are only a handful of these tapes floating around, and I honestly wouldn't hold my breath for another one to pop up anytime soon. The D12 merch store. D12 with Eminem is basically the only version of D12 that the average Eminem fan is aware of. However, the group has been going strong since 1996, and despite Eminem announcing the end of D12 at the end of the track Stepping Stone, the truth is that the group is still somewhat active in 2024, with a few members still going on tours and doing shows. On top of that, there's actually an active D12 merch store that you can go visit right now. From apparel to media to random accessories, this store has a lot to offer. And one of the main things sold on this store is official D12 salsa. And seeing as how I'm an awesome video maker, I actually ordered some to give you guys a first-hand look and to see if it was even good.
Yeah. Goodness gracious. It's good packaging. Show us your salsa. Send us your snaps and videos. Or slide into our DMs. Should I do that? Should I do that? Tell you guys this, if you're worried about your salsa breaking in transport or something, it won't. Hey, shout out to D12 for their really good packaging. Yeah! Goodness gracious. And there you go. Kaniva and Swifty McFay of D12 present salsa. Ooh. We're going to try some of this salsa. I mean, it tastes like salsa. And if you decide to order some of this salsa, put in like their little promo box or whatever that I sent you. Maybe they'll send me a free hoodie or something.
Three-Headed Monster. There's this mystery in the Eminem community surrounding a supposed music video for this mysterious song titled Three-Headed Monster. The mystery began when James Larice, the man who directed several Eminem music videos, posted a photo of himself on top of the Empire State Building. He then posted an Instagram story which featured a piece of paper with notes from his mysterious shoot, and at the bottom of the pic, you can see the words, Three-Headed Monster. Now, Three-Headed Monster is the nickname for M, Dre, and 50. So fans started speculating that perhaps a music video of some sort featuring all three was getting prepped to come. Fans even reported seeing helicopters flying all around the Empire State Building on the night of the shoot, which only furthered speculations. All the speculations were eventually settled though when, a week or so later, Jimmy Kimmel premiered a live music video performance for Eminem on his show. The performance was for the song Venom and featured Eminem walking to the top of the Empire State Building, performing the track the entire way up. And it just so happens that this video was produced by James Larice, meaning this shot list was more than likely meant for that shoot. The nod to the Three-Headed Monster might confuse someone as neither Dre or 50 appear in this video. However, it's probably just the fact that they were originally intended to be in the video and their parts got scrapped. It's never been officially confirmed if that's the case, so I guess there's a chance there's some secret three-headed monster project we never saw, but I'd say it's a pretty safe bet that they just had their parts cut. Shady Wars. With the final entry of Tier 7, Shady Wars was a mobile game developed in association with Shady Records. The game was released in 2015 and actually featured a good amount of Eminem songs from both the Marshall Mathers LP2 and Shady XV. The game was a rhythm game where the player would have to tap along to the lyrics of Eminem's songs to progress through the levels. There's also a tech support Twitter page for the game which features some extra pics and videos from fans playing the game. And it seems as if the game did pretty well on the App Store. Sadly though, the game has since been removed from said app stores. However, I've found a few websites which claim to have downloads for it. I'm not 100% sure if these sites are legit, so this game might be considered lost media, but I'm not going to risk downloading it because those sites seem kind of sketchy.
Eminem. Eminem is a really bad creepypasta story of someone who found an album titled Eminem at a store, and when he listened to it, he heard a lot of weird shit. It kind of became a meme amongst Eminem fans, and if you haven't read it, you really should. I don't want to spoil the creepypasta here for those who haven't heard it, so let's move on.
Okay, so there isn't anything new to add to this entry in regards to the information itself, but I did want to highlight the fact that for Halloween 2025, I got an actual audiobook narrator to do a dramatic reading of Eminem, basically just for a meme. That dramatic reading can be found on my YouTube channel and is a great way for you to hear the creepypasta for yourself.
Esham Beef. Esham is a Detroit-based rapper known for his horrorcore style and is considered an originator of the acid rap genre. Eminem mentioned Esham on the song Still Don't Give a Fuck, seemingly as a nod to the rapper. However, later in the song Kill You, he would say, "I ain't acid rap, but I rap on acid." Esham apparently took offense to Eminem brushing off acid rap, and as a response would release the song Chemical Imbalance. The track referenced Eminem's daughter Haley, who wasn't even 10 yet, falling into a coma. Later, D12 was a part of Warped Tour, which coincidentally also included Esham and his group Nadas as part of the same tour. D12 would jump Esham and Nadas in what is said to be a pretty brutal beatdown. And later on, it's said that Esham tried one more time to jump Proof, but it went down basically the same as the first. Yeah, Proof beat the shit out of Esham. Since then, Esham has taken several more jabs at Eminem, but it seems like the beef is dead from Eminem's side. Esham still makes music to this day, and despite these altercations, can still be considered a legend in his own right. The Black America Mixtape. The Black America Mixtape is a bootleg Eminem mixtape released by Stackhouse Recordings, released in 2009. The unofficial mixtape features some low-quality remixes of various Eminem songs and even completely bootlegged Eminem material. The major reason this album is remembered is the graphic album art, which features Eminem being snilled by members of the KKK, and is complete with burning crosses and a burning American flag. Some of these remixes are on YouTube, but I couldn't find the entire mix anywhere online. There are physical copies of this CD, with one being sold on Discogs in 2018. If you have one of these OG releases, please contact me, and I would love to work out a deal.
Following the release of this Iceberg, I continued researching the Black America tape, and in my video, The Weird World of Eminem Bootlegs, I actually tracked down the origins of the mixtape and found the fellow who created it, although he ultimately chose not to talk to me about the project. But on top of it, I also came into possession of a CD copy of Black America, and the entire mix has since been released online.
Run Your Jewels. Run Your Jewels is a mostly lost Eminem song which didn't make it to Infinite. The track was unknown until 2016, when a snippet of the song was found on a rare sampler cassette for Infinite and uploaded to YouTube. It's probably sitting somewhere on a floppy disk just waiting to be discovered. The Kneel. In 2018, D12 rapper Kaniva tweeted out a story about Eminem, which was supposedly how he communicated to each member of D12 that their verses were cut from a specific song. Apparently, if Eminem kneeled before you during playback of a song, it meant that your verse was cut, and he would tell you exactly why the verse didn't make it. Kaniva went on to explain that he got the kneel on the song American Psycho, and saw rappers ready to fight Eminem for getting the kneel. Shady Tales. Shady Tales was supposed to be a 3D horror film produced by and starring Eminem. It was also going to be produced by John Davis, who produced the Dr. Dolittle movies, and would even star other popular rap actors. Alas, the movie seems to be stuck in developmental hell with not much else known about the movie. Rodri the Great. So a few years back, users of the genealogy website Genie were able to link Eminem to a 9th century king of Wales. Welsh King Rhodri the Great is 32 generations ahead of Eminem, making him his 33rd great-grandfather. I can't really say this one, but you see it on the screen. This song's a forgotten Eminem song from the Slim Shady EP, which didn't make it to the Slim Shady LP. Many consider this to be a great example of his storytelling ability, and some would even say it's one of Eminem's best songs. It's safe to say that the community consensus surrounding this song is that this is his most underrated song, period. Daddy Warbucks. Prior to Eminem's birth, his mother Debbie was in a band named Daddy Warbucks alongside Bruce Mathers. Little is known about this band, but they were said to tour the Dakotas-Montana border playing at local Ramada Inns. No music has ever been recovered from the band as of yet, and it's unknown if they ever released any sort of media. The Way I Am featuring Marilyn Manson. This entry refers to a remix of the popular song The Way I Am, which features backup vocals from Marilyn Manson. The standard version of the song mentions Manson, who also appeared in the music video. However, this official remix actually features Manson. The two have performed the song live, however, even plenty of hardcore Eminem fans are unaware of the song's existence. The Lost Puzzle Game. On May 14, 2003, it was announced that Conspiracy Entertainment was developing a video game titled Mix TV Presents the Eminem Game for PC and PlayStation. The game was said to be a puzzle game consisting of 6 levels for the player to complete. The game would also include music videos and other bonus materials for players to unlock. The game was completed and even submitted to the ESRB 2 separate times. The standard version of the game would be rated T, with the uncut version being rated M. However, on July 28, 2003, Conspiracy Entertainment filed a lawsuit against the rapper for $5 million for pulling out of their deal. It's unknown how the lawsuit was settled, and no footage or images from the game have ever been shared publicly, thus making the game official lost media.
In recent years, the Lost Puzzle game has become more and more talked about as a certain collector has surfaced claiming to own a copy of the game. Documentarian Edward Payson teased some footage from an upcoming documentary where a game developer named Dave Hoffman claimed to own a copy of the game for himself. The description of that teaser also claimed that the documentary would include never-before-seen footage of the game, so yeah, the game might eventually be archived in some form. But as of right now, the documentary has not been released, so I guess we just gotta wait.
Bob the Builder. So this is easily the best fact on this list. In December of 2000, Eminem's Stand reached the #1 spot on the UK charts before being dethroned by Can We Fix It from the legendary children's show Bob the Builder near the end of that same month. As a homage to the rapper, the Bob the Builder team produced a short video titled Eminem in Chainsaw Training. This short saw a Bob the Builderized version of Eminem being taught how to use a chainsaw from God himself, Bob the Builder. The video is also accompanied by a remix of The Way I Am, put to a Bob the Builder beat. We also see many characters from the show getting down to the song. Many people didn't believe the authenticity of the video, however the original uploader of said video was Paul Cavella, and when you look it up, was actually part of the Bob the Builder team. Still, when the official release of this video was still a mystery, and many believe this was a side project for the animators who found some free time. This short video is one of the weirdest things you'll ever see, but is easily one of the best things ever because Bob the Builder is God. New Jax. New Jax is by all record the first Eminem project ever released. New Jax is supposedly his first rap group from all the way back in 1988, making Eminem only 16 years old on this project. This mixtape is still not listed on Discogs, but it's said to have been produced by Basement Productions. Eminem takes the entirety of track 2 titled Eat It, and if this album is an authentic 1988 release, Eat It can very well be the first official song of Eminem's. The full mixtape can still be found on YouTube.
Simply put, despite my original research leading me to believe this might have been a real release, New Jax is indeed a bootleg. Outside of the fact that tons of people have reached out to inform me of this, as well as several people talking about it on my Discord server, DJ Butterfingers confirmed this himself when responding to one of my YouTube comments, informing me that New Jax is not an official release, nor are any of the songs on the project correctly titled. And actually, they don't even remember what the original tracks were called. So yeah, New Jax is a bootleg. But that hasn't stopped bootleggers from selling copies for hundreds of dollars. Low-key, my original video might have indirectly helped these bootleggers get away with their bootlegging, so for that, I take responsibility.
DJ Butterfingers YouTube. DJ Butterfingers was a member of the Soul Intent group and served as the group's DJ. In 2017, DJ Butterfingers joined YouTube and released some rare material from Eminem's Soul Intent days. The channel hasn't seen an upload in quite some time, but there are still 9 rare Eminem tracks on the channel and 1 additional video of DJ Butterfingers explaining why he started the channel at all. Unaliving attempt. So not much is known about this, but in 1996, Eminem attempted to unalive himself by overdosing on Tylenol. One article says that this was due to the commercial failure of Infinite and his first breakup with Kim. However, not much is known about this. Marshall and Ronnie. Marshall and Ronnie is said to be the earliest known Eminem recordings, which were most likely made sometime between 1982 and 1984. The tape features 3 songs, Operator, Cool It, and Boogie, and is said to be Eminem and his uncle Ronnie. The tape was shown in the 2009 documentary Diamonds and Pearls, with Ronnie's half-brother Tom Polkinghorne stating that Eminem was around 10 years old when the tracks were recorded. Marshall and Ronnie is easily considered the rarest Eminem release, and the original copy could easily go for an obscene amount of money. However, the chances of it ever surfacing are very slim. Grew up on 7 Mile. So this entry refers to an urban legend that Eminem didn't actually grow up on 8 Mile Road in Detroit, but rather grew up on 7 Mile Road. However, when you look up the address of his childhood home, which is depicted on the cover of the Marshall Mathers LP, you can see it was just a few streets over from 8 Mile. I personally feel like this means he lived on 8 Mile, but I don't know how people repping 8 Mile feel about this. The Chaos Kid letter. Chaos Kid was a member of the Soul Intent rap group, and as the story goes, it's said that he and Eminem worked closely together when Eminem was just starting out. The two even promised to one another that if one became famous, they would help out the other. After Eminem found his mainstream success, for whatever reason, he didn't keep his promise. Many people believe that this is what caused Chaos Kid to sell Foolish Pride to The Source, as either an act of revenge or even just for financial gain. The Source also published an interview with Chaos Kid, who was made to seem like an enemy of Eminem. Several years later, Chaos Kid put out 2 letters addressing Eminem, once in 2009 and once again in 2010. These letters can be found online in full, and they're really interesting but also very depressing. Amongst several topics, the most interesting to me is that Chaos Kid suggested that the Source misrepresented him in the original interview, and the only reason he did the interview was to clear up the controversy surrounding the Foolish Pride tapes. Just a year after the second letter, James Deal, aka Chaos Kid, took his own life at the age of 37. Eminem did not attend the funeral and has never commented on the Chaos Kid.
Alright guys, so there is indeed some new information about this topic, and I'll touch on it more during my topic about Eminem using the N-word. Sorry this cut-in clip was so short, but I wanted it to be apparent that there is more to this topic. I'm just gonna wait until we have the other part of the story to tell you what that more information is.
Blackface. Lord Jamar was a part of the hip-hop group Brand Nubian and has transitioned to podcasting in the last few years. He's had a very public beef with Eminem for many years now, with both parties firing shots at one another in the public eye. As part of this beef, Lord Jamar posted a picture on his Instagram of Eminem wearing a Will Smith mask, and followed it up by asking why he would wear a, quote, blackface mask. He also goes on to ask, what gave the white boy the right to wear it? However, upon some research, I found a video of Eminem wearing the same mask while accepting the MTV Award for Best Album, stating that MTV told him to keep it clean. Personally, this seems like a bit of a reach, as Lord Jamar continually tries to make something out of nothing, especially when it comes to Eminem. And finally, he said the N-word. Although people have regularly said that Eminem has never used the N-word, the truth is he's used it on numerous occasions. Most of these times were live performances, with him playing the hype man. 2 notable cases of this was first with Dr. Dre, with a bootleg recording of a live performance. We hear Eminem say, the second case is a live performance with Royce da 5'9", where Eminem seems to use the word several times throughout the performance. However, his use of the N-word isn't only delegated to live performances, as the most damning record of Eminem saying the N-word was released on the 2004 Source Magazine CD issue 173, which we discussed during the Benzino beef entry. This CD featured a 36-second snippet of an early Eminem song from 1993, titled So Many Styles. This snippet is believed to have been sold to the Source by the Chaos Kid.
So this topic ended my original iceberg, but in the time since, I've met some other Eminem guys who have tons of great information they want to share with all of my viewers. One of those guys, the Soul Intent Enthusiast, actually has some new information about one of Eminem's most racist songs, which we're gearing up to cover in a video soon, so to catch that video right when it drops, make sure you subscribe so you don't miss it. It's going to feature some brand new information surrounding the Chaos Kid and his relationship with Eminem, which actually shocked me when I first learned about it, so yeah. This is going to be a pretty big story, but we're working hard to make sure all of our facts are straight before we drop it. Liners. Liners is this rare Eminem CD which contains 4 tracks, all of which are these short promotional tracks featuring Eminem promoting Encore. Like, you remember when you would listen to the radio and you would hear artists promoting what you're hearing and promoting their albums and all that? Well, this CD is full of those. Liners was never made available for sale and was instead sent out to radio stations to play during the build-up to Encore and has since become one of the rarest Eminem CDs. The Christopher Reeves song. Back on the original Iceberg, we discussed deceased actor Christopher Reeves. Reeves was an actor best known for playing Superman in the 70s, but in 1995 suffered a tragic horse riding accident which left him paralyzed. And, for whatever reason, Eminem has joked about this accident consistently throughout his music. One track that perfectly represents Eminem's mockery of Chris is the track Brand New Dance off the Death of Slim Shady album. The song features Eminem teaching the listener how to do a brand new dance he invented. However, the dance move actually causes whoever performs the move to paralyze themselves in the process. The song also features horse neighs throughout the track, and yeah, it's pretty wild when you understand the references he's making to Reeves. However, there's another story about this track which not many know about, and that's the fact that this song was over 20 years old when it was released, as made apparent later on the album, during Guilty Conscious 2. Where Eminem says, and I know that Chris Reeves' song was recorded in 2004 for Encore. What do you take it off for? 'Cause he man, that motherfucker did that bullshit on purpose just to ruin the song for us. Here, Eminem is telling the listener that the song was originally made for Encore, and if you were to look back at some of the promotional posts about Encore from that time, you'll actually see there was supposed to be a song titled Christopher Reeves on that album. However, just 1 month prior to the album's release, Chris Reeves passed away at 52 years old, and because of this, the song was scrapped and was put into a vault for nearly 20 years. Shady Business. Shady Business, Life as Marshall Mathers' Bodyguard in an Industry of Paper Gangsters, is a self-published book written by Byron Williams, aka Big Nas. Williams was a bodyguard for Eminem from May to December of 1999 and writes about his experiences with Eminem throughout the book. Williams writes about a plethora of topics, from drug use to romantic rendezvous with groupies. This might sound like an interesting read. However, Big Nas isn't a reliable source of information by any means, and his book is actually more like one big Eminem hit piece. You see, when Big Nas left the Eminem team, it wasn't on good terms by any means, with Big Nas stating in an interview that he and Eminem even got into an altercation, with both parties brandishing weapons. Big Nas had tons of beef with Eminem when he quit, so he would have plenty of reason to lie throughout his book. And when you read it, it does genuinely seem like a man trying to slander another man's name to get back at him. On top of it, the book was self-published, meaning it didn't have to go through any sort of quality checks for legitimacy or anything like that, only making it less reliable. The book itself has plenty of outrageous claims, one of which we're going to discuss in the final tier of this iceberg. The book is an interesting read, but it's hard to take seriously whatsoever when you know the story behind it. The only thing I want to add to this topic is that I actually got a copy of this book for myself, and I plan to give it its very own dedicated video outlining all the accusations made by Byron throughout it. It's widely believed that this book is nothing more than slander and libelous claims, but I still want to outline what's actually contained within this book, so yeah, you're going to see that video eventually. Eminem.com. Eminem's beef with the Insane Clown Posse is amongst his most well-known and most heated beefs of his entire career. Eminem took several shots at ICP throughout his early career, which might make you wonder, how exactly did ICP and the Juggalos respond? Well, for one, ICP gave Eminem the nickname of Feminem. The Juggalos supported ICP throughout their beef, with one fan going as far as to create Feminem.com. Eminem.com was a website which aimed to archive anything that could humiliate or embarrass Eminem, as well as trolling Eminem fans. One of the main things on this site was a forum, which in some parts allowed users without an account to post. This led to Eminem's fans posting on the forum to support Shady, which would lead to the actual members of the forum to troll them and send them tons of hate mail. Feminem.com was actually pretty active for several years, with a pretty dedicated community. And as surprising as it sounds, the website is still up. Now, when I visited the site a few months ago as part of my Insane Clown Posse Iceberg, the website had some information on how the website began and the story of Feminem.com. However, now if you visit Feminem.com, you'll be met with a page rubbing in the fact that Donald Trump won the 2024 presidential election. Feminem.com, to my knowledge, was the biggest Eminem hate site ever, and is still sending shots at Eminem to this very day. The pre-up. Mick Boogie is a legendary DJ who has worked with plenty of big names throughout his career. And Mick worked very closely with Eminem on this mixtape, which featured some new material and other skits from plenty of people in the Shady camp. The project was released to positive reviews, including being named one of the best mixtapes of the year by Rolling Stone. I'm not allowed to say this, but you guys see it on the screen. So that song is an old track which has been online for a really long time. The song has been uploaded several times, often giving Eminem credit, and it's been heard by hundreds of thousands, who more than likely probably believed it was a genuine Eminem track. The track itself has also been incorrectly attributed to a few other rappers and groups too, including Necro and Cypress Hill. The song is believed to have originated from the LimeWire days and was supposedly actually created by a rapper named 100 Guns. But as of the recording of this video, 100 Guns has never been identified and the true artist behind the song has never been confirmed, making this yet another Eminem Lost Wave mystery. Under new management. Under new management / cold room on this deafened tape is an extremely rare home release from Basement Productions, aka Soul Intent, released in 1990, when Eminem was only 16 years old. The project was released on cassette tape with a very small amount of these ever being made. The tape featured 13 tracks, several of which are solo Eminem songs with the rest coming from other Soul Intent members. The tape didn't feature any cover art and was instead handwritten on a black cassette and has become highly sought after for any collector. And since we're talking about rare physical media, the censored Devil's Night CD. Devil's Night is the debut album from D12, released on June 19th, 2001. The CD sold very well, with nearly 400,000 copies sold in the first week alone. However, there's a very rare version of this CD which has become highly sought after for collectors. You see, most of Eminem's releases at this time also released censored variants of the album, which would cut out all of the naughty curse words. As such, Devil's Night was intended to have its own clean version, with a run of the clean CDs being made and ready for sale. However, the project was scrapped altogether for an unknown reason. But despite being scrapped, a very small amount of these CDs found their way into stores in Europe, and have since become a very rare piece for anyone's Eminem collection. I've seen estimates that there are as little as 50 of these CDs to exist, with copies being listed for hundreds of dollars. And since we're talking about D12, the third unreleased D12 album. So D12 has 2 studio albums as of the recording of this video, Devil's Night and D12 World. However, a third studio album for D12 has been teased multiple times in the last 20 years. The first tease came from a TRL interview following the passing of Proof around 2006 or 2007, where they said the third album was coming soon, and that it was going to be a more serious sounding project. However, in this interview, which I can't show because MTV's a frickin' jerk when it comes to copyright, you can tell Eminem wasn't in a good place mentally or physically, as this was the era where he was facing serious addiction issues, as well as dealing with the passing of Proof. However, outside of their appearances on the Re-Up and a leaked song meant for Relapse, D12 fizzled out, at least in the public eye. Despite that, in 2008, D12 started doing mixtapes again, and regularly teased the idea of another album coming out eventually. It's also been said that Eminem stated that he was recording content for a third album in an interview in 2009, but I couldn't find that interview for myself. Ultimately, that third album never came to fruition, and in 2012, it was announced that both Mr. Porter and Bizarre were leaving D12. However, the story goes further, as in 2014, Mark Bass confirmed that D12 had been recording together again,
which also included some recordings with Eminem. Bizarre went on to confirm this, saying that he was returning to D12 and that a third studio album was in the works. That same year, it was announced that D12 was going to be featured on the Shady XV compilation album, with the project featuring a brand new D12 track titled Bane. The inclusion of Bane on the album excited fans at the prospect of finally getting another D12 album, with D12 continuing to tease that something was coming. Finally, it was announced in mid-2015 that D12 would be releasing a new project titled The Devil's Night Mixtape, which excited plenty of D12 fans as the official D12 reunion was finally happening. The project released on October 30th, 2015, but to the surprise of fans, Eminem was completely absent from the project, despite some of the promotion for the album leading fans to believe that he was a part of the project. Fans were upset by this, however, the following day, the project was deleted and re-uploaded, and now featured a brand new intro of Eminem freestyling a cappella to start the mixtape. This kinda appeased fans, and the project has some really good songs on it. But at this point, D12 had nowhere else really to go from here. Finally, in 2018, Eminem released the album Kamikaze, which included the track Stepping Stone, which was a track addressing and apologizing to the members of D12 and once and for all announcing that D12 was over. This announcement ultimately confirmed that a proper third studio album for D12 was never going to happen, after nearly 20 years of speculation from fans. D12 is still somewhat active in 2024 with an active merch store and small reunions happening between the members. However, the third D12 album, at least with Eminem included, is never going to happen. The Lost Riff Raff Song. Riff Raff is a Texas-based rapper best known for his party rap style with elements of EDM. Riff Raff is a very popular artist, but also very colorful and playful, and he likes to joke around online. On September 11th, 2018, Riff Raff posted this video on his social media pages.
I hate to have to break the news to you. I wasn't going to say nothing about this Vanilla Gorilla album. Eminem just sent in the votes. Yeah, Riff Raff Ronnie J album, Vanilla Gorilla. Shout out to Eminem for sending that 12 in.
Now, despite his presentation, Riff Raff actually has some pretty good tracks and some respectable clout as a rapper, so it isn't too far-fetched that Eminem would be interested in a collaboration. However, when the album dropped, an Eminem feature was not included. And, as of the recording of this video, that's all that's ever been said about the Eminem Riff Raff song, with tons of people believing it was all just a joke. However, it is worth noting that Riff Raff and Eminem both worked with the same producer around this time, so there is a connection between the two from around the time Riff Raff claimed that the song was happening. But personally, I believe it was all just a way to build hype for the album. Also, completely unrelated, but if you want to see Riff Raff get booed off stage at the gathering of the Juggalos, then go watch this video on my YouTube channel because it's fucking hilarious. Decisive. Okay, so this entry is pretty personal for me and is easily my favorite topic on this entire list. Back on the first Iceberg, we talked about a song that was attributed to Eminem for the last 20-ish years. Now, I can't say the name of that song for YouTube guideline reasons, but you see it on the screen. However, in the mid-2010s, it was confirmed that Eminem was not actually the voice on this song. About a year or so ago, I created a full video covering the song and talking about how the actual rapper on this track was a mystery. Well, after that video, my research into the track continued, and in August of 2024, a very handsome researcher was able to finally solve the mystery once and for all. That's right, Kobe Sucks solved the mystery behind this song. Now, skip forward to this time in the video if you want to not spoil this story, as I made a full video on this topic and I personally think it's my best video I've ever made. I'll give you a few seconds to skip forward to avoid the spoiler. Okay, so I discovered that the voice on this song was most likely a rapper who goes by Decisive. Hailing from Canada, Derek Christoph, aka Decisive, is a rapper who's been in the game longer than I've been alive. Derek has some legitimate clout in the rap game and is truly a really good musician. And the reason I said most likely the voice on the song is because Derek has gone on record to claim that he is not the voice behind this track, going as far as to editing his own Wikipedia page to remove the credit following my video. Now, if you don't understand why you wouldn't want to take credit for the song, it's important to realize that the song featured some lyrics which have aged extremely poorly. So yeah, he probably doesn't want those bars associated with his name. D is actually a pretty cool guy, and I've had a chance to talk with him since my video, and I'm hoping one day to get a full-fledged interview with him, but as of right now, the song kinda hangs in limbo. There's a lot of evidence I present in that video which strongly suggests he's the rapper, but without a proper confirmation with D, the story remains ongoing. Pale Moonlight. Gerald Sanders, aka Strike, was a rapper best known for his role as Lickety Split in 8 Mile. Now, information on Strike is hard to come by online, but Eminem had some sort of interest or respect for him, as Eminem literally bailed Strike out of jail so he could film scenes for 8 Mile. Eminem also recorded a song with Strike in the early 2000s, with a portion of the song being included on a Strike CD sampler in 2005. This song was called Pale Moonlight, and also featured Dinah Ray. Now, the song was supposed to be included on Strike's 2005 album, The Free World, however, wasn't included on the project for whatever reason. The song was finally included in full on the 2007 mixtape Unsportsmanlike Conduct, and has since gone down as one of Eminem's least known features. The song is really good and seems like something that could have been created for 8 Mile, but not too much information is known. Pneumonia. With the final entry in Tier 8, we have Pneumonia. As we've discussed previously on this iceberg, Eminem was hospitalized in December of 2007 after he was found unconscious in his bathroom due to an overdose. Eminem spent about a month in the hospital getting better and has been sober ever since. Now, when you learn about this story for the first time, you might want to go back to some old news articles talking about his hospitalization to see what the public response was at the time, right? Well, if you were to do that, you wouldn't actually find any articles covering the overdose. And instead, you'll find plenty of articles talking about how Eminem was recovering from pneumonia. TMZ was the first to cover the hospitalization and spoke to Eminem's publicist, who stated Eminem was under doctor care for complications with pneumonia and didn't mention anything else. This was more than likely because, quite simply, they didn't want people to know what really happened, at least for the time being. Multiple news sites took the pneumonia story at face value and nothing else was ever really said about it. About 2 years later, Eminem released the Relapse album, which addressed his addiction issues head-on, especially on the track titled Deja Vu. This track gives us a glimpse into Eminem's addiction, and verse 3 of Deja Vu gives us a look into how Eminem was operating on a day-to-day basis, detailing a serious dependency on pills, and also raps the following line. "'Cause that Christmas, you know that whole pneumonia thing, it was Bologna. Was it the methadone, you think?" In this bar, Eminem admits that the pneumonia thing was a cover-up story, and he's since expanded on this in an interview with Vibe, saying, "The official word was I had pneumonia. Thing is, I really did have pneumonia. I had taken so many pills that my immune system wasn't functioning right. They told me if I would have gotten to the hospital 2 hours later, I would have, because I f***ed my kidneys and liver up so bad. My kidneys had also completely shut down." Again, I can't say this one out loud, but you see it. So for all of the young ones watching that never experienced the late night commercials for themselves, that series was this DVD series which featured regular women getting wild for the camera, with all the footage compiled and sold on DVD. Now, I can't get into too much detail about the DVDs themselves or else YouTube will be mad at me. However, the DVDs were extremely popular and made tons of money for their creators. The series was so big that it regularly featured celebrity guest hosts, including Baby Bash and Snoop Dogg. However, one edition of the series that's never seen the light of day featured Eminem as a guest host. It was reported that the Gone Wild team was accompanying... what the fuck? It was reported that the Gone Wild team was joining Eminem on the anger management tour to get tons of footage of Eminem's female fans along the way. Alas, that DVD never released, and it's never actually been said why. However, if you were to visit the personal website for the creator of that series, he wrote about his time with Eminem, saying, "We signed a deal to tour with Eminem, who was at that time the hottest rapper in the world. Eminem and I had fun on the road, but we didn't enjoy the same chemistry that I had with Snoop. For one thing, because I'm 6'2" and Eminem can't be more than 5'3", we made an awkward pair on camera, and I think it made him feel insecure. Just as we finished editing the show together, Eminem's movie 8 Mile came out to unexpectedly good reviews. I think he imagined he was going to be the next Brad Pitt, so he asked us to scrap the Girls Gone Wild project.
Tales from that tour are as insane as anything you've ever heard. Someday, I'll share them with the public. Quake 3. Quake is a first-person shooter initially released in 1996 and has gone down as one of the greatest video games ever made. The video game was created by ID Software, which is the same company which created the classic Doom series. And when you watch Quake gameplay, you can see the similarities. Now, you probably are wondering why this masterpiece of a game is featured on this iceberg. Well, that reason is because Quake 3 just so happened to feature a unique map titled The Chronic, complete with an Eminem and Dr. Dre playable character, and was fully available to download on Eminem's website, as well as Interscope's website as early as 2000. There are downloads of the map still floating around, so if you're willing to take the time to download all the pieces, you can play this map in 2024. Streetlights. Back in 2012, various news outlets, including a Complex article which is still fully available, reported that Eminem was working on a song titled Streetlights with rapper Kendrick Lamar and Harley Quinn herself, Lady Gaga. The articles would attribute their new information about Streetlights to MTV and included supposed quotes from Eminem talking about how he has, quote, this crazy record with Gaga and Kendrick for the upcoming LP. But despite multiple sites reporting about the song, it was quickly dismissed as false when MTV News said the entire story was made up. Eminem's manager Paul also posted about the song, confirming the rumors weren't true. As it turns out, some awful news website made up the entire story and falsely attributed it to MTV News to try and drum up some views for their website, and people took the bait, hook, line, and sinker. It's crazy to think how easy it is for these rumors to take off. Actually, I'll tell you what. If you took the time to watch this entire video and are listening to this right now, let's start a rumor together. Get on Twitter or Instagram or some social media and talk about how good the new leaked Eminem song featuring Melanie Martinez is. Don't mention this iceberg video or anything like that. Just act like there's a new leaked track out there and don't respond to anyone who asks you about it. Let's see if we can get that rumor to pick up. Say the track is called Sunflowers. Don't Chew With Your Mouth Full. Don't Chew With Your Mouth Full is a forgotten Eminem Soul Intent song said to have been recorded by Eminem when he was just 16. The song appears on the Under New Management tape we discussed a bit earlier, and even though the tape features separate forgotten Eminem tracks, this track is the most complete in terms of sounding like an actual song. The song features a pretty good flow for a 16-year-old, and while the track itself isn't a banger, you can definitely hear what would eventually become the Eminem we know today, the Bad Meets Evil Facebook game. Eminem is no stranger to lost games, as on this iceberg, we've discussed the Lost Puzzle game, which was completed but never released. We also discussed Relapse Resistance, the iPhone game which was only ever available for a short period of time before being removed from the App Store. Well, what if I told you there's actually a third Lost Eminem game? So back in 2011, following the release of Bad Meets Evil Hell the Sequel, they teamed up with some company named Grab to release a Facebook game. This game was officially announced in the description of the Fastlane music video, with that announcement still there to this day. The game was titled Bad Meets Evil and allowed players to listen to music and watch videos and stuff while unaliving people to gain points. Once the player got enough points, they would get sent to hell. Other than that, I can't find much else about the game. You can find people online reminiscing about the game and even footage of some people playing it, but as of right now, the game is unavailable to play. Bad Meets Evil the game has become lost media, and since it was only ever released on Facebook, there's really no way of ever recovering it, meaning that it's more than likely gone forever. Mashin' Duck Records. Mashin' Duck Records is an obscure record label connected to some early Eminem work. You can find the label credited on the fucking Backstabber cassette single, and as far as I can tell, that's it. No other musical works, not only from Eminem but literally any other artist, has ever been linked to Mashin' Duck Records, making it a pretty big mystery in the world of Eminem. Now, the Bass Brothers Wikipedia states that they were involved in the label, but it doesn't say how. And a member on my Discord server found a comment from DJ Butterfinger saying it was formed in 1994 and alludes to the idea that they were behind the label. But other than that, I have no other information about Mashin' Duck. Amsterdam. If you've made it this far, you're well aware of the Marshall Mathers LP and what it did for Eminem, and the entirety of the hip-hop genre. However, this album almost had a very different title, as this album was originally intended to be named Amsterdam. The reason behind this was that during a trip to Amsterdam with Dre to perform, Eminem was stunned by the city, and actually recorded portions of the album during his time there. But during his time in Amsterdam, Eminem had a rough experience with a Dutch journalist who made Eminem so mad during an interview, he wrote 4 songs about them on the plane ride home. Alas, the name was eventually changed and we got the Marshall Mathers LP instead. Cage Beef. Christian Palco, aka Cage, is a New York rapper who has been in the game since 1991. Cage has never been a household name, but during the 90s was heavily involved in the New York rap scene. Just to give you an idea of how involved he was, it's been reported that he was hanging out with both MF Doom and his brother DJ Subrock the night that Subrock lost his life. So yeah, Cage was a somebody in the rap game. Cage's style was very horrorcore-esque, bringing some great bars and punchlines along with it, getting him some decent attention in the process. However, around that same time, Eminem was also on the come up and was also slowly building to the release of the Slim Shady EP. However, Eminem was also bringing a very horrorcore-esque style that was very similar to Cage's. And there's even a few cases of Eminem saying the same exact punchlines that Cage had said prior, such as what you're seeing on the screen right now. When Eminem released the Slim Shady EP in 1997, one of the songs featured the line, "I'll bite your style just to make it fresher," which people believe could be Eminem straight up admitting to taking the style. Cage believed this too and started going on New York radio shows to diss Eminem. And Eminem fired back at Cage on the track Microphone Autopsy, which we'll discuss in the next tier more in depth. Eminem took a few more jabs at Cage and went as far as to get in contact with one of his producers, fellow rapper and horrorcore legend Necro. Necro told the story of meeting up with Eminem in an old video and said that Eminem invited Necro to kick it. And once he got there, he asked Necro about Cage.
My brother was like, yo, M on some beats, go meet up with him. So I went up to a place called 88 Hip Hop, and Eminem was there. And I was kicking it with him, and, you know, I was like, what up? You know what I'm saying? He was cool. And he was real concerned about Cage, you know, like, man, like, he thought maybe I was still down with Cage because he had beef with Cage. So he was like, you still with Cage? And I'm like, nah, I don't with that dude. That dude's corny. And he was like, oh, okay, because I'm looking for him. I was like, really? You looking for him? He's like, yeah, you know. He talked and he said he was gonna Cage up.
After this, Cage released the track 4-Letter Word, which was his first official Eminem diss. The track not only referenced Eminem's meeting with Necro, but also took shots at Haley, who was a literal infant at the time of the song's release. Cage's diss caused Eminem to respond on a radio show with a freestyle, and later on another radio show, he spoke on Cage again.
Now, the other question that somebody was asking is something about a kid named Cage. There's another guy named Necro. They're two different? Well, they said that the guy named Cage that you battled, I mean, can you give me the background on that? Because I just found out about this.
Actually, I never got a chance to battle him because every time I showed up to battle him, he backed out. He wasn't there. He was nowhere to be
This
found.
Cage kid wouldn't show up?
Age kid. Let's not give him any more press than he deserves. We'll say age or rage or stage or gauge, whatever. It doesn't matter. H. We'll say age.
At this point in the beef, Eminem released his second studio album, the Slim Shady LP, and took multiple shots at Cage throughout. On top of these disses, he also dissed Cage on a Tony Touch mixtape, meaning Cage had been hit multiple times from Eminem without response. Cage finally responded with a short snippet of a song titled Lady, which appeared on a promo tape but has never been fully released to this very day. However, the snippet still takes a few strong shots at Eminem and even includes a skit of Eminem being jumped by Cage. Outside of Eminem responding on another radio show, Eminem was done with the entire Cage beef at that point, but Cage wasn't done yet. Cage dropped another diss track titled And So Kitties, and a short diss to Eminem on the track Detox with fellow rapper Yak Balls. Eminem still ignored the beef as he was gearing up to release the Marshall Mathers LP, but Cage was steady and consistently dropped subtle jabs at Eminem over numerous tracks. Too many to name here. But he randomly seemed to roll back on some of these disses in a magazine interview, straight up admitting he owned Eminem's new album and liked it, and seemingly said he's happy for what Eminem has done. He also basically said he wasn't trying to make the beef serious and was more like doing it for the love of the game. Cage took several more jabs at Eminem past this, but after the release of his 2002 album, Movie for the Blind, he stopped talking about Eminem altogether. Eminem's beef with Cage is an interesting one, as the beef was going prior to Eminem's fame, and since most of the people listening had no idea who Cage was, this beef was a lot of people's first introduction to Cage. To this day, you'll find videos and expose pieces talking about Eminem and Cage and claiming Eminem stole Cage's entire persona. But honestly, I think it's best for you to decide that for yourself. Still, Cage will go down as one of Eminem's most obscure rap beefs, as even the people who are aware of the beef don't always understand just how deep it goes. The Eminem Show Lunchbox. Throughout both icebergs, I've discussed several pieces which could be valuable for anyone's Eminem collection. However, most of these items are CDs and cassettes, so I wanted to take an opportunity to discuss one piece of merchandise which is easily one of the best pieces money can buy. There's this rare Eminem Show lunchbox you can find, which also includes an Eminem Show branded thermos. There's even a blue variant you can find, and that one seems even rarer. It makes me laugh thinking about some young kid using this as his lunchbox and getting dirty looks from old stupid teachers. MC Hammer vs. Vanilla Ice. MC Hammer vs. Vanilla Ice is a song which was leaked by House of Wax on one of those fake cassettes we talked about on the first entry of this iceberg. The song features Eminem and Proof parodying rappers Vanilla Ice and MC Hammer, spoofing both of their styles while going back and forth. Now listen, there are tons of songs from these two tapes which are just as obscure. However, this song specifically is pretty special since it's Eminem and Proof just kind of fooling around and having fun together before either of their careers had started. And it gives you a small peek into their friendship prior to all the fame. The Riddlebox Release Party. Eminem's beef with fellow Detroit-based rap crew Insane Clown Posse is easily one of his most recognizable beefs. We discussed how the beef started on the original Iceberg, and we learned that before there was ever a beef between them, Eminem was actually a fan of ICP. And there's this early rumor that's been floating around online for a while that Eminem was in attendance of one of their early album release parties for their third studio album, Riddlebox, in 1995. And before you disregard this idea, it's important to understand that ICP is huge in Detroit to this day. But the 90s were the golden age of Juggalo culture, and ICP was easily one of the biggest acts in that city during that era. So it's not improbable Eminem would go to that release party. This idea only seems more probable when you realize that Proof, Eminem's best friend, actually performed at that release party. And you can find video of Proof's performance online, and people have said that you can actually see Eminem in the background. However, the video is too low quality to confirm this, thus making it unknown if he did or didn't attend that party. It's an interesting thing to think about, as Eminem and ICP's beef wouldn't have began for a few years after this party. This also wouldn't have been the only time he would have interacted with future Juggalo crowds, as we're going to discuss another time like this in the final tier of this iceberg, The Bushman. The Bushman Show is a legendary Detroit-based show hosted by The Bushman. The show's been running for 30 years and has become one of the greatest Detroit-based radio shows and arguably the best Detroit-based radio show. The Bushman would showcase tons of Detroit MCs, one of which was Eminem, starting all the way back in 1996. Even before the Slim Shady EP, the Bushman was rocking with Eminem. Bushman allowed Eminem on air multiple times, and there's even this promo rap Eminem made for the Bushman Show. After M became famous, he didn't forget about the Bushman and continued doing a show, as well as giving him a cameo in the movie 8 Mile, practically playing himself. The Bushman is still going strong to this very day, with Eminem even taking some time out to make a short video congratulating the Bushman for 29 years of The Bushman Show. What Color is Soul? What Color is Soul is a track created by Detroit MC Champtown, which features not only Eminem, but also the infamous Chaos Kid. So back on part 1 of this iceberg, we discussed Chaos Kid, who was an early friend of Eminem who lost contact with M during his rise to stardom. And as a result, Chaos Kid was the guy behind those old racist Eminem recordings getting leaked to the source. Chaos Kid took his own life in 2011, and Eminem has never addressed the situation to this very day. Now, it's important to understand that Eminem and Chaos Kid were really close friends in the early 90s, yet there's never really been much documented proof that they were friends at all, outside of the fact that they were in the same rap group. However, one piece of evidence proving their friendship is this track with Champtown. Champtown has gone on record as saying this was Eminem's first time ever recording in a professional studio, and even has footage of that day which he included in his documentary, The Untold Story of Detroit Hip Hop. The song was meant for Champtown's debut project, but was instead included on the 1999 album with a name I'm not allowed to say in this video. The fact that this song was Eminem's first taste of professionalism, as well as the fact that it was with two of his biggest enemies in his entire career, makes What Color Is Soul a very interesting listen. Fuzz Scooda. With the final entry in Tier 9, we have a rapper who goes by Fuzz Scooda. Fuzz is a Detroit-based rapper who was very close with Eminem and D12 during their early years. Since Fuzz was good friends with D12 and Eminem, he landed a few notable features with them, one of which was the track Trife Thieves from Bizarre's 1998 EP Attack of the Weirdos, which also just so happened to feature Eminem. On top of that, Fuzz had a second Eminem collaboration as he was included on the track No One's Iller from the 1997 Slim Shady EP. Fuzz was even said to be one of the earliest members of D12 at one point, so yeah, he was close to the crew. However, Fuzz had some sort of falling out with Bizarre and Proof, and as a result, dropped a diss track in 1999. This track is called FUZZ and takes shots at Bizarre, Eminem, and Proof, with Fuzz claiming he even got with Proof's woman. Proof responded back with his track Life, which was produced by Jay Dilla. Which doesn't add anything to the story, but it's cool Jay Dilla was involved in Eminem stuff. Anyway, the beef settled down after this for several years, and Fuzz was never seen in the mainstream eye ever again, but he did keep it rockin' as an artist. However, out of seemingly nowhere, D12 started trying to get the ball rolling again in the early 2010s, as they randomly posted a video announcing that D12 had a brand new member. This member was Fuzz Scooda. The video featured some bars from Fuzz, and on the following D12 mixtape, Return of the Dozen 2, Fuzz had several verses throughout the project. The story doesn't end there though, as only a short time later, Fuzz started bashing Eminem and the Bad Meets Evil project in a series of tweets which have since been removed but can still be seen somewhat through people's old quote tweets. Fuzz then started talking about how those tweets got him kicked out of D12, and in the years since, has posted an alleged conversation he had with Bizarre. Now, Fuzz claims that Bizarre tried to get him to delete the tweets, and then tried to lie to Eminem saying that Fuzz got hacked. However, the story doesn't sound real in the slightest, especially the part where Fuzz claims that Bizarre said Eminem sees him as a threat. Alas, Kaniva confirmed in 2015 that Fuzz was no longer a member of D12. And that was that. Fuzz has gone on to say some pretty wild shit about Eminem since leaving the group, including this insane tweet about Haley from 2018. Fuzz has more or less disappeared from music, at least from what I could find. I usually like to say how my entries on these icebergs are going to be remembered, but honestly, I don't think Fuzz is going to be remembered. I think this iceberg entry is going to be his biggest legacy. And in no way am I trying to say that this iceberg is culturally important. If anything, I'm trying to paint just how small his legacy actually is. And here we are, the final tier of this entire iceberg trilogy. This tier is the true bottom of the barrel knowledge about Eminem and features 15 of the most obscure topics about Slim Shady that you can find. Before we start, I want to say one more quick thank you to everyone who's joined me across all 3 videos. You guys mean the world to me, and I truly do say thank you. Enough of this corny stuff though. It's time to venture into the deepest abyss of this iceberg. Microphone autopsy. So around 1997, an obscure rap crew from Detroit named the Indigenous Tribe released an EP titled As of Light into Darkness. This EP featured 4 tracks, one of which was titled Microphone Autopsy. Now this song has been archived and online for a long time and is often incorrectly named Drastic Measures, and in my opinion, this track is the most obscure officially released Eminem song ever. That's because there's little to no information you can find about this EP or the Indigenous Tribe. Their Discogs page has some scans of this EP, but other than that, I got nothing. It's not clear to me how this collaboration came to be, nor how the EP was officially sold. So, if you have any more information about this one, make sure to comment down below letting me know. The Lost Infinite Snippet Tape. Infinite was Eminem's first album, released in 1996 under the Web Entertainment label. Infinite was an incredibly small release, with only 500 to 1,000 copies of the album ever being pressed in total. The small quantity of physical media for Infinite, mixed with the fact that this was Eminem's first official studio album, has made these releases sell for insanely high price points. And this album has become one of the most sought after physical releases in all of hip-hop. However, what's even rarer is the snippet tape for Infinite, which is said to have been released sometime prior to the album's release. This tape featured snippets of songs you'd hear on the upcoming Infinite album and was given away as promotion. However, barely anything about this tape is known, and there's only ever been a handful of pictures of the tape you can find. The snippet tape is also said to include a handful of tracks which weren't included on Infinite. These tracks were Broke Day, Run Your Jewels, and Dirty Dozen. Now, the snippets for Broke Day and Run Your Jewels have both been leaked online, while Dirty Dozen's snippet has never been archived. This tape has become the holy grail for Eminem collectors. However, the limited information you can find, mixed with the fact it's never been acknowledged by anyone involved in the release of Infinite, makes this release not only lost media, but technically unconfirmed media. Hopefully one day, the entire tape will be archived in its entirety. Straight up, the Lost Infinite snippet tape is not a real tape, and sadly, it is nothing more than a bootleg. The lost snippets on this tape all originated from an old forum post from the mid-90s, with the common belief being that the Dirty Dozen snippet is actually the 1995 track Dumpin' from Parts Unknown and D12. I personally haven't found where this tape originates, but it's important to note that the parental advisory logo and the labels are similar to other releases from House of Wax. Again, I can't confirm this, but it's a pretty good guess. He opened for Twisted. So, Twisted is a Detroit-based rap group best known for their connection to the Insane Clown Posse, where basically Twisted was ICP's right-hand man. And Twisted was involved in basically everything ICP ever did. Featuring members Jamie Madrox and Monoxide, Twisted released numerous albums and projects on ICP's label, Psychopathic Records, and had an entire fanbase consisting mostly of juggalos. But don't let the fact that they relied heavily on ICP fool you into thinking Twisted doesn't have their own history in rap music, as throughout the 90s, Madrox and Monoxide were members of a rap group named House of Crazies, alongside fellow rapper The ROC. For several years, House of Crazies made a name for themselves in the Detroit horrorcore scene and sold pretty well in terms of a small-time rap group. They did so well, in fact, that a young Eminem paid to open for one of their concerts in 1997. Now, the video of Eminem's performance, which took place at the legendary St. Andrews Hall, can be found online, and it's pretty crazy to think about once you consider how involved Twisted were in Eminem's beef with ICP. We've talked about that beef a lot throughout these Iceberg videos, so I won't go too much into depth. But one of the main things about the beef was ICP creating the track Slim Anus, which parodied My Name Is, and included someone doing an impression of Eminem rapping lyrics which made him out to be a homosexual. Well, the person who did that Eminem impression for that song is none other than Jamie Madrox. Violent J of ICP even made reference to Eminem opening for House of Crazies on the Nothing But a Thing diss track. However, I've never seen Twisted talk about it, but they have gone on to say that they tried to get Eminem signed to Psychopathic early on in his career, and I want you to just imagine the timeline where Eminem dropped an album on Psychopathic Records. It's just weird to think about. Go to Church. Go to Church is a classic track from California native rap actor Ice Cube, which features Snoop Dogg and Lil Jon. The track is really good and probably my favorite track from Ice Cube. However, if you were to look up the song on ASCAP.com, you'll see that Eminem is credited as an artist on the song. Now, ASCAP is a pretty hard organization to explain in short, but they're a company which ensures that artists are paid when their music is used publicly, and as such, they have all the legal mumbo-jumbo for a plethora of songs. So, Eminem being listed as the performer on this track suggests that there's an alternate version of Go to Church which features Eminem, yet that track has never been released. Outside of this one single listing, the Eminem version hasn't been mentioned anywhere else online. It remains as Eminem Lost Media. Also, big shout out to Kaiser Source for putting together a lot of the information for a lot of these lost songs. And he's even created a great iceberg on Eminem Media, which I've used for a lot of these topics. Thanks again, Kaiser. I'll see you on Discord. Proof beef. As it's been said multiple times throughout this Iceberg trilogy, Proof was Eminem's best friend all the way up until his passing in 2006. Eminem and Proof were as close as two people can be, with Eminem memorializing his fallen friend consistently throughout his music. Knowing all that, it may surprise you to learn that Eminem and Proof had somewhat of a beef prior to Eminem getting his first record deal in 1998.
Eminem and Proof discussed their beef in a short interview, basically only saying that they started speaking following Eminem getting signed, but they didn't actually clarify why the beef was ever started. Now, a member on my Discord server named Jerry found an old forum post where a user claimed to have transcripts from an old AOL chat room all the way back in 1998. And it was kind of a cool Q&A session between Eminem and his fans. And amongst these chats, Eminem took a few shots at Proof, even straight up saying, "Fuck Proof." Now obviously, it's hard to prove that Eminem was really the person who wrote these messages. However, the person who was claiming to be Eminem in this chat room knew intimate details about Eminem's life which no one else knew at that time. So I personally think it's safe to say that Eminem sent these messages. However, even with these messages, there's never been much information on Eminem and Proof beefing. It's been speculated that it was due to Eminem leaving Detroit to go be a big solo rap star celebrity guy while Proof was still in Detroit. And I've also seen it speculated that it had something to do with Proof beefing with Eminem's manager Paul Rosenberg, and Proof has taken shots at Paul throughout his music, so it's a good theory. It's also been theorized that the D12 track How Come was Eminem and Proof addressing each other with their verses. And once you go back and listen to the track, it's actually not a bad theory. However, take all these thoughts with a grain of salt since it's all just speculation. If only I could turn off the sun. Chaos Kid is somebody we've discussed throughout all these videos. And as you know, he too was a rapper. And in the early 90s, Chaos Kid released his very own solo EP, titled, "If Only I Could Turn Off the Sun, I Would Show You a Brighter Day." The mixtape featured 4 tracks with conceptual corrections, featuring a small appearance from Eminem. The EP itself is about as obscure as they come, yet you can still find full digital scans of the cassette, as well as the entire EP on YouTube. But I wanted to take this chance to point out that even though Chaos Kid attempted to expose Eminem as racist by selling Foolish Pride to the source, Chaos Kid himself says the N-word on the opening track of this EP, Bloody Fingers. Okay, so there's this mysterious rapper named IQ who was a rapper from Detroit in the 90s. IQ was friends with the D12 camp and was an original member of the group. IQ was also good friends with Eminem and as such, got a few official Eminem features on Infinite. However, despite all this, IQ randomly disappeared from the game and has practically been missing from the public eye ever since. It's been rumored in 1995, IQ released an EP titled I Bees the Q. And this EP is said to have featured Eminem on a track titled Bloody Fingers. Now, this song and this entire EP for that matter are unconfirmed media and there's no proof that it ever actually existed. All in all, there isn't much you can find out there on IQ either. As of right now, Bloody Fingers is true Eminem Lost Wave and is the holy grail of Eminem Lost media in my opinion. So the thing I wanted to add to this topic, outside of pointing out the fact that I didn't proofread my graphics before posting the video, is that on December 19th, 2025, it was reported that an inmate was found dead inside of a county jail in Macomb, Georgia, and the individual they found was identified as IQ. Multiple news reports covered his passing, with several Eminem-affiliated rappers commenting on his death. Rest in peace, IQ. Alternate Fight Music music video. Fight Music is a classic D12 track which has become one of the most popular songs to come from the group. And as such, there was a music video for Fight Music which also was very popular. However, when the D12 YouTube channel uploaded the music videos, they only ever uploaded clean versions of the track. Now, you can find explicit versions of the video online, but as far as I could tell, these videos are fan-made and was just some guy taking the explicit song and putting it over the video themselves. So that begs the question, was there ever an official explicit music video release for Fight Music? Well, one YouTuber made an interesting discovery while trying to answer that question. YouTuber Jeff Markham found a so-called explicit Fight Music music video on Dailymotion. But what's more interesting is the version he found is actually a different music video altogether. It's the same story and all that, but there are completely new clips and new cuts throughout the entire video. The discovery was posted on the Wikipedia page for Fight Music and has gone largely unnoticed by the Eminem community, so I figured I'd show it off here. Still, I'm not 100% clear if this was the official version of the Dirty Fight Music video, so you guys look into this and let me know. Other versions of Talking to Myself. Okay, so this entry kind of goes all over the place, but I'm gonna try my best. Talking to Myself is a classic track from Eminem's Recovery album, and is quite simply an all-around great song. However, there's another song which uses the exact same beat and features the exact same hook, released by Mike Rashad, aka Sync. This version also has its own music video, and to the untrained eye, it seems like the classic story of an unknown rapper taking a beat from a much more popular song and remixing it. However, that's not the case here. Sync released his version in early 2009, over a full year prior to the release of Recovery. And if that's not enough for you, there's another song from the rap group Strong Arm Steady, which also featured the exact same beat and hook. And this version was said to have been created in 2007. So how exactly did this beat make it into other artists' hands before Eminem? Well, the best bet is that it all has to do with the man who created the beats, DJ Khalil. DJ Khalil is a Los Angeles-based DJ and producer who has some legit clout to his name. Khalil worked closely with many artists after connecting with Dr. Dre at a very young age, which would explain the connection to Eminem. As for Strong Arm Steady, it's really simple how they got the beat. DJ Khalil was a former member of the group. As for Sync, I can't really explain how he got the beat, but it's probably as simple as he got the beat from Khalil. I even found some small mentions of Cassius having a version of the song too, so it seems as if multiple rappers got this song before Eminem ever did. However, the beat now officially belongs to Eminem. Also, I think it's pronounced Chinque instead of Sync, but if I'm pronouncing it wrong, I'm a dumb American, so cut me some slack. Crazy Home Escapist. Throughout this entire series, we took a lot of time to talk about Detroit legend Champtown. Champtown is credited for giving Eminem his first taste of professional recording with the track What Color Is Soul. He's also credited as giving Eminem his first appearance in a music video, as Eminem had a few small blink and you miss it appearances in his video for his track Do Da Dippity. Well, Do Da Dippity was originally created for the album Crazy Home Escapist, which was intended to be released in 1992. And according to Champtown, Eminem actually created the cover art for the album. The album itself was set to include What Color Is Soul and multiple other Champtown tracks. However, for whatever reason, this album was never released. In fact, it's never been released to this day. Now, the reason behind the album never coming out has never been made clear, and I even asked Champtown himself, but I didn't get a clear response. Some people have said that Eminem blocked the album from coming out himself following his success, but Champtown himself responded to this in the comments of one of his albums on Discogs, claiming that this idea was false. The story of Crazy Home Escapist is an interesting one, and I can confirm that Champ does in fact still have the album. So maybe one day we'll hear what that project would have sounded like in its entirety. The original Haley Song. Haley's Song is a classic track from The Eminem Show, which features Eminem singing a song for his daughter. The song is Eminem's best singing track, but one piece of information that isn't well known is that the original version was built around an entirely different instrumental. Haley's Song was originally built around the Beatles song While My Guitar Gently Weeps. Eminem stated in a Rolling Stone interview that George Harrison listened to the song and actually liked it. But for whatever reason, his wife had the final say on clearing the sample to be used for the song, and she declined to do so, meaning Eminem had to rework the beat entirely. YouTuber Divine Dougie posted a video in 2020 and was able to rework the acapella version of the song to actually be able to hear bits of the original instrumental. Divine was able to process the song in such a way that you could actually hear the original instrumental throughout the song, giving us a small glimpse into what the original version might have sounded like. Divine's discovery is just one example of the lengths fans have gone through to find hidden tidbits throughout Eminem's music, and for that, I commend you, Divine. 8 Mile's horse scene. This might just be the weirdest fact in this entire Iceberg trilogy. 8 Mile is the classic 2002 movie and doesn't really need any more description because you've already seen it. However, there's this unknown fact about a deleted scene from the movie, which featured Eminem with a horse. Eminem touched on this scene in his book, The Way I Am, saying the following: I fought tooth and nail and won to get this scene with this horse out of the fucking movie because it made no sense whatsoever. Jimmy gets in a fight with his mother and takes his little sister next door to the babysitter, and then he sits down and starts crying, just thinking about his life and how fucked up everything is. But then he turns around and, get this, he sees a horse, as in one of those horses the cops ride through the city, and he sees this horse in a junkyard and he doesn't know why it's there. He walks up and starts petting it. Now, there's something about horses and the way they throw their heads up. They jerk their heads around out of fucking nowhere. Curtis kept telling me to grab the reins and pet it. But the horse was doing this crazy head-jerking movement, and I thought, any minute this motherfucker's gonna lift his head up and bust my fucking jaw and knock me the fuck out. Horses and me, we don't get on too well. I wouldn't fuck with a horse. If a horse dissed me, I wouldn't say anything back. Eminem hates Poland. There's this really old urban legend in the country of Poland that Eminem hates Polish people. More specifically, Polish people who believe in Judaism. The legend goes that Eminem once did an interview which was then translated into Polish, and in that Polish interview, it quoted Eminem as saying he hates Polish Jews. And as you might have guessed, Polish people were not very happy with that statement. However, it was quickly realized that Eminem was the victim of an incorrect translation and actually said something along the lines of, "I hate careerists," which somehow translated to that Polish thing. I won't pretend to understand how that translation could happen, but there's posts you can find online of Polish people discussing Eminem's feelings on Poland. Here's the thing though, I cannot find any of the source material for this. I can't find the translated Polish interview, I can't find the original interview, and I can't find any proof that this interview ever actually took place. But there's still a good amount of Polish people who have kept the urban legend alive, and there's a good bit of people who probably still believe Eminem hates Poland. There was even some Polish textbook which took shots at Eminem, making some small-time news stations around Poland in the process. The Polish rumors have even expanded, with some rumors saying Eminem has burned a Polish flag, vomited on a flag, and wished horrible things on Polish people. But again, there are no sources I could find for any of this online. Eminem versus Poland doesn't seem to be taken too seriously, or is even really known about by anyone outside of Poland. And honestly, it doesn't seem like a big deal in Poland either. But it's important to know because there's some Polish guy out there who firmly believes Eminem is a racist anti-Semite, solely because of this rumor. Also, shout out to this dude on my Discord for telling me about the Poland stuff. Agnes. Well, bringing up this topic has officially cut off any chance I might have had with working with anybody from Interscope or Shady Records. But make sure to listen to this entire topic, as this entire accusation comes with absolutely no evidence from a non-credible source. So earlier we discussed Shady Business, the book written by Eminem's former bodyguard Byron Williams, aka Big Nas. As stated before, the book is supposed to be this gossipy expose about Big Nas's life as Eminem's bodyguard, while revealing plenty of personal details throughout. Now, some of the things Big Nas talks about in this book are pretty intimate, and some are downright damning of Eminem. But no accusation in this book tops the accusations about Eminem's supposed relationship with a young woman named Agnes. Now, before I continue, let me reiterate that Big Nas was an employee who was let go by the Shady team on really bad terms after only working for 6 months. So he would have plenty of reasons to lie about this entire situation. Additionally, his book was self-published, meaning it didn't have to pass any sort of credibility requirements or anything like that. So keep that in mind as we move forward. Anyway, according to Big Nas, while they were in Stockholm on a press tour back in 1999, Eminem supposedly met a young woman by the name of Agnes. Eminem and the girl became intimate with one another, and Eminem liked her so much he wanted her to travel with him throughout the tour. However, Big Nas claims that when they went to get a ticket for her, they discovered she was only 15 years old. Big Nas then claims that despite this, Eminem later continued seeing her, to the point where Agnes's mother even got involved. Now again, this entire story sounds like a load of coming from a guy who wanted to take down Eminem due to getting axed from the team. But I wanted to tell the story first so it gets told with the proper context. As far as I could tell, Eminem has never responded to the Agnes allegations, and the only response from the Eminem team about the book basically called it a load of shit. And full disclosure, that's what I think too. And finally, Slim Sellout. With the final entry in this series, we have Slim Sellout. Slim Sellout is a diss track aimed at Eminem from a rapper named Kyle Spratt, which involved Kyle making things very personal with Eminem by literally stealing from Eminem's ex-wife, Kim, and then literally stalking the rapper, becoming Eminem's real-life version of Stan. Slim Sellout was so intense that 2 separate police departments had to get involved in order to get Kyle to stop. Now originally, I was going to make this just another entry on this iceberg, but the story behind Slim Sellout is so fascinating, I decided to give it its very own video, which you can watch right here. Also, I linked some of the other Eminem videos, but with that, guys, I want to say thank you guys for watching. If you listen to this whole thing, you're crazy, but that's all we have for today, so thank you guys for watching. Until next time, and as always, remember, Kobe sucks.